Hello everyone, welcome to the TFT branch of the Novus Cup. Today, T.Jay and I will be casting 8 players in the final lobby competing for $1,000. Hello. T.Jay,
yeah,
you wanna go ahead and introduce?
Yeah, so I'm T.Jay. I've been a long-time TFT player and a former Overwatch League coach. We have a really exciting slate for you guys today. This lobby is like absolutely stacked, and I think this is a great representation of Vancouver's finest over here. So you can kind of talk about some of the players here, Wigwug, but yeah, a lot of these guys I know from ladder and have seen in ladder a lot, and some of them are even in tier 1, and some of them are competing in tier 2 regionals in the coming weeks as well.
So the biggest name here by the pro scene is of course going to be Spencer, who is in the pro league right now. But that is not to say he has to defend his spot in that pro league against other players on this list as well. So I know Peter and I believe Who are both going to be competing with Spencer in week 1 of regionals, and this is almost exciting because it's a regionals preview, in fact. So we're gonna see some crazy stuff go down today, I assume.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of I've seen a lot of these people's on ladders as well. Keynes is a longtime player. Vancel and Big Fish is feeling like maybe a smaller fish in this pond, but in this pond full of regional players and all that stuff. But these guys are all really good players for sure, and all deserving to be here. So it should be a very exciting final lobby, I would think, and should be very high level. And this is played on the live patch. That's correct, right? So it's a new.
So this is on the live servers.
Yeah. So excited to see what people pull out, or if they're hiding any tech. I mean, this is not any patch for any competitive play other than this tournament, I think. So I don't know if there's any particular tech people are going to show in this tournament. So that should be very exciting, I think.
We will hop into the game soon. What are your thoughts on what we're gonna see today in the meta?
I think it's actually gonna look kind of similar. 16.6 looks like it has a lot of changes with the unlocks, but I think we're gonna see a lot of the similar lines that we saw to last patch. But I think there's gonna be a lot more open flexibility to like emblems and things like that, because it is
we are in the game.
Yeah, we are in the game. Because it's a best of 3 format, I wonder how hard people are going to swing for in these games. 3 games is not a lot. So I think if you're, someone who might not have like the quote unquote skill edge, I would kind of expect these players to take bigger swings, bigger risks, maybe take some emblems, maybe take some riskier augments or riskier lines with higher win share. So It should be really, really interesting. I think a 3-game series, anything can happen. So that'll be really exciting, I think.
Yeah, of course, there is a full point reset from the qualifier day, and that qualification order, these players played 5 games to make it here, and the order in which they qualified is going to be the tiebreaker if needed. They will be playing only 3 games today, so every game will count for quite a bit, and they're competing for their piece of $1,000.
Have you played this patch much, Wigwug?
I have not, but I have watched quite a bit of it, and quite frankly, it's looking like Jurassic Park 2 out there. The T.Hex is back, and it's almost as strong as it was before, so I'm a little worried for what we're going to see win out in these games. It might just be a 2-star dino.
Do you think that comp is very reliable, or do you think you need to hit that mining drill on 6 Piltover for it to be like really, really good?
To my understanding, it's more reliable than it used to be, given that you no longer have to dig for that Caitlyn 3, which is very flippy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they changed it so that the 3-star unit doesn't really matter too much, and that eating a 2-star unit for your T-Hex is not a big deal. Like, it's not that much of a difference. So you will definitely see more stage 3 rolling and maybe stage 4 rolling for Seraphine 2. But you kind of have to have the units. In fact, 1v9 Peter looks like they are definitely valuing the Caitlyn's, which was not super valued in any other patch other than when T-Hex is meta.
Yeah, this Caitlyn really only means 2 things right now. It means either unlock Orianna, play some AP, or just go straight for the Dino. We'll see what he opts for with his augments here. None are super obvious for him to take, given this opener. We'll see what he leans towards.
Salvage Bin looks the best here. Oh, too much value.
Too much value. Really strong econ. And he does have that Orianna unlock available to him. Oh, he only has 2 components. He cannot unlock the Orianna here. But he does opt for it, yeah.
We still have Ixtal as a possible open. We have Xin Zhao as well. So that, you know, hopefully this is one of the 2 different too much values. Oh, unlucky. You got Xin Zhao again.
Yeah, he cannot. So if he had 4 different 2 costs, he'd be able to level here and get that Bard completely for free in 2 turns with the 4 free rolls. But now he's going to have to pay for those rolls. Definitely a big swing here, but he's going to lean towards that Ixtal reroll most likely, I assume.
Looks like Vancel hit a Xin Zhao 2 as well right off the rip. I wonder if that's a Trials of Twilight, or I doubt it's a heroic grab bag of any sort.
And we see Brahu with the Expeditionist here. No items on bench. Definitely not the best quest in the game, but it's a good enough start for him. We'll see what he's able to get here on this Ixtal quest. Yeah.
This is going to be a really stacked lobby, I think. We have a lot of good starts. There's a Rek'Sai 2 on board. There's a Xin Zhao 2 on board. There's a Ixtal Expeditionist player, and we just saw a Too Much Value player, which kind of goes into Ixtal as well, which is really high cap. So this is going to be a very, very interesting lobby, I think. Very, very high cap is my prediction.
Yeah, this is, of course, before the Nidalee unlock changes. So on next patch, you're not going to be able to unlock Nidalee on level 6. So that's almost a big nerf to that Bard Nico reroll, but on live, you're still able to get that Nidalee, oftentimes on 37 on neutrals with the 6 copies of Nico. So we'll see that come out most likely from Peter.
Wow, Vancel's start looks really good. Got the Xin Zhao 2 from 2-Trick, but also a Shadow Isle, so really has a good strong front line and back line here. I think I don't know if he's going for Viego 3 here. I think it's something we'll know on this turn if he's going to sell, but he does have Edge of Night and his components are pretty good. I think Edge of Night is good in Shadow Isles in general, but also good on Viego if he does go for a tempo Viego 3. This is a APAC tech. I don't think NA really believes in it, and it looks like he doesn't either, so he's going to sell that off immediately.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a bad level for him either. In fact, like the 2-star Viego is, of course, a very strong early game melee carry, as they often are, and we'll see. Big Fish looking like he wants to lean into AD Kaisa most likely.
AD Kaisa looks like,
take a look at his mods as well. See if he has that Carapace on 4. I know they did buff the Grub, I believe, to be a bit stronger as well, but of course that Carapace has been the premium 4-piece mod, and he does have it. So
yeah, this is looking like a good spot for sure. I think the Rek'Sai 2 opener, and I think this Spear's Will augment is really, really good, especially on 2-1. You get 2 components when the we started with 2 components, so you double your component power here. That's really good, and of course, it's great always to have a Rek'Sai 2 on 2-1. I think so.
Yeah. I mean, fighting like an Echo really 2 on 2-1 as well. Spencer technically the highest seeded player in this lobby just by being in the pro circuit, but that by no means means he's going to have an easy time. He almost did not make final lobby as well. He barely scraped by after a brutal 6th in a very stacked lobby.
Yeah, these board strengths are looking crazy strong. It looks like Spencer might be opting for T-Hex, actually. He's holding a lot of Caitlyn's and Vi's on bench, so that's definitely an interesting choice here. I'm really excited. I think the caps of these lobbies will be crazy. Someone's gonna definitely bounce back and be able to like go first here. I think is kind of, it's gonna be on a razor's edge, all these things. So
yeah,
we'll have to keep a close eye.
With how few games we're playing, every single point in every single lobby is gonna be a massive swing in this prizing. So we're gonna see who's able to take it all and who is gonna start slow and maybe find a way back.
This is going to sound ridiculous. Do you know what the prizing tiering is? Because, you know, sometimes if first place is worth a lot more, you really want to play for it. You really incentivize it. Do you know how much first versus second versus third
it
place
is only a drop from 300 to 200, given that TFT, of course, is a very high variance game. So it's not going to be one of those titles where all 1,000 will go to the winner. But that's not to say winning this event isn't a small deal. Like, this is these are really good players. This is I believe everyone here is Grandmaster Plus, to my understanding. And of course, there are 3 like incredibly high challenger players who are competing to be in the pro circuit. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Bra gets a pretty good quest. 3 turns with no bench, which works on neutral. So he'll get the new quest on stage 3. For those who don't know, you get an Ixtal quest based off of the stage. So getting a stage 3 quest usually means you can get more sun shards, higher risk, higher reward, but I think that's really good for him to be proccing it 1 on 2-5, then the second round on 2-6, and then the third round 2-7, and then you get your new quest on 3-1. So that's really, really big for Bra who is playing a strong win out line with Ixtal. So that's very, very good for him.
On Spencer's board here, we do see it looks like he's committed pretty hard to that T-Hex, given the IE slam and holding every pilt unit he possibly can. Again, you do not need to go for that 3-star Caitlyn anymore in this line, so he's just gonna pull out that T-Hex. That 1-star T-Hex will dominate either late stage 3 or stage 4 whenever he finds it, and his goal will be to make it to level 9, 2-star that thing, and win out off that.
Yeah. Oh wow, Bra found an early Seraphine as well. This is going to be a crazy game. He has Vi pair. I don't know if he wants to roll on 6 at all to get Vi 2. I think with Piltover, you can kind of always roll if you're missing the low cost, just because it increases your board strength, and you'll eventually need them, but you'll also need Seraphine 2, or a copy of Seraphine to unlock. So that's really important, but I think the rolling patterns can be really interesting with this new Piltover.
Yeah, we do see the 2-star Nico incredibly early for Peter here. However, he did miss the Melio and or Kiana on his roll down, and he will be stuck without an early Ixtal quest and probably won't be able to get a Brock until super late.
Yeah, I think for here it's pretty unlikely he gets to play for Brock. Just not getting a full 5 rounds of Ixtal is kind of killer, I think. So he's either going to have to get extremely lucky on quests or... Yeah, pretty much that's it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this line is quite consistent even without the Brock, luckily. The 200 cash outs are quite strong, and I believe the 350 is about the most premium you're going to get for, like, individual sun shard efficiency. As in, it can give you a Radiant item for only 350, which is pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah, if the comp is strong, but I'm kind of worried for Peter. Just predicting this lobby looks like it's going to cap really, really high. It looks like he might be going for the Aphelios version, actually, which is interesting. I'm not sure if he's looking at his components and thinking he wants to play Aphelios, or because he has better slams and better components for it, but we'll see. I see this always on Tactics tools as a comp. I'm not sure I believe in it fully, but I think it's definitely interesting, and maybe he needs to salvage some placements here, because I do think it's the stronger level 6 board, but it does cap lower. Its consistency is higher, but it does cap lower in my opinion. But haven't seen it played much in Challenger Plus lobbies, to be honest.
Yeah, NA never really committed to that Aphelios line. It showed up for a little bit, but it seems like people generally decided the Bard was stronger with the Nico on its own. We'll see the augments come out here. Mess Hall not going to sync up well with this line, presumably. Yeah, it does roll through it. This is who's selection. We'll see what he opts for in his Ixtal line. He also should be getting a new quest around this time. Dilemmaify kind of takes away his Ixtal, so I'm assuming he's
I
not
would assume
willing
that's
to
terrible.
offer it.
Yeah, care package is really good here. Just generically good econ, good items, removers, all that good stuff.
I assume this is lose 4. His only worry is if Peter also has a losing quest, I assume.
Yeah, like lose 4 isn't great. Oh, but it's definitely his best choice here for sure. He doesn't have Nico pair before the shop or anything. So lose 4 makes a lot of sense. I would imagine that we pop a remover here if needed for our Nico, but I'm sure they are scouting their matchups heavily over there.
Yeah, Peter also finding the care package. Definitely a good pull in these reroll lines, as it can just give that high roll, that 3-cost dupe, which on 4-1 will be absolutely insane value for him.
Yeah.
And definitely a high cap augment as well, as it gives, I believe, about a gold and a half of total value on average.
Yeah, it looks like he opted for the Bard version. His components weren't looking good, but I think care package helps solve that a little bit. It gives an item component and reforgers sometimes as well. So it looks like he's going for the standard line. And looks like his spots, I'm still a little concerned about his spots, but yeah. I'd love to go to Big Fish and see how their game is going, because streaking with the Rek'Sai 2, I think, is going to be... Kai'Sa can cap out incredibly high as well, I think, given the right situation.
That is the question to me, is like, will he make it to Baron? Will he see that third econ augment, or will he continue streaking? Either way, he is able to open up that door to Baron. He also doesn't look terribly contested. We didn't see a lot of Slayer-leaning players. Of course, that Bel'Veth was tuned down quite a bit on this patch. No longer that S-tier freak line that it was last patch. So,
yeah, I think his augments are looking really good. If you're getting a lot of items, it's good for Baron, because you want to go to Kai'Sa and get your Rift items, obviously, and then go to 9 and start getting items later. So item augments is not bad as long as you kind of have carries to play. And even if he plays the standard 4 Void, 4 Bruiser variation, we of course have Volibear and Zig. So items is not bad, especially if you're tempoing it and streaking here, which is always so important. So I really like Big Fish's spots. I don't know the lowest placement he gets looking at the lobby, but it can't be that bad. This is looking like a top 4 at least for Big Fish.
A Swain for Who here. Peter is able to get the rod he needs for JG, despite it being on a 1 cost, unfortunately. But he does need to commit to that item, given he slimed the Nashers. We'll see what the rest of the lobby picks up here, and if anything is swingy. Did Big Fish get the Infinity Edge there for the Kai'Sa? That was what they were looking for.
Yeah, they did. That's huge for them. As last pick, they got the sword.
Yeah, Herald here as well. Looks like the streak could easily keep going another couple turns. Peter is in pool, though, and he has been rolling this stage, given he is playing that Bard line. So,
I have a question. Do you think a Bruiser and then transferring your items over to Rift Herald is better here, or do you think from Cho'Gath as your tank, or what do you think here for Big Fish?
I'm not completely sure, but we are taking a look here at Porkwing's board now. I believe we had a bit of a hurdle to spectating them, but now that they are level 7, we can see their board. So we see the Bilgewater core coming out here. Not quite 7 builds yet, but they have been losing a lot of health throughout the early game. What are your thoughts on this spot, T.Jay?
Yeah, I think Loose Streak Bilge is not very good. You really want the tempo early, mostly not just for getting the Serpents, which I think is good, but I think really not the point. I think the bigger thing is that you want to save HP so that you can greed 7 Bilge in stage 4, so that you can really get a lot of the value from the 65 per round and the superior loot for the great items. So I think they're a little behind tempo. I would expect they would really need a good roll down to come back here, in my opinion, because it's not like they're 2-star Nautilus or anything crazy. But they do have an early MF and an early Fizz here for 3-6. So I think it's okay, but it's definitely on a razor's edge. I think Bilgewater is always on a razor's edge.
They will be able to pull that 7 item for the start of stage 4, given that they'll have 100 Serpents here, which definitely is really important given how low health they are. We are checking back in on Peter here. He has quite a few copies. He's guaranteed that that Nidalee on neutrals as well, given the 6 copies of Nico. So.
Yeah. Peter's items looks really good. If he can 4-streak here, that's really good from a 6 loss. He kind of has to win this round.
He got the 11 roll quest, which is basically what you're always looking for in this sort of line is these stage 3 roll quests. They're very efficient, and you can do them almost for free, given you have 2 free rolls per turn, 3 if you lose a round, so...
Yeah, I think Keen's here is looking like their Demacia as well. How do you feel about that line on this new patch?
It's still alright. It did get nerfed in the vertical, I believe. We see Peter pull another reroll quest here. He'll be unlocking that Nidalee here, I assume, with the extra copies of Nico on bench.
I would think so.
There it is, yeah. He's not gonna miss that. He was the highest LP on ladder when we seeded this tournament as well, so... He has been making ladder snapshots, and that is how he qualified to regionals, so... Definitely a consistent player in that nature. But this line is anything but consistent, in fact, given how swingy these Ixchel quests can be, as well as if you find that Nico 3 early, you're able to just dominate stage 4, but if you miss it, you're going to lose every round almost. What did he opt for here?
I think it was have a full bench, surely.
Yeah, the 4 laws looked a little too crazy, given how many copies he has, so this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, his components work out pretty good as well. Gets a bunch of AP components.
Block 6000 is very close to Brock, but is also very low HP, and his board is not particularly strong. If he cannot proc this quest this stage, his spot looks very, very concerning, I'll say. He needs to proc this and then find some sort of buy XP or roll a number of times to unlock that Brock next turn without having to sack it all.
He slams Even Shroud and seems like he positioned to have his Skarner take as much damage as possible here. And I think it's going to be close whether or not it actually blocks all the damage. It got 2 shields off, which is really, really good. My quick maths aren't that quick, but hopefully he did proc it for his sake.
We can take a look now, I think. It should update pretty quick. He'll also have to pick an augment here, so a lot of things happening.
Oh,
Spirit
wow,
Link, of course,
Spirit
a very obvious choice from this extra HP
and he
augment.
does proc it. That's really good. Buy 80 XP, perfect, I think, for him.
Does he overpump for it? He does, yeah. So he did commit to that. That should get him Brock easily. We'll see if he waits. Okay, he does not wait to roll. He wants to win this round.
He wants to win this round. He doesn't want to be one life. Gets the Azir. That's huge. That's really going to allow him to bounce back from this loss streak, I think. They're holding all their outs as well. Garen 2 would have been great, but
his board is not particularly great. That is an upgrade, but can he even afford it? Big Fish here sending for Kai'Sa did find the max build, it looks like. We'll see if that is used to commit to a 3-star 4 cost, as it often is, or if it's going to just be a 2-star 5 cost on level 9. He is not super rich here, but he is still very healthy.
Yeah. I almost think these are the rounds they're going to need to win, so I would keep digging. They're one off Wukong 2, one off Rift Herald 2, and they're going to get the big Nico, so I really want to win all these rounds if I'm Big Fish, because I don't think I'm capping very, very high here in comparison to the lobby looking around. There's a Brock player and people with just really, really strong spots, so I would really like to see him roll here, to be honest, but maybe they just know the exact... No, this looks like an exact tank 2 diff. Maybe not.
Oh, so close. Yeah, you are correct. If he rolled once there, maybe he sees literally
just one upgrade. Mundo 2 something. Yeah, we're so close.
Taking a look at Vancel here, the resident Shadow Isles player. We'll see if he's able to make it out. But of course, Brebera, is down to 1 life. This is definitely a spot to watch. The Brock is here. Does have to catch given he's 1 life. Finds the dupes. We'll see if this goes to a Nico 3 perhaps and plays the Nidalee on this board. There's not much else that is insanely high value off the dupes, so he does opt for it. Is this going to be enough to win the next few rounds? What do you think?
I don't think so. They actually don't have items for Brock. I think it might be okay for these rounds, but I'm worried about his eventual cap here. It's not crazy strong, but this board should be fine in stage 4, but I don't know about the rest of the stages for sure.
Yeah, he will have the 5 Ixchel to heal up to 2 life, it looks like, given he has slots on board for Nidalee here, which he is unlocking this turn. He'll also be contested on that Nidalee once Peter is able to roll for it from his Ixchel board. He is streaking as well. I assume he's found quite a bit. If he's able to keep that streak going, he has a big chance of getting Brock off saving extra health.
Yeah, if he can build up to 2 lives, I think he has a chance. Play Ixchel for the rest of stage 4, 14 HP. Probably shouldn't be taking too bad of a loss and can be 2 lives. But I'm not sure. His cap can be super high, but he just has no gold, so it's going to be hard to get to that Brock 2 from this spot.
Sana comes out for Pork Wings, and Azir for Brubberwho. Definitely both getting the 5 costs they're looking for in that Bilge and Ixchel line, respectively. We'll see. We can take a look at Pork Wings as well, but someone has to go 8th in this lobby, right? We'll see who it is. We see Broberhu dancing on the edge down there, but he will get that 5 Ixchel and go back up to 2 life. So someone else might go down there and take that 8th instead. We'll see. Yeah, Porkwings does find the uncontested Misfortune 2, double combat Bilgewater, Fizz 2 as well, but he is kind of stuck in this Bilgewater core. He's going to have to send it down for some sort of real frontline, I assume, to stay alive.
Yeah,
the Aura here could be that answer, but it's definitely more about a win-out unit than a win-now type of unit. So
yeah, I would really like them to play strongest board at this point. I think it's very, very scary for them right now. They're 1 HP. I think they need to get better units on their board. And more frontline specifically, I think, is what they're lacking on their board. So just with a Nautilus 1, maybe they couldn't hit a Wukong 2 or a Swain 1 on the roll down or anything like that, but their frontline is looking mighty suspicious, I will say.
Yeah, we're over to Big Fish here, who did just opt to use his 4-5 dupe immediately. Not going to go for anything super greedy. Looking very honest here, and maybe he thinks he's going to get outcapped by one of the Ixchel players, or maybe he's just okay with saying, I'm going to top 4, and that's that. So
yeah. I think the bigger dupe is just too far away. It looks like, no volley unlock, none of that yet, and no volley pair. So, as I say that, he actually hits a double volley shot.
We're back to Spencer after a while. He has found the 6-belt T-Hex, does not see Mining Drill, or maybe he opted away from it. Yeah, Big Fish finds the volley.
Yeah, it looks like he can cap out really high if he does hit that volley too and hits another legendary 2-star. But yeah, looking at Spencer's spot, this is... Yeah, he has the Mining Drill. I think once you get T-Hex 2, that is kind of the big boy of the comp. I don't know how far behind tempo he is. It looks pretty decent to me, actually. As long as he can win this next round, I think he's in a good spot to kind of build back up his gold. But I am worried about his 5-1, 5-2, and maybe even 5-3 if he can't win those rounds. Because TX1 is good, but I don't know if he can win stage 5 rounds against a bunch of 2-star 4 costs. In fact, he's struggling against Demacia even a little bit.
He does have a Know Your Enemy here, so he's trying to get those good T-Hex lineups. You see it beaming the Lux second here after it cleared out those weak frontliners, and it looks like this fight could be a positioning diff for him, so that's good augment huge value, it looks like.
Remember, Keynes is struggling to hit the 2-star Garen and 2-star Lux, so that was a surprisingly close fight, I will say. But Upgrade really made a big difference there for sure. Keynes looks like he might be the one. Him and Porkwings are contesting the 8th here, it looks like.
Yeah, the health is going down, and it looks like Keynes did lose the stage while playing a 4-cost Demacia board. So, yeah, Peter gonna sack 2 more here, be about 15 health, I believe. Ideally still 2 life, but we'll have that Brock, so.
It looks like he's going for the lose 3 combats in a row here, which is very, very risky at 41 HP in stage 4. I'm really surprised by this take. I would have assumed he really wanted to, just cash out 335 or take a more conservative but doable quest here. This looks like a very, very hard quest for them to do. But we'll see how it works out. It's a big risk, but big reward.
Yeah, Vancel here, back to Shadow Isles. Looking like he won most of last stage health-wise. Keynes does find the Lux 2 finally. Lux 2 Garen 2 comes out. We'll see if he's able to stay alive this stage. This is kind of what he wanted to hit on 4-2, if not 4-5, given he has an econ augment. But he does have the double defensive augments, which in Demacia is very high value. So.
Porkwings did find a lot of good units onto his board. They have Lucian Senna, Kindred, they have Shyvana, so they really dropped out of a lot of the Bilgewater
big
here,
fight
which
here.
I think is really good.
The loser is almost guaranteed to go bot 4, given how high cap this lobby looks. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
A very close fight so far. The MF does go down, so it looks like Keen should be able to take it. He does. Yeah, big win for Keynes here. Kills Porkwings from 15 because that Garen soaked up so much damage.
Broberhu actually lost a life, so they built up that life from Ixchel, and oh wow, they just hit a Galio too. Sorry to keep our spectators going back and forth, but there's a lot of interesting things happening.
Yeah, this lobby's going pretty crazy.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things to look at, but yeah, Keynes might be able to bounce back with a Galio too.
Yeah,
I'd assume putting adaptive
items,
back onto the Galio, adaptive and cloak, and not reforging, but getting all the items onto leftover items off of your Garen and Swain onto your Galio would be best here. But Broberhu, rather, his board is not crazy strong, I will say. So they're on the razor's edge.
Yeah, we see a Slayer's board here that also has a glass cannon actually backlighting all the units. willing to commit to that augment value. Glass Cannon 1 is, of course, very efficient damage amp-wise, but sometimes that health can cost you, and Slayers could be one of those lines. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Keen's is making a bit of a comeback here, so... You know, we talked about Keen's going 8th. It might be someone else. And Peter is lost 3 in a row now, I believe.
Yeah,
so
Peter,
he's going to get the big cash outs.
He is down to 1 life, though. He was not able to kill enough units. I assume he cashes this, unless he wants to take the roll 7.
Yeah.
The 550 is not considered too much better than the 500 right now. So
yeah,
20 free rolls here. We'll see what he can find.
Surely something
2
good.
is almost a given, I assume, in some of these rolls.
They're finding a lot of good stuff, I will say.
Yeah, this is a pretty high APM check turn, and it could cost him if he misses this Nidalee, which it looks like he just might. He does find it. 3 anvils to open. Items on bench. Has to 3-item Nidalee and Brock here, I assume.
I love the Last Whisper take here. BT, just pick something. And Val, great items for our level 1 Brock here, I think. And Nidalee 2-star. So Peter was playing for a higher cap. Let's see if he can get it. This is the Galio 2 board. And the Lux has a pretty good lineup, I would say.
Oh, waste the cast on this Emilio. And Nidalee kills her. Keen's is going to be alive, but this is a really bad fight for him to take. Of course, fighting Peter right after he stops sacking. So.
Yeah, and we also see Vancell making a comeback. This lobby is so incredibly
yeah, look at this
close.
HP.
It's just
Big
looking
Fish,
like Big Fish and everyone else is fighting for their lives out here.
Yeah, Big Fish are rewarded for that honest play of just duping the 2-star forecast, saying, I'm going to win the next few rounds, and avoiding this mosh pit for who's going to go 7th, who's going to go 6th, and who's going to make it out to top 4 here.
We did talk about this 3-game format and the risks people are willing to take, and Big Fish is playing it like an honest guy over here, and everyone else is really gunning for it, but the difference is maybe 1 life or 1 HP even. So
yeah, I'd love to hop into Spencer here. See, is he making it to that T-Hex 2, or did he get stuck on 8 and he's just fighting to salvage 1 or 2 more placements and knows he's not winning? Yeah, it does go 9 here, but not enough gold to find T-Hex 2, I assume.
This is the big roll down, but yeah, without mining drill, I think this line, it's really hard for T-Hex to be able to get out of it.
Yeah, Senna is decent, but like he's stuck on these 1-star 5 costs as his front line, which is going to get completely melted against that Nidalee Bard board if he does fight Peter. He is only going to fight Keen's, though, guaranteed. We'll see if he has time to position for it.
Puts in Azir for frontline, decides it's more than Braum, which I totally agree here. And Seraphine is a non-trivial unit as well. Spark maybe not the best item here.
This is a huge fight. The loser's dead. There's probably someone else dead, too, who could under or overplace whichever one loses here.
Yeah, I think the Galio 2 might be too much. I'm not really sure, but...
Galio, big cast there.
Yeah.
Will he get a second cast in here? He does!
It does. Is it enough?
But is it even enough? T-Hex down, but Lux is down as well. Gara's still alive. Oh, the Gara clears here.
Spencer is dead.
Peter's also
dead. And Peter also goes dead. Even deciding to do the 3 loss here, the big risk did not pay out for Peter. He ended up losing.
Take a look there.
Probably to Brabra.
Yeah,
if I had to guess.
He does have this Nico 3 as well, Nidalee 2 as well. Yeah, Brabra who won against 1 vs 9 Peter. Skarner 2 in shop. That is an interesting shop for sure. I assume he wants to play this somehow. Yeah, does opt for the Skarner 2 onto the board for Ixchel here. Does not care about trying to greed for another life. He'd have to wait 5 turns at least. So, and this is going to be a huge fight again, as 2 of these players are very likely to die here.
I think Big Fish is being a humble guy here, and I don't know if he's going to win this fight, but he's playing the long game, I think. So I think Brabra has a really good chance of beating Big Fish here, but I'm very curious about how the rest of the matchups are working out. Everyone is at 1 HP except for Big Fish. Yeah,
Big Fish becoming the lobby punching bag now. He will go 9 and try and win some rounds next stage, but I assume he can't out-cap these sorts of boards. We do see 2 deaths here. Vancell does go 5th. Partner collects the 4th here.
Vancell with the high cap Shadow Isles line, but also can't out-cap these insane boards. This truly is a very, very strong lobby. I think these are stronger than regional lobbies for sure. These are crazy lobbies.
We'll see some of these guys. Of course, Big Fish was not on that list of regionals players. He did qualify to 2 Day 2 Cups and almost a Day 3 Cup as well, so he's on the rise for sure. He is a UBC student local to Vancouver, as all these players are. This is a Vancouver locals tournament, which is really interesting to know. All these TFT players live in the same city. That's kind of crazy, so...
Yeah, Vancouver is a city with really, really talented people. Yeah, it's actually insane, and a great gaming community as well. So this is a great celebration of that. And honestly, these guys are really showing it up today.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Keynes
hits a
does go
Shyvana
9
in
here.
one
I mean,
shot.
Keynes was on that list of players who could go 8th, but it looks like with good positioning, good augment value, and good matchups, he's found a way to top 3 already. Could top 2 here.
Galio 2 never hurts, let me tell you that as well in terms of top 4ing.
Yeah, opts for the Giant Slayer here, moving utility to Lysandra, it looks like. The double adaptive Galio is considered miss as well. Just wants that mana to cast once, guaranteed, and cast twice, maybe.
Yeah, I would have put the Morello on Galio. We have one more remover, just make sure that we get a 3-item carry rather than 2 and 2, but definitely not.
Oh.
Hopefully it's not a big diff here.
Big Fish is thinking of a way to win the lobby and just says, yeah, I can still go for a 3-star forecast, even with only one dupe left. So,
I love this from
copies.
Big Fish. He's
Yeah,
not playing for second here with, you know, duping a, what's it called, Volibear or anything. He's really going for something big.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he can't even beat Keynes, who look like the weaker of the two. Brevera, who, of course, might pull out that Brock 2 this turn. We'll see. But Big Fish, of course, we want to see this roll down. This is his last turn alive. He does get his final dupe here. 6 out of 8. 6 out of 8 again. Does not look like it's going to happen just yet. One off that Wukong. Wukong 3 is here!
Pause
he
here,
has
pause
no
here.
removers. Does he sell something for items? I assume he's willing to. Yeah, he does sell.
We got the Wukong 3.
Yeah, he should. I believe he'll solo frontline this and let it wipe out the enemy board with his damage.
I almost wonder if we should put damage items on him, like the Volibear items on him.
Yeah, I was wondering if he's willing to sell one of his carries to get those AD items on, but
it was a
just
very
with the tank
hard
items,
turn.
Like, he is just fighting Brock 1, right?
Yeah, it was a very hard turn, getting all the roll down and then getting correct items. He has not that many removers.
Yeah, Nidalee does wrap here. So it looks like this Wukong could lose the fight, because it's going to be Wukong versus everyone with no damage items.
I don't think it's enough. I think you're absolutely right. He needed to solo frontline and keep some DPS alive. Wukong is tickling right now.
Doing a bit of VM there, knowing that he's taking out this 3-star forecast and is going to be able to win this game most likely. It looks like. Crying kitten emoji from Big Fish. Yeah, does go third with that Wukong 3.
Keynes pulls.
Wait, Keynes beat someone's clone. Yeah, who did Keynes beat?
With just Demacia over here. Spirit Link.
It could have been the Wukong as well, because the Wukong had no items on clone because he slammed late.
Oh my gosh, what a difference maker there.
Check at the top there, I believe. Who did he fight? Oh, he does fight the Brock 1 clone and is just apparently stronger. Does that mean he's going to win the real fight here, though? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. This Galio is crazy strong. I would imagine he's nuking the backline, because that's the only way I can see him winning is...
positioning a bit of a weird way here, getting a different angle on the other side. Of course, you want that gap open for units to walk up. The Brock is not same side, but this Nidalee could jump to backline, I believe.
Yeah, they don't give the Nidalee easy resets here, but they also don't snipe the Seraphine very easily. Very interesting to see how this positioning will work out. The Galio doesn't get a big slam, I don't think, and the Seraphine is still alive. I'm not sure there's enough frontline, but there's so much healing on Keen's side with all his combat augments. It looks like the Nidalee is going to be a little too much, though. And the Lux has a terrible angle here.
Yeah, it looks like that Nico is complete full health here, and Berber, who will be able to win out with that Ixtal line. Of course, Ixtal Expeditionist, incredibly efficient at these high levels of play where players know exactly which quest to take. Congrats to Berber, who will be looking to keep that streak going this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Ixtal Expeditionist, you're playing it on a Razor's Edge, and he went down to 10, healed back up, lost another life, and won out. I mean, that's as much on a Razor's Edge as you could get, and we kind of see the contrast between that and Peter's game, where he also played on a Razor's Edge, but if you're just not the strongest in the lobby by just this little amount, that's the difference between going first and 8th for these big swings. So really exciting game, I think. Really exciting game from all these guys.
We'll see
and really
two
well
more
played
of
by
those
everyone.
with the same players, of course. So we're going to go to a brief break right now, and we'll come back with the scores, and then very quickly into game 2 as well. So, yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. We're excited here to go back into game 2. And we can take a look at the scores right now, but really, it's a 3-game total. So whoever has the top standings in game 1 has a huge advantage. There's only 3 total games. So this is going to be a big deal. Who leading in first, Keen second, Big Fish 3, Partner 4, and Vancel 5, and Spencer 6, and Peter 1v9 is 7, and Pork Wings unfortunately with the 8th. So you're gonna have to see the people on the bottom take bigger risks, I think, for sure. So yeah, it should be really interesting to see, you know, the bottom half take risks. Right now it's flipped, but yeah, it should be really interesting to see the bottom half take a lot of risks and see how the first place, if they want to take big risks still. You know, Big Fish, is he going to go for a big swing here still at third, or is he going to play it safe and conservatively like they did in the first game?
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of interesting things again. Who, that first is huge for them. I cannot overstate like how good it must be to start at the top of the lobby after one game, but again, with only 3 games, no matter how impactful that first game is, they can throw it all away with a bot 2 here, like immediately. They'll just go straight to the middle of the pack, and that'll be that. They'll lose their chance at winning the event. So it's going to be really stressful for all these players at the top. There is quite a bit of prize money, and honestly, a decent amount of clout for a community tournament, beating these other huge players in their local region. Because anytime there's another local Vancouver tournament in the future, these are going to be the guys that we're going to see over and over again competing against each other for this local title. So
yeah,
we should hop into we'll be into the game here soon. Do you have anything you want to look out for from any specific players of like, is Porkwings going to completely flip the game, go for a first, or do you think they're going to go for a humble top 4 here?
Yeah, I'm very curious about how Spencer plays this. Spencer is an experienced pro TFT player, does this for a living. This is his full-time gig. So he's in a very mediocre to bad spot, right, at 6th place from last game. So I'm curious how he, if he's going to incur a lot of risk here and go for riskier lines. I think Piltover is already kind of a risky line. So we'll see if he goes for something like that again. He didn't hit Mining Drill this game, but will he hit it this game? We'll never know unless he tries.
We'll see.
But, yeah. Is there anyone you're watching out for this game? Any names?
Well, our viewers seem to be very big fans of Vancel, so I would like to see Vancel make it out to help our viewership out. In fact, because, if everyone loves Vancel, we might as well hype him up a bit. We'll see how this lobby goes for them, though. They did not start at the top, but they could make it there pretty quickly with a top 2 this game and get into that top quarter. In fact.
Mm-hmm.
Gold sub here, who with the Bilgewater opener, it looks like. I assume this is something he's willing to lean towards, given this line is very skill intensive, has a lot of depth and a lot of ways to play. So
yeah, I think who, if he goes for Bilgewater, it is I don't want to say high variance line, but just high skill. It can really, it's a lot more swingy and than say something like Slayers, which is a lot more straightforward. This one has a lot of skill to be had, and there's a lot of maybe even some luck with shops as well in your early game. So it's definitely a high variance line, I would say. So but a high reward as well. So them in first place, are they going to take another big swing here and really solidify their lead?
Yeah, we did see Porkwings go 8th with this line last game, but of course his mid game and early game looked very weak. Who I'm assuming will be willing to level very aggressively, slime very aggressively, use those build shops for tempo, and hopefully find a way to keep his streak going.
I'd really like for them to hold the Jhin here, given that they have Graves and IE. Just something better to hold, I think, in this situation. But maybe there's other things to hold for a good reason as well.
Of course, Pyromaniac really insane early here with the TF hitting whole board almost the entire game, and that Brew is going to come out later, a second source of burn. Does immediately skip it, though. Seems to be more willing to lean towards these other 2. We'll see what he opts for here. Looks pretty committed to Bilgewater, though, so...
Yeah, I think Spirit of Redemption sounds really good here.
Oh, you are right. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds really good here. He was a Lowy pair. I know that's not close, but TF with IE and Red Buff. Red Buff's really great on TF, but I'm not sure it's super synergistic, whereas these might be 2 better items, but I don't hate Pyromaniac either. These are all great items.
Yeah, the Alawi 2 really enables this augment early. Healing tank with the healing item in the early game will be very hard to kill. Of course, Vancel this time will be the one going on an expedition. Immediately clicks the lose 7 here. I assume no one is willing to sack on him in this meta, unless they also have an Ixchel out themselves or something like Calc Loss. Porkwing's a crazy pull over there, by the way. Golden Destiny into the best hero augment in the entire game, potentially one of the best augments in the entire game, the Viego hero. Does not have a slam for it other than Morello, but getting that hero augment with some free gold is pretty insane. Aura farming here for Peter as well. We can take a look at all these augments through the lobby. Spencer does opt for Legion of Threes, it looks like. We'll see what emblem he pulled. Looks like Jugger Slayer to me. Yeah, it does get a Juggernaut emblem. Definitely one of the best emblems in the game to pull from this augment, and he could just lean towards the Demacia with it, with the Gunblade and the Chain.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for our fans out there of high cap boards, this is looking like it's another lobby with really, really high cap. So we have another Ixtal Expeditionist, which is really good, and they got the 7 loss, but that's so hard. I think Sun Shard to loss ratio, but we also have Spencer here, who looks like they're going to be playing flexibly. You hit the Jarvan too, and are probably going down Demacia, like you said, at least for the interim, going down Demacia. But Juggernaut's spat is really, really flexible. So
yeah,
I don't think they're forced down. Right? Yeah. I don't think they're forced down any line, but it does look like Demacia might be the path here. Seeing success from it from Keen's last game, maybe he was a bit inspired.
Yeah, of course, Demacia is one of the most consistent lines in the game if you do hit, and it's oftentimes very obvious if you're contested or not. So it looks like if he's willing to commit to this Orianna early, he's pretty likely to either go into Demacia or some sort of AP flex. Of course, Peter will likely be pulling out a very high cap himself, given he did have that aura farming Azir, it looked like, over on Peter's board. And that is not only a 2-star 5 cost, but it also is going to be very likely he's able to find a way to win rounds, given he has that 2-star 5 cost and can get Renekton. Maybe, just maybe, he can get that Xerath for the charms, which is also insanely high cap as a unit. So this augment, of course, did get buffed this patch.
It unlocks on 4-2, right?
Yeah. A really big buff. It was one of the worst augments in the game, but I think the buff was enough to push it all the way to the top, given it now gives a full item and a 2-star 5 cost. Right on the turn you take your last augment when you want to start winning oftentimes. Porkwings does opt for the Bard role here as well. What are your thoughts on this in the Viego hero?
I think the Viego hero, I mean, he naturaled some they naturaled some copies rather. So I don't know if it was looking great, but as far as the Prismatic Destiny goes, there are a lot worse options, and definitely can get bailed out here with just hitting a lot of the units, but his components were not very good for it, unfortunately. But I think it is a strong line if played the right way and if you hit fast enough. So it should be really interesting from Porkwing's perspective, who's really looking for a first if he can turn this around. Again, this lobby is looking really high cap, so if you're not that player going first, you really kind of need to save HP. And I'm not sure, with the Ixtal Expeditionist player, too much value player also playing Ixtal, how high this lobby cap will be, but it's very, very scary, I think, if you're not one of those big players in the game.
Let's get the Viego print here as well, at 6 copies already, despite having, I believe, 0 on Augment Take.
0.
Got 3 from Destiny, and now making 20 on the 3 win here. This is looking like an insanely good spot for Porkwings if he's able to finish the streak off. We can take a look at Keen's as well. Chat is asking, is loss streak contested? It looks like right now we have 2 people on the 3 loss. That should be Keen's and Vancel. And Keen's will be opening on Vancel here, denying that 5 loss from the Ixtal Expeditionist. Will he? He does fight immediately. Wow. Fights Vancel here, snapping their streak.
I think this brutal. Is big, but the good news is it's not lose 7 in a row, right? They still have a chance. So to pull it off. The problem is lose 7 in total just is only 275 Sun Shards, and you're down half your HP at least at this point. Yeah. So it's very, very scary for Vancel and Vancel fans out there, I think. So
yeah. Vancel fans will be clenching seeing this one happen. Keen's taking out that Ixtal quest. Of course, as you mentioned, it's not going to cost them the streak, but it could cost them quite a bit regardless in the econ category. We see partner here being the 1% Peter of this game with the Ixtal Bard line immediately. Again, too much value, such an enabler for this sort of line. 2 free rolls every single turn for the entire game. So,
but again, no Melio. Again, no Melio with it. So we saw 1v9 Peter struggle with it last game, and I thought their spot was relatively decent. They 6 lost into 5 win, I believe, and it's still not good enough. Granted, they did take a bigger risk. They could have placed a little higher, but I don't know if they were capping out super high, that being said. So Partner is in a very, very similar spot. So hopefully we can see them pull it out a bit better here.
Yeah, we see Spencer here, Gunblade, Sunfire, really strong early game slams with that Juggernaut emblem with the Orianna and the Ahri in the backline, it looks like. He did not manage the 5-streak, but I'm pretty confident Spencer is almost in an unbot-forable spot if he's not contested in Demacia, is my read here.
Yeah, never say never in TFT, but I agree. His spot looks pretty good. I always think this can't be a bot for in my games, and sometimes the impossible happens.
Graves 2 for Rahu. It looks like he was able to snap Porkwing's streak off of that as well. Insane item quality and unit quality on this board right now. Mundo, of course, a very early game skewed unit with that healing mana lock tank style. But that means he's able to win early here with the Bilgewater. Complete opposite of what we saw from Porkwing's last game.
Yeah, I think the contrast is going to be big, and they're going to be able to greed a lot more. I think your spot early on really determines your spot later with Bilgewater, and if you're able to sack and get all those Serpents and get maybe even 2 Bilge items, or at the very least a lot of stacks. So I think it's definitely very interesting, but they get dropped Rod here, so not the best draw-ups for Rahu, but I'm sure they can make it work with Crown Guard and other things like that.
A Gwen 2 on bench for Porkwings? Gwen 2 on 4? Wow, that is a crazy pull. Of course, still only 7 Viegos, but will roll here, hopefully finding the Viego 3 this turn. If not, could slow down the game a lot for them. Yeah, down to 30 gold, does not see a single additional copy. If they do find a way to win the next round, the Bard could print the final copy for them here, but they are sending it to 0, it looks like.
Yeah, I think this is pretty interesting. Leduc made a great video on Bard prints. I haven't, internalized it all, but it seems like maybe it's possible that if we win this round, jam to level 5, we can get a Viego print maybe on one of these rounds. But I'm not sure if they got printed a Viego very recently, so they're not looking for it.
Even without like the exact rules, playing only one singular 1-cost on the board definitely helps their odds of appearing, given that if Bard chooses to print a 1-cost, there's no one but Viego to go for. So
yeah, this could have been a Gwen 2 diff, but we'll see. They are going to naturally level to next turn, so maybe they might get it anyways. We also see Keens here. It looks like they might be going for the T-Hex themselves as well.
T-Hex Ixtal. What is his quest here? I'm curious. Is this spot really something he wants to be in? So we're back to Porkwings here for the augment selection. I assume he really wants a way to hit this Viego 3, but does just opt for the grab bag. Rolling again here, still not finding it. Oh,
finds it, and we're gonna have 3-item Viego here.
Oh, the items look really good, I'll say. Has the Gunblade Slam if he wants it. Could reforge before opting for it, though. BT, of course, the ideal 3rd item here, but Gunblade is close enough most of the time.
I would think it's close enough as well.
Oh, finds the BT on the reforge.
Wow. I think we're really looking for tank items at this point, in my opinion, for Porkwings, but it looks like they will get a double slam with Morello, JG, or not double slam, a 5-item slam here in stage 3, which should be really, really strong.
Yeah, we're back to Keens here, the current villain, given that he's taking out the chat favorite Vancel. But he does find the 68 XP here when he's not willing to level just yet. Definitely not the most efficient take, but still gonna give him something when he goes for that T-Hex. A little more juice to maybe win the game with. Does have a 3-cost dupe to help hit all the star levels for Piltover. Not a bad thing to find from care package. Item quality also looking very high with the IEDB already.
This is looking like a game where you're kind of flipping your game based off your roll down, but it could be worth it as well. And Spencer's spot is looking very good. We talked about him being locked into Demacia here. Found a natural Garen. Nothing could be better than that, I don't think. So Spencer's spot is looking more and more guaranteed top 4. And there's 2 streakers as well between Rahu and
another
Spencer.
emblem for him. He's going to have the Demacia emblem here. Has it on bench already. Could be 7 Demacia as early as next turn with anything. Finds the Garen from who knows where. Going to get insane value off Legion of 3s and the Juggernaut spat with the 3-item tank. Is he able to beat Rahu is the question for me here. If he fights him.
Yeah, will definitely be a very, very close fight. Both these boards look very strong. Rahu does level here just in case.
They do dodge each other, it looks like.
But the classic 2 win streakers in lobby, and Big Fish is very, very weak right now. Yeah, given that they're bodyguard training and scaling up, and also a Kiana 1 right now. So not a very strong board, but hoping to be strong later in stage 4 with the combat augment he took on 2-1.
Yeah, combat into items. Could take combat again on 4-2. Going to be a pretty strong Slayer board from Big Fish, but of course, right now just going to sack a bunch of HP and will show up to some considerably strong boards on stage 4, I assume, with the Viego 3 making it to that Shadow Isles Kalista board. We're going to see Keen's commit to that T-Hex and Ixtal cash. We're going to see maybe the Nico 3 come out from the too much value player. So a lot of things happening in this lobby all at once. Another spat on bench for Brubber, who it looks like. We'll see what he opts for on this carousel. It's going to be the Bilgewater +1. Keen's does take the tier from him, taking out another player, though.
Yeah, Brubber, whose spots, they leveled on 3-3 off interval and were 20 gold, and then lost the round anyways. I'm not sure to who, but that's kind of really bad for their spot, I think. But overall, I would say their spot is pretty good in the scheme of things. But the spat was kind of interesting here for sure.
Yeah, this looks like he leveled saying, I'm going to get Fizz, and then maybe I get tier on Carousel, but does miss the tier, does not have a MF in shop, will not be getting augment value this stage, in fact. Effectively down that spat right now. This is what he really committed to, is finding that 7 bilge this turn and starting to greet as early as he could. So it's going to be a lot harder for him to win the game now, down so many serpents in bilge.
It looks like they naturaled a lot of Graves as well. I'm wondering if they're going for a cheeky Graves 3 at this point, or if they're just holding it for a remover. But I think they're keeping it open as an option for sure, it sounds like.
Yeah, and 1v9 Peter here from Peter. Wow.
Yeah. It looks like they're really trying to build into Azir and Shurima items as well. Their HP is relatively good, and as long as their HP is good, I think the Azir is going to pay off value here, and hopefully they can unlock one of the better Shurimans between Renekton.
I think Zoe has it. Yeah, Zoe does finish off the Graves here. Peter is saving a lot of health to play for those Shurima cash-outs, like you mentioned. Of course, that Azir should be strong enough to go for that Renekton, which is definitely the one that you want to unlock most of the time first, if not the Xerath, but the Xerath is kind of flippy. So yeah, I think a 275 here. Vancel did reach that 7 loss finally. What are your thoughts here for the next quest? Another quest for partner as well. Could take loose 3 here, given how healthy he is.
Yeah, I think Vancel's spots, I know he's the fan favorite over here, but it's looking a little rough. He has only 53 HP to work with and only halfway to Brock, basically. And you really want a bigger cash out than 550 if possible. 550 or more, rather. Because the rewards below 500 are not that good, I don't think. So I'm a little worried about Vancel's spots, kind of given it took him 8 rounds and now he's going into it. But the items on bench thing is really good for Vancel because, again, he completes on neutrals, which saves him a round of combat, I think. So definitely can turn it around, but it's going to depend a lot on the quest.
Yeah, we see partner here. Other Ixtal player did opt for the 4 loss here for 225. Will be about 40 health with a 310 cash ready. I assume they won't make it to Brock without cashing beforehand, unfortunately. Spencer, of course, still completely winning this stage, except for 3-6. It looked like someone took a round off him. Vancel almost at the 5 Ixtal here, but will not be going for that Nidalee. Yeah, the spot is not too insane. I'm a little worried here.
Yeah, I'm very worried. They only have about 3, maybe 4 lives if they're really close fights to kind of eke it out. If they can make a strong board on 4-2 with Ixtal in, that would be ideal, but it's a really tough ask, I think, with this lobby. There's so many players playing for level 8 between aura farming or spiking on stage 4 rather. They're going to be having aura farming, they're going to have bodyguard training, slayers, all that good stuff, and they're just running Ixtal right here without the cash out, so that's really scary, I think.
Yeah, they do get a new quest here. I assume has to be by XP. This Nico will not be living 15 seconds. Yeah, it does opt for the very easy one here. We'll see if they roll here though, because they could take like a roll 20 next turn, in fact, but they do choose to save some health, roll here. Yeah, I was a bit worried they took Ixtal out there, but they put it back in. Gotta get some upgrades on this board though if they want to win off this roll down.
Yeah, I'm
that's
almost
not a
curious.
real upgrade. That's a 2-star 1 cost. 5 Invoker. Vancel did not pivot in time here. Could cost them a round against Spencer. Already has that Garen with a D-Claw. We'll see who wins this. I assume the Garen can tank off the Zillion and the Vayne can kill off the board for Spencer though.
Yeah, I think Vancel really used all his gold here, which makes his next quest very limited in my opinion, between rerolls, XP, and all that good stuff. So I think they're very worried about their HP, but at the same time, it might be costing them to some extent. But they do win the fights, which is huge for Vancel.
Yeah, definitely a really important fight to win, given they committed Econ to rolling down. could commit to the malicious here. Definitely a big gamble, though, I think, if they don't win these rounds. Yeah, does just opt for the items from grab bag. Will they push is the question. I assume they took the armor quest. We can take a look here. That Skarner will easily proc it, especially given the Bramble Vest. Yep. They might get forced into this 400, though, if they can't win any more rounds this stage. Because their board is not that insane right now. Zillion did get buffed this patch, though.
Yeah, Zillion might be enough. It is a godsend of a unit in his spots, and he has good frontline, but I'm not sure it's enough given his spots, but let's sit here and wait for sure.
Yeah, taking a look at the souls here, Kalista comes out for Pork Wings, but not quite anywhere near the thresh yet. Gonna be end of stage at best. That being said, the Viego alone is often enough to win this entire stage on 3-star if the opponents are not too strong. Of course, Peter looking like an insane spot for him. You see 76 health, a 0-2, 1 combat augment, 1 item augment as well. Still has 10 gold left on level 8, and a Rift Herald 2 in the front line. I think if Peter plays this game perfectly, his win rate should be very, very high. That being said, it is not an easy spot to pilot.
Yeah, it's definitely not, but I think if he gets a Renekton here or a Xerath, I think it's a much easier spot to pilot. He can actually potentially force the Xerath if he thinks it's that much better, but it looks like he has Kraken, Shojin, and it looks like he might be able to just go for Renekton here, which I think is a good option as well.
Yeah, that double Shojin, definitely no ideal holders just yet. The Seraphine, not terrible, but it's not
it's a
what you want to put 2
one.
items on. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
But he does ideally want to win this round. So the only quote-unquote bad case for him is that he loses both of the next 2 rounds, which with this board seems pretty unlikely. Because in the other scenarios, he either gets Renekton or that Xerath, both of which are quite good early. So
yeah, definitely 1v9 Peter's spot looks really good. 2-star 4 cost on 4-2, 30 gold streaking, and has the Azir 2, of course. So
we see Vancel over there with have 20 units die. He does look like he has enough health to not be dead by the time he cashes it. But ideally, he'd like to win one of those 3 fights, which will contribute to him cashing. Looks like he does get quite a few units dead this round. Will he get the win, though? He does not. So Vancel gonna be losing even more health here, but he will cash 600 if he gets there. Actually, there is no 600 cash. It's going to be a 550. He needs to push one more time for 625.
Yeah, it's looking like a rough spot for Vancel. It's going to be on a razor's edge, whereas Peter's the only one streaking in the lobby and about to streak more with a Renekton and Shurima coming in, so which is big for his Azir too. And obviously, Renekton's a great unit in itself. So Peter, like you said, has a pretty good win share chance here for sure.
Yeah, when we get back to the players, we can take a look at these bottom 2 who are looking very, very low health. Even though Vancel's the Ixtal player, we see 2 players almost at 1 life. Next stage, Keen's guaranteed to be 1 life, so we'll see if they find any way out of here. Yeah, Keen's has a Xerath unlocked with a T-Hex. What am I even witnessing? Does have the Mining Drill. He could go 9 here, but he also has a Shojin on his T-Hex. What are your thoughts on that one?
I think it's not ideal, but I think sometimes you have to 3-item something. But they do have 2 Reforgers, and I'd be very interested in reforging both the Shojin and the Archangels for some sort of hit here. Can't miss with 2 Reforgers, right? We'll see.
He does have Braum too, does have 8 items, and does have that scaling combat. As well, we'll get 1 more item next stage from the care package, but is it going to be enough to beat Peter, who he does get in his pool here? This is going to be a really important fight for both these players, as Peter looks to keep his streak going, guarantee that level 9, guarantee that super high Shurima cap. Could go for Rise even. That might be what the double Shojin's for. The T-Hex is not on the Azir just yet. Looking like a pretty close fight still, though.
Yeah, it's definitely very close, but I think this Azir is just going to start taking over for sure.
Yeah, the Ginsu
T-Hex is just not enough.
Keen's all the way down to 2 HP. Still alive, but looking very, very difficult for him to make it out here.
I think if they do happen to make it to TX2, it should be very, very good. But that spot is very far away, I will say. They do have Mining Drill to get a bit of extra gold, but I think they might want to take a risk here between the Shojin and the Archangels to double reforge it.
Yeah, I was wondering if they go for that real 3rd item piece. Of course, blue buff T-Hex is good, but that's only because of the mana gen. T-Hex does not auto-attack during the spell there, so the Shojin does not do nearly the same thing for it. We'll see Vancel here looking to kill off Keens, get revenge for that lost streak early. will it be enough with the Cillian? The double 2-star 4-cost front line, great util items in the back line as well. Vancel's board is not weak by any means at this point.
Yeah, Vancel did win the last round, so every round they win is closer to another cash out or another greeting point for so that they can go for a bigger cash out. But it looks like Keens will live to fight another day and get one more mining drill.
Perfect interval for Vancel. It looks like Vancel won one of the 3 rounds, just like we mentioned they were looking to, and now they'll have a 600 with another life left. I'd love to hop to Vancel here. Yeah, the Brock comes out. Will they be able to push again? Oh, these quests are not ideal. Does have to cash, yeah. Nothing they could do on neutrals, it looked like. So
does cash, but gets a pretty good cash out, I would say, kind of
550, 20 health, and looking very likely to reach Brock 2 here. Of course, about to proc Epoch again this stage. So I could see Vancel competing with Peter for the win out here. Keens could be in that conversation if he's able to go 9 next turn and hit that T-Hex 2. If not, I assume Keens will be going bot 2 here, given how strong this lobby's looking. Peter is going to keep streaking, though. He doesn't look like he's able to reach another Shuriman, given that he's still on 5 streak right now. We'll see what happens. This is going to be a crazy roll down from Vancel. That gold sub coming in, contributing to this Brock 2 fund. Zillion also contributing to it. 78 gold to roll. We'll see what is found here.
A lot of improvements to make to their board. It looks like
they're
10? Pumping to 10. Wow. That is very ambitious, with Brock costing 14 gold, Brock 2 costing 14 more gold, and they don't have an in. They're
not farming any econ anymore. I mean, this does make the Zillion a bit stronger, but Zillion could even pay for this later is the thing. So this denies so much econ from themselves. But will it pay off? This is, of course, a very high-risk play, but it could win them the game if they hit this Brock 2 anyways, and then all their rolls are super efficient on level 10. But, of course, there's no gold to buy that Brock 2 right now. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is a crazy move.
Loses the round to Spencer here. That must be a Brock 2 diff.
That must be a Brock 2 diff, and that must be rolling 80 gold on 9 diff, because they could get Shyvana 2, Brock 2. All these units cost a lot of gold. And I think Vanzel's playing it on the edge for sure. Really playing it a bit risky here, I would say.
We see Brother who go 1 into 8, by the way. Another Bilgewater 8th. These Bilgewater players seem to get absolutely slammed immediately. Keens hits the T-Hex 2 on his board. Big Fish fighting to stay alive here as well.
Wow. Keens is making the comeback as well. Yeah, this is gold sub plus 2 Ixchel players plus the T-Hex player. The caps are going crazy
Big Fish
in this
looking
lobby.
like not a weak board at all, but down to 1 life in this insane lobby. Could just fight Keens here and get absolutely nuked. Looks like that is what's about to happen too.
You absolutely called it as well. Yeah, it's what a time to rotate into T-Hex 2, but they do get the wrap on the Seraphine. I do think that this is as best of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, Slayers looks like has a decent matchup here. Whole board except T-Hex dead already.
It's looking like me on Mbessa, low-key, but it's still not enough with perfect positioning. I think the
Velvet's fighting for it, not enough though.
Not enough. Wow, Big Fish goes from his humble 3rd to humble 7th. I thought he played very humbly in both these games, but not humble enough, it looks like.
Yeah, Keens looking completely unhumble this game, and it could pay off, but not if Vancel takes him out with the Brock 2.
Hits Brock 2. I'm not sure who they beat last round, but couldn't have been someone super duper strong. I think if you're Keens, you actually need to drop out of 6 Piltover. The 6 only gives you the mining drill. You got to convert that gold into
Peter there.
board
Peter
strength.
could be stacking for Shurima as well, stacking to go 9 for Rise for that super high Shurima Rise cap as well. Yeah, Keens right now looking like strongest in lobby, except for Vancel, who could completely dominate with this Brock 2 in the matchup. Yeah, Porkwings looking like they'll bleed out to a humble top 4, most likely, in the Shadow Oz line. Viego is high cap, but Viego is not as high cap as T-Hex 2 Brock 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Porkwings definitely had a good opener, but it just looks like they're gonna get outcapped by all these really strong boards, I would say. Viego's good, but I think 2-star T-Hex and 2-star Brock are a bit better. And the gold checks out on that as well. 15 greater than 9.
Spencer in a similar position. We kind of see 3 high cap players here and 2 lower cap players who are just hoping Keens and Vancel kill each other off, and they get their top 4s, get their points, and then they get to watch the Dino versus the Brock and see who wins out.
The Battle of the Ancients, yeah, absolutely, with the dinosaurs and the rock guy.
Yeah, pretty crazy lore and legends interaction here.
Yeah, and Spencer, who did play the Humble Demacia line, it looks like the Humble lines that really do stabilize on 8 seem to be doing well, so long as you preserve the HP early on. That seems to be the key between him and Big Fish from last game.
Just like Big Fish last game, the Humble line into the max cap, he held both dupes this time, though. He's guaranteed to make it to the 6-2 at this point, it looks like. And he's going to be going straight for that 3-star Kai'Sa or the 3-star Garen.
Yeah, this is
holding every out.
This is just like Big Fish played last game, and hopefully the 2-star or 3-star forecast actually does something to affect the placement here in this game. But Spencer looks close to it.
To greet his removers. That's what Big Fish failed to do last game. Greet his removers, go for that damaged 3-star forecast. Like if he hits Garen, you gotta give that thing an IE or a Sterix or something. Most likely Gunblade is the best in because Garen will be top damage guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm worried even with a 3-star, can they beat Vancel, who's looking like the absolute monster with Brock 2, with Radiant TG, Zillion 2, just full cap over here from Vancel. It looks like a very, very strong board.
Well, Vancel is a true high cap player for going 9 there. Yeah, Porkwings
for going 10,
here. For going 10. Sorry, I'm not used to saying that, in fact.
Yeah, straight to 10 on 5-1. Not even 5-2, 5-1. Yeah, him and Keens are when are they going to face off each other? If it's a Riot Games special, maybe never.
Yeah, Porkwing's looking to scrape one more round against Spencer here and maybe find a way just to top 4 barely here, as it looks like the only way he makes it out is Vancel and Keens go head-to-head, and one of them has to die. It is not obvious who's going to win this game, I'll say. Despite a Brock 2, despite a T-Hex 2, despite a 0-2 on 4-2, despite the max cap going for a 3-star forecast, I have no idea who's supposed to win this.
Yeah, this game's very, very exciting.
Oh, we see the head-to-head versus Clone. This might be Clone. Yeah, it is the Clone here.
It is the Clone, but it still might be strong enough. It's still none. You know, I don't know all the Ghost Board interactions, but I will say I think T-Hex has a good matchup against Brock. It has enough single target now.
Yeah, lives. Porkwing is down. I don't think Peter can kill Vancel. Yeah, cannot kill Vancel in the other fight.
Wow.
So any of these 4 players could win the game, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think looking at it, I think Keens actually has a really, really good matchup into Brock. Just the Brock jumps in and you actually have enough single target now compared to the AoE from before with the T-Hex where you had to line everything
Peter's
up.
rolling here to deny, by the way. That's why he's sending on neutrals.
Looks like Peter's playing for his humble, whatever his placement is, maybe 3rd, depending on matchmaking.
Peter needs Spencer to miss, because Spencer could go 3rd and then Peter could scam a 2nd, is what I believe Peter's hoping for. So Vancel and Keens can't both top 2 here. Like, they're gonna fight each other in one of the next 2 rounds, I assume. They did fight Clone, though. That could delay it. We'll see.
Gets another big Nico here.
No, not like this.
He has the Garen. He might have the Kai'Sa and the Garen. I think that should be enough to outcap anything.
Yeah, could hit all 3, in fact.
Going for them all.
Here. Wait, is it guaranteed all 3? It looks like it's guaranteed all 3 to me. Or one more.
It looks like I think we're gonna use just this on Garen right now and get all the items.
Yeah, since that's enough.
Yeah, I guess with 3-star Lux, I guess Tank Garen is actually totally acceptable here.
Yeah, when we have this like just a normal reroll board, a forecast in fact, very normal reroll from Meta Spencer. Peter held 2 Garens, by the way. It just didn't matter.
It just did not matter. He's giving him the thumbs up here. I would say that's thumbs up to get the to get the big Nico there. That is a big thumbs up for Spencer, who...
Yeah, Hodge on the Garen, of course. That Omnivamp will just be insane on a 3-star forecast.
Why is this comp not on Tactis.tools or TFT Academy? I didn't know you could reroll forecasts like this. This is crazy from Spencer. He might get a 3rd reroll. We might be going for a Brock 3 versus... Wow.
I don't think this is enough to be 2 3-star forecasts. I think the Zillion is too slow to win this matchup, but we'll see with a double Brock 2, double TG coming out. Of course, that Radiant TG looking pretty insane. The Swain Sun will come out on those 3-star forecasts as well. Will it be enough? We will see the head-to-head here, it looks like.
I think you need to put the Brocks more on the edge so that it doesn't get wrapped by the Garen, or sorry, surround the Garen or surrounded by the Lux and gets a line on the Lux. I think we need to put them on the edges a bit, so that they don't get spin to win here.
Yeah, it looks like one of them will be dodging the Garen AoE.
Yeah.
Will this be enough?
Gets onto the Lux.
The Lux is about to 2-shot the Brock.
I don't
This is a
think it's
crazy fight.
enough.
One Brock down. Will the second Brock kill the Lux before it goes down? It does not look like it will. The Garen can solo, in fact. Looks like Spencer just wins the game here, killing off both opponents. Peter going third. Vancel at least gets a second for how high cap that gameplay was, but Meta Spencer, the pro circuit player, will take the win.
I did say the player to watch out for was Spencer, and he did know how to pilot this game. He played solid TFT and went for the win con that he saw, and damn, did he have a good win con there. 2 3-star forecasts, 2 big Nikos to close it out. That's crazy from him. And Vancel, the fan favorites, also tried to play as high cap as possible. Maybe needed to sell more for all the Brocks, but I think got a very reasonable second.
Vancel killing units did get that second there, as Peter did die, because Peter was clearly the third strongest at that point. So we will hop over to break here and come back with scores and that one final game after that.
Hello,
Welcome
everyone.
back,
Get your popcorn ready. This is a crazy game 3 coming up. To you, Wigmug, you're going to talk about the scores now, which is also just as crazy.
Yeah, we have some crazy things happening. So Keens is currently holding the first place, but just barely by 1 point there. So he could easily lose that, slide all the way to the middle, as Vancel, fan favorite, and Spencer, pro player, are right behind him. Of course, 4 other players are holding right in there and could technically win the entire tournament with a first place, and good other players not doing quite as well. But we're gonna see Porkwings go for some sort of Hail Mary to try and pull out a top 4 into the top 4 there. The lobby will be starting in a couple of minutes. Is there anyone you want to look out for this time around?
Yeah, I think the whole middle of the pack is really interesting, but obviously the top 3 kind of has the highest chance to win, assuming they don't go, all 3 of them don't crash out here. I think they have a really strong chance of winning. So I think obviously the top 3 are really worth looking at. And I'm very curious about Porkwings. They say maybe when pigs can fly, he can get top 4, but we'll see how exactly that works out. It's hard when you're at the bottom mentally. I think it's really hard, but if they can kind of pull something out here and get a top 4 somehow in the tournament, that'd be amazing for them. Whereas 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7 between Brubba, Who, 1v9 Peter, Partner, and Big Fish are all looking to kind of make that big swing towards the top 3, I think. So it should be a really interesting game. It's really segmented out, I think.
Yeah, that top 3 is really interesting for a couple of reasons. Vancel, of course, our fan favorite. Spencer as the pro player, but Keens is also interesting given that he is actually 0 LP Masters right now, which is probably 1,000 LP below Spencer. Keens historically has been like a challenger level player, but this set he's kind of said, I don't really care, I'll be Master 0, I'm just having fun, and he's in this tournament and showing up these other challenger level players completely, it looks like. And he'll see if he can do that for 1 more game and finish off Spencer here, taking the win, potentially over Vancel as well.
Yeah,
we should hop into game soon. I believe they will start around this time, but we need to see, at the end of the day, who is going to pull this one out. This is a really clutch game and a really clutch spot, so it's going to be insane to watch.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of high win share lines, really high caps between 3-star, 2 3-star forecasts. 1 wasn't good enough in game 1, as we saw. Wukong 3 is not good enough, but it turns out you need both a 2-star frontliner or 3-star frontliner and a 3-star backliner for forecast to win the game. So I wonder what lines we're going to be seeing. We saw a lot of Ixtal, granted that was with the Ixtal Expeditionist augment, which gives you 10 more HP to play with, which I think was huge in both those guys' games. They had less than 10 HP, so they needed every HP amount. And then we also saw a lot of attempts at Piltover, which had very mixed results, I would say. With Keens capping out pretty high at a 4th, but it was only a 4th because they played a really strong board. So it's definitely going to be interesting what lines people take to try to win, or if they're going to play some, let's say, standard and humble TFT. Yeah.
Yeah, so this will be the final game, and if it does go to tiebreaks, that will be decided by the qualifying order on day 1. So I will keep you guys updated on that if it comes into play. We will be talking about the scores during the game, of course, as we see who is able to slip into that top spot and who's going to fall down through the standings, because inevitably someone has to go 8th again. So yeah, we'll be in game in just a minute here, but again, one more time, this is for $1,000. The first place prize is $300, second $200, and it'll just keep going down as you fall through. So we could see a single placement or 2 be the difference between $300 and $100 maybe. So
yeah, this is great for all the Vancouver locals out here. This is a great tournament to participate in, and I think it's really high level competition for a TFT local tournament. This is huge. You have really strong players across the board. The aggregate LP of this lobby is so high, I think, and it's great to be able to have an event with such competitive competition, I guess. Yeah.
And as if we had not if we have not had enough high cap games today, we have a Scuttle Puddle game to round it out. Just wow. That is certainly something. We'll see what comes out this game. If we will have 2 Ixtal players again, as we have in the last 2 lobbies, a too much value player each time, Ixtal Expeditionist each time as well, or if we're going to see some more general gameplay, less Fast 9, less T-Hex.
Yeah, I think this encourages the 2-star 5 cost boards, or even 2-star 7 costs with Baron Nashor or something like that. So if we thought the lobbies were crazy before, they could be even crazier now. We'll see if it's prismatic as well. That would make it extra spicy for the final game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the 6 gold blue orb coming out here at least. Could see a couple interesting units that give people direction. Of course, 3-cost reroll has not been meta this set. Also not meta this patch, unfortunately, but a lot of people will go straight to 9 here. We can hop around, take a look at these openers. We see Spencer holding the Ari. We can take a look at what the Ionia is as well, I guess. See if this is something he's willing to play around. Of course, Spirits being the best one, especially for Ari early, does have the absolute worst one in Path of
Absolute worst one, yeah. But an RE2 is an RE2, and it still might be his strongest board, but it does lead him down a bad path, I would say. So definitely interesting from Spencer's spot what to do here. He does have an Ionia opener, but it's not a very good Ionia. So
yeah, has the 2 Void, which in Scuttle is quite efficient, I'll say. We'll see if he opts towards that. He doesn't have it on board, though. Definitely looks like he's leaning away from it for some reason. I'm not sure what he has in mind, though. There's very little direction, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it looks like a full gold opener as well. He sells everything. I think spreading roots makes a lot of sense here. Oh, that's a little tempting. I don't know what his voids are, but that's a little tempting on Scuttle Puddle. But I would be more keen on spreading roots here, given he has no direction, like you said.
Wow, will he reforge these? Freljord Quick, not ideal in this meta, but Freljord is also a very good early slam. It does slam here. I'm gonna take that LeBlanc into consideration immediately. Go for that 3 Noxus with Briar, I assume, and play towards a Freljord Bruiser Core. Could be his line. Peter again. Oh my. Wow.
But this time he has Ixtal on 2-1. Completely different game, I would say.
Yeah, what
from the one he played earlier.
Take a look at his quest. He's gonna be going straight for that Bard on 2-3. Has the 4-2 cost, but cannot play them. Yeah, has 10 units die. Incredibly efficient quest here. 3 turns, 105 stacks, and then he might even start winning on 2-5, given how strong he is already with these Vi and Nico copies.
Keynes also has a Teemo too. I wonder if he's going straight to Riggs from this spot. It's a very interesting spot because I do think Teemo is not a bad unit, but Yordles doesn't lead to anywhere. But with Scuttle Puddle, I think anything is possible. It's Scuttle Puddle and Gold Opener on top of that. So you see all these players with 20 plus gold and strong boards.
This is Stars Yorick from Porkwings. Porkwings, of course, at the bottom there, currently clearly in 8th place, and will need a big game to pull into first. Does start with a Yorick too, though. Could be a really good way to win this stage, especially given no one has items, right? So this Yorick is just a very hard thing to kill. Levels to 5 here early as well. And we see another player going for the Bard. Bard 2 on 2-2 from Brahu.
Wow. This lobby, again, is going to look like it's high cap. You have strong tempo players. You have Ixtal players running around. This is going to be a strong lobby for sure. We're going to have to see how the caps work out, but the game is wide open.
Yeah, I mean, this is I assume Brahu does not want to contest the too much value player, right? The too much value player can never pivot, quite frankly. They're stuck playing these 2 costs, they're going to reroll, and they're going to have the most econ to do it. That being said, Brahu can play around this Bard 2 pretty convincingly, maybe find Ixtal from the free rolls as well, and play towards a fast 9 Ixtal, as we've seen already twice from these players.
Yeah, you absolutely don't want to show up to a reroll fight without a reroll augment, and yeah, I think Brahu knows a bit better than to contest a too much value player who's getting, twice as much gold as him per turn.
Yeah, we'll keep taking a look around. We'll see that Bard come out, I'm sure, for Peter. But a lot of two cost copies. We also see Partner here, another LeBlanc unlocker. Is that Darkened Staff? I believe that
is
quite
the
weak.
Darkened Staff. They did buff it in this past patch.
Oh, you're right, they did.
But I'm not sure how significant it is.
Well, we'll see, honestly.
Yet to be
able to keep streaking off
seen.
it. Yeah, the Invoker, of course, quite efficient with it. LeBlanc, very good early at killing off these units. We'll see if they're able to fight Spencer or Porkins here and deny them the 5 win. Those fight
Getting
quite weak. So
yeah, getting a item augment here in the early game is really big when you only have one component. It really is. You have 2x components on everyone, so the Darkened Staff could be a good augment choice just because it gives you so much tempo if he thinks he can win these rounds, which pulling together a 3 streak and 40 gold, it looks pretty good for a partner, but I wonder about his stage 3 if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, of course, partner was in that middle of the pack chunk of the people with either 8 or 9 points, right? So he needs a big top 2 to pull into that top quarter, go for that $200 or $300 prize at the top, but a single bot 4 could send them all the way to the bottom here, right? So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how the middle of the pack plays it. If they go for broke here and try to play some risky comps that could go 8th, but have a really high win chance, it's going to be really interesting to see how the middle of the pack plays and how that plays with the top 3 who are really vying for it between Keens, Spencer, and Vancel, who are all 3 neck and neck at 12 and 11 points together. So it's going to be a very, very interesting game from a dynamic standpoint, from a tournament dynamic standpoint, rather.
LeBlanc 2, Scion 1 for Spencer, but with 3 items on the Scion. Keep in mind, these emblems are basically items, right? You mentioned the tempo from that Darkened Staff. Well, how about basically a Warmogs from Freljord emblem? Quickstriker, obviously not ideal on Scion, but still gonna give him some healing. So we'll see where these items end up, and if this is enough for Spencer to win out against this other LeBlanc player in partner. Porkwings also goes to level 6 here, competing for that 100 streak. We do see the head-to-head LeBlanc fight I was discussing, though. We'll see which one is stronger here, either the 3-item Shen or the 2-item LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. Spencer decided to keep, he removed it from the Scion but to the Shen 2 to make strongest board, but he decided to keep the Quick Striker spat despite it not having any value on his board.
It does do some healing here. We'll see it heal again here. Yeah, as the unit goes down, it does give 15% max health healing, and it looks like the Shen is doing crazy work with it.
That is a fast Shen, just running up to every target. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I wonder what his plan is with the Quick Striker emblem, or if he just thinks it's too good, because 2 Quick Striker is very easy to fit on your board and very, very effective for your entire board.
Yeah, he could level here, right? He could level, still make 30, play this Viego, and get 15% attack speed team-wide.
Does he need to level? Porkwings is very strong, so this is for the 5 streak potentially.
We can hop over, see what he's up against if he does pull that fight.
Pulls for Bruiser for now. I wonder if he sneaks in a level.
Oh, Porkwings looks almost unbeatable with a Belveth as well on the bench. Yeah, fights Barber who we see a race to the bottom as well with these full openers on stage 2. Despite the full econ, people are still greeting for these lost streaks. Peter could be doing it for his quest though. We can take a look. Yeah, lose 3 in a row. Peter could get sacked on next stage even, given how committed it looks like some of these players were to losing.
Yeah, I think this is a Riot Games classic where the lose streakers don't play each other and the win streakers don't play each other. So there's going to be even more gold, even more gold in this lobby than we thought.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting to watch, as every single player will have so much agency to work with. But it doesn't matter what you do if the other player does something better at the end of the day. So
Spencer here, I could imagine him going for a bit of a Rise board as well. Sorry.
Yeah, Big Fish opting towards a Yordle mid-game. Could be Veigar here most likely, right? The 3 rods.
It looks like they're going to try to unlock Veigar by 3-5 and go for that rod on Carousel. So that's kind of where the inting is going. I'm not sure if they want to int
This is a really important neutrals for Big Fish. Given how rich you are, you can skip straight to 7 on 3-2, unlock the Veigar, but only if you get dropped a rod here. So we'll see if that's the high roll that comes out or not, because that's a huge swing for the spot. Will it be...
Wow, he does. They get it, and a Bramble Vest, and they're half Void, half Spark. This is really, really good.
Yeah, of course. Normally that 7 on 3-2 is heavily gated by a 2-1 econ, which makes it really hard because your 2-1 often needs to be a rod augment, right? But given this lobby is just getting infinite money for free from the portal and from neutrals, it's going to be really easy to unlock Veigar without griefing econ here.
Would you level here?
I think on the lost streak, you're okay waiting 1, especially given you need to go 8 and hit the Veigar 2 on 4-1.
Absolutely.
So it's a little too risky, I suspect.
Yeah, and with Augment coming up, you can make a better decision as well. So I totally agree with that. And 1v9 Peter looks like he's going to get his 3 loss, but we have to be asking at some point, when are we going to be saving our HP? It's a little unclear to me.
Yeah,
but
is this Peter's 3rd or 2nd loss?
I believe this is going to be his 3rd loss in a row. So this could be big for him.
Yeah, this is an insane number of stacks to have this early in the game then. So he can start winning pretty quickly by rolling, right? Given he probably has 15 rolls almost saved up at this point. At least 10, I suspect. Fire Sale here for Big Fish, definitely the most efficient econ augment in the whole game. Does he decide he needs econ? Yeah, he chooses that he needs combat here. He's super rich already.
Second Wind has got to... Whoa. I feel like Second Wind is one of the best combats in the game, especially when you're 3-starring something. But decides for Band of Thieves for max tempo here. He does have a 2-star Poppy to put that on.
This is a win now take if there's ever been one, right? He says, I need to start winning. I won last round. If I can win this round, I can get Veigar, keep streak going. Peter does need to sack one more, it looks like, for the Ixchel. Gonna hide it, by the way, on bench. From any... I assume Brr who would be the one to take him out. We can hop over there, see... Is he trying to outsack Peter here?
I think Peter leveled and is okay with it. It looks like the board is not strong enough.
Yeah. We see a TX game coming out here from Brr, it looks like. Yeah, it does fight Peter on the 6th loss. I wonder if Brr regrets not opening this round now, given he could have snapped Peter's streak, kept his loss streak, and denied, quite frankly, a player who's gunning to take him out at the top there, right? I mean, Brr who basically said, I don't care if Peter gets his Ixchel quest, I need to start winning, so...
Yeah, he wonders if it's worth the HP. If you have Know Your Enemy or Future Sight or something crazy like that, maybe it's more worth, but decides it's not worth to lose infinite number of rounds, or not infinite, but an indiscriminate number of rounds for that. So, and Big Fish gets all 3 Yordles unlocked here. This is gonna be big for him.
If he did opt for a Fire Sale here, I wonder if he could go 8 on 3-5, right? And it sounds a little silly to be 8-0 gold on 3-5, but it is not when you're playing this Yordle trade. 8 Yordle just gives you enough gold that it's worth it to be literally exactly 0 gold regardless. So. Peter sending it down. We'll take a look at the quest here. I believe Twin Guardians is also quite efficient. Yeah, finds a 2-star Milio quest, immediately finds a 2-star Milio, but the health is very, very thin already. He needs to win every round this stage, and he's going to be against level 7 opponents the entire time.
Porkwings and Meta Spencer have not played each other once still, so the race to the top is still going there. We'll definitely have to see how that pans out, but Keynes does look like he's kind of in the Yordles to Riggs line, is kind of where I see it being Ziggs and Rise.
Peter has so many stacks, but so little HP.
Yeah.
Porkins does lose the streak to Spencer, though. Spencer looking pretty insane. Pulled out second win there with that triple item front line. Another pan on Carousel here that could juice a player to an insanely high cap mid-game at least. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think we had any Demacia players this game for that Rod Lux, but someone's going to take that spat and make something out of it, I'm sure. Does go to partner in, I believe, Shadow Isles. Or was that? I think Porkwings was Shadow Isles.
I think they were in LeBlanc Darkened Staff, so not sure where that is going exactly, but we'll have to see. Yeah,
a lot of good uses in that line.
Oh, it's like it's going to a Fawn, which is one of the better purposes of a spat, let me tell you. It's looking pretty good for them to be able to jam that in. And on Scuttlepuddle, where you get extra resources, you'll have the gold to fill your board, and you'll have extra items. So this isn't a complete loss as well. So this is really, really good. And I think AP fits a lot of good emblems between Bruiser Emblem, Jug Emblem, Freljord Emblem. I think AP fills in a lot of good possibilities here. So that's really, really good for partner.
Will they pull this round out? Again, fighting lobby leader Spencer here. With that 2-star frontline, 3 items on the Shen still. LeBlanc 2 has 2 items as well now. I see why Spencer kept the streak so long, and it looks like it's going to keep going this round as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Fawn is big enough right now, but I think the Fawn will be a lot better as we go later into the game for sure.
So as we take a look at the standings again, we see Spencer up there near the top. I believe Spencer can put up an insane performance this game, and as long as Spencer wins the game and Keynes does not go second, Spencer will win the tournament. So Spencer has a lot of agency, a lot of gold, and a lot of health to work with. We'll see how that works out for him with that double emblem line.
Yeah, I think the players to watch out for still, for winning the tournament, I think is Keynes, Vancel, and Spencer. So their spots are all looking pretty good, I would say. Vancel's is looking a little more suspicious given that he's so low HP, but he can always bounce back, I know.
Peter's flipping the game on this quest. He has to sack 2 rounds for this, and he's 33 health. If he doesn't proc it immediately, he can never do it again, right? If he fucks it up, sorry, forget my language. If he messes it up a single time.
Yeah, I think that is true. Good news is he probably is going to lose this round anyways. They just need to sack 1 more round, which I think is completely possible if they do hit the 3-star version of their board, which with too much value and all the gold coming on Scuttle Puddle and people waiting a bit on 4-1, I think they can definitely spike on 4-1 and kind of gamble it. It looks like a calculated risk more so than a gamble. So this is something to keep our eye out going into 4-1 because they are playing for the big win here.
Yeah, Peter is showing no risk aversion whatsoever in these games with these Ixtal quests, I'll say. Very, very confident play, but last time it did not pay off. We'll see if it does this time. Yeah, Spencer kept the 10 win. Gonna be going straight to 9 for Ryze, I assume, here. No reason to play level 8, quite frankly, with how much econ and health he's safe throughout the game.
It looks like Ryze is going to be very contested this game. I think Keenz is playing Yordles into Ziggs Ryze as well, so the caps are going to be similar, but their caps are going to be really, really high. Anytime you're on Scuttle and you have Ryze and you have really good players like Spencer, Keenz, and players of this quality, it's always going to be really, really hard. So it's definitely an interesting game.
Out. Someone could get some spats off that. The other, is that 2 gold orbs? Wow. No. We're going to see some wild stuff. I'm confident. A gold dupe, 2 gold dupes for Spencer. Okay. I guarantee you I know what his plan is now, and it's going to be something to reroll.
Kindred's a huge hit. That's the only quick striker that you want.
The fact he gets this before 3rd augment also gives him so much information about what his win con is already, and the rest of the lobby is also going to be dizzy playing for their gold orbs. So it's going to be really hard to follow, but we'll do our best here. Yeah, we'll see. I assume Morello and Omicron come out here. Yeah, Morello's Warmog's
Morello and Warmog's easy unlock for our Volibear, who can carry the quick striker spat as well for us. Looks like a really solid roll down for Spencer here if he can unlock.
Yeah, looks like we see an MF2 over there on the other side. Who is that? It is Rubber Brahu,
who is playing for Piltover and flexing a bit.
Yeah, we'll have to do a pretty quick scan of the lobby, but it's going to be hard to follow all these gold orbs. I assume someone
Peter
else
loses again, which means his game is, I think, over.
Oh, yeah,
not being able to alternate. So, pour one out
he's gonna
for
flip
Peter.
Something here, but it's basically impossible for him to win out, given he can never cash Ixtal again, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I think you're looking at a dead man's POV over here.
I mean, he'll do what he can, but I don't think Gilded Steel is enough to save him. None of these look like they can flip the game. We'll see. Spencer here takes an item augment to try and keep the streak going a bit longer and have that cap on 9.
Yeah,
I assume he wasn't offered any max cap this time around, so that would be certainly interesting with 4 dupes on bench.
Yeah, it looks like Spencer's spot is really good, and it's really clear as well. I think he is going for the 2-star or 3-star 4 cost as well. Will have infinite gold given that he's 11 streaking here. He has 2 greater Nikos. He does not need to go 9 to win the game. He can do it right here and right now if he finds an uncontested 4 cost. But it does look like someone else is in that Freljord AP line with Seraphine, Lysandra, and Brahms being held. I see 3 right now on this screen.
2 on
so maybe he does need to go 9 if he scouts around and kind of sees his win con. I think they might need to go 9 here.
Yeah, I mean this is
the cap a little lower.
This is what Spencer has played for, right? This is his full-time thing, and this is his moment to show it. I'll say in this local tournament, he keeps his streak another round. So much health to work with, but other than Peter, I still don't count anyone out in this lobby. I don't think there's anyone who has no way to win except for Peter. Unfortunately,
I think Vancel has a. It's between Vancel, Spencer, and Keenz, right? And they're all top 3 in this lobby.
Yeah, they're currently highest health. Not to say Spencer has double the health of any other player in this lobby right now. That is crazy.
Yeah,
Keenz
so
going 9 soon. Most likely going to wait until 5-1 though. We'll need a really high cap here.
Yeah, they're going for the Riggs cap, and that is a really high cap for sure. So we'll definitely have to see how they go through this. And we were talking about Pork Wings earlier, and they are making their way to the Arcanist board, it looks like, with Annie and Arcanist emblem. So that's really interesting there to see them try to go for maybe a Silas Annie cap, which does sound really, really good. it just sounds a bit far away with 0 gold right now.
Spencer's still winning. I assume he's willing to go 9 here and still go for a 3-star forecast on 9 because he's going to be alive a while longer, but I don't think he's going to rush the level at all. He knows he has time. He knows he can scout the lobby and think about which 3-star can I hit, which one is hard to deny, which one is denied already, and how can I play around that. The double dupes does just give him so much to work with, though.
Yeah. Other people did not get the double dupe, so they somehow got power onto their board in some other way, either through direct gold or through items. So it's really surprising Spencer is able to win with kind of all his resources that he got from neutrals on his bench. He's really pulling it out with the spreading roots and the strong opener. I think that's really showing his class here, why he is the pro player in tier 1. And it looks like, you know, if no one can get second or third here, he has the pathway to victory just through that.
Yeah, I will comment, even if Spencer wins the game, if Vancel... Oh yeah, if Keynes goes second, Keynes does have a better tiebreaker than Spencer. So Keynes needs to at least edge out that second if Spencer is going to continue this path towards victory, which it looks like right now he is on. That being said...
Keynes is close, right? He's going for the big guns with the Riggs comp, the Ziggs, Rise, and Set comp. So they are going for it, and it looks like they did just do their roll down. I did see a Wukong too, so I think that is part of their roll down. So that's really, it's going to be the game there as far as I'm concerned, unless Vancel can also cap really high, which, to be totally honest, they can do as well with, again, Ziggs and Volibear being the main thing. So these guys are contesting a lot of each other's units.
This you commented on this Quick Strike emblem as a tank item, but Spencer has committed it the entire game to staying on his main tank. That being said, he doesn't really have a third tank item, but he's just said, I have damage, I just need some frontline. I will put the Quick Striker emblem on frontline just for the heal, just for the dash. It heals 15% max health every time the unit gets a takedown, right?
Yeah. Look, I don't want a 300-pound Braum guy running at me either, so I get why the Quick Striker emblem definitely should go on him, and three items is 3 items. That is never been more true than today.
A bit of a crazy level 9 flex here. No Rise to be seen. How will he be unlocking the Rise? I'm not entirely sure. Doesn't look like he's unlocking the Ziggs yet either. Could just stay in this Annie Zillion board, go for Set as well on neutrals. He doesn't want to go for Set just yet, given the Exile's value is really important. So.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. He builds red buff, so I don't think he's trying to play around the Annie, it looks like. Unless he was just like an item is an item. He does have salvage bin, so never mind, scrap that. Just an item is an item here in this case. Yeah, I wonder what they're going for. It does seem to me like you would want to unlock Riggs as soon as possible and hold on to this Fizz or something so that you can 3-item a Yordle and then toss it. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting spot. I think Brababa as well is in an interesting spot for potentially trying to get a 2-star T-Hex here.
Yeah, this is a really important fight for Brababa to keep another life to go 9 with, right?
Yeah,
it does get the win. Brababa will be playing some serious defense. We also see Peter finally go down, and Porkwings looks like that Shadow Owl spot was not enough to keep the mid game going. Porkwings will be out of the tournament with that one, I believe, unfortunately.
Spencer seems to be holding forecast, so he's really scouting around as much as possible to find which forecast can I 3-star. I have items for anything. Just give me a forecast to 3-star and I'll do it.
The interesting thing here is he has so much econ and so much health that he has infinite time and money and these double dupes. He can dilute the pool by himself. He can just hold every out that he possibly wants and not have to grief his econ for it. I mean, it looks like he might go 9 here though and just say, I'm going to keep winning rounds. If I hit a 3-star forecast, then I can win the game off that. But right now, I'm just going to greed econ.
Yeah, 15 win. There's no better life than Spencer's life right now. If you're a fan of Spencer, you're definitely having a fan of this game. Yeah, this is huge, and really the only people that can contest are, like we said, Keynes and Vancel for the win of this tournament, and they've got a mountain to climb up. And Keynes does hit the Annie too, so they are staying in the Annie Zillion type of comp. I wonder if that's strong enough to cap, or if Spencer will have too much gold, too much HP to work with here. This is great for Brababa. He is fighting kind of someone sacking going to 9 right now, and they don't have TX2 yet, so they need all the time they can get. They do have a Renekton
that TX2 is like, Spencer needs to start losing soon, is how the rest of the lobby has to evaluate this, I assume, right?
Yeah.
If Spencer is allowed to keep winning forever, then he just has too much gold for anyone to deny. Too much health for anyone to deny. But he is being forced to go 9 here. he will roll down on 9 for something that isn't a 3-star forecast, and then potentially hit something that is a 3-star forecast afterwards. So. Zillion here, definitely a good unit. Could go level 10 here even. Hold these dupes even longer, but yeah, it does start rolling here a little bit at least. Yeah, 4 Brahms, but it is contested.
Is thinking about the MF hold. Yeah, they're really holding literally every single option they can here for this. And they're going to be sacking a lot of HP. So Spencer is trying to see the end game here. Like, what really do I need to win the game? And
I will say, the people holding his units could die out here, but people holding other units also might die out, right? And that just dilutes the pool, makes it harder for him to hit.
The big thing is Partner is the second highest HP at 36, and Spencer is not close to Lissandra or Seraphine 3, which would be the best holder of these items, right? With a 3-star forecast being in mind, and that being AP. I think those
Partner
would
winning
be the
here
best
is really bad for Spencer, right? It keeps these units out of pool even longer for him.
Spencer is so surprisingly strong, almost wins the fight on 1-stars.
We do also have Big Fish take another exit from that middle of the pack chunk, it looks like. So I think all 3 of those at the bottom will be ending in the bottom half. So 4 of these 5 will take those top 4 spots in the tournament, given 3 of them were those top 3, were all still alive, gunning for it. Will Vancel be able to make it out? It does not look like it to me from this spot.
It does not look like it to me, but Vancel has had a really good run. That being said, top 3 entering this, and yeah, I think they have had a good performance, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough here. Going into Spencer is the best possible thing they could ask for, though. He is not spending upwards of 100 gold on his bench and in value, so maybe they can survive one more round.
Yeah, Vancel would still love to scrape out every placement possible, and Spencer, as you mentioned, not that strong. Vancel is able to take this round. Again, Spencer's board is not actually good, is the thing at this point. He has not gotten considerably stronger since 4-1, and his only considerable upgrade, other than some 2-star 5 costs, is going to be that 3-star 4 cost, which everyone in this lobby will try and deny to their very best of their abilities.
Yeah, will Spencer kind of bleed out here? Will he have enough gold to hit what he wants to hit? He's been playing it very patiently. He saved all that HP, 15 rounds straight wins, but now he's at 53 HP after 3 losses in stage 5. He only has 3 more rounds to lose before he's 1 life, so that's a really, really big deal.
He could be
and
dead
I'm
as
not even
early
sure
as
if it's 3 more rounds. Yeah.
Keen's gonna keep looking for a way to win out. Keen's might be the strongest, right? Given that
Keen's right now, I think, has one of the strongest boards with Annie 2, Tibbers 2. I think we might be seeing a Zillion 2. So if Spencer doesn't convert his board into board strength, I'm not sure he actually can win the game between him and Keen's.
Spencer, of course, preying on the downfall of Partner here, so Spencer can find those Brahms. But yeah, Keen's insane item quality on the front line, it looks like. Finds a 3-item set build as well. Yeah, using that salvage bin to ensure that he has the highest cap he possibly could find here. But we do see how many copies exactly is that? 5 Brahms, 5 Garens as well. So 2 off of both of those. Also holding Lux, but again, everyone is dying. These units are getting sent back to pool, and everyone staying alive is also trying to play defense.
He did hit his 2-star forecast finally. He did decide, hey, I need to win some rounds. My board isn't that bad if I actually invest into it. And does invest enough into it, but is it enough to beat Keen's? I'm not sure. Keen's is strong, but
Annie 2 is like taking hold the line as Annie melts the board. It's very close. The Tibber's still alive, though. Just enough for Spencer. Saves a life here. A big win for him. Vancel does bleed out to the 5th. There goes our chatters. So unlucky. But that should secure Vancel a spot in the top 4 of this tournament, which is in itself very impressive, I'll say, against this strength of schedule.
Absolutely. I'm wondering for Spencer if he overcomplicated his game plan, went for a contested 4-line comp instead of going for something like Rise Volley here and just having a really strong board that does cap out. But you can't blame Spencer for trying to have the highest cap. He just saw success with 3-star forecast, but I wonder if it's enough going into this one when he's playing against Set 2 and Annie 2 and Shyvana 2 potentially. But honestly, his board looks very, very strong, and he has 2 win conditions going here. And wow, Brubber who still doesn't have no TX2, but has a Renekton 2, which is very, very good. This is a real
Oh,
board.
we see Barbara also found the Braum to himself, so that's going to be super hard for Spencer to hit, given 2 people in the lobby are holding some.
Yeah. Looks like this T-Hex is strong enough.
Yeah, T-Hex versus Freljord, this has been a classic. You just see the T-Hex find the lineup and hit every single unit it possibly could. Yeah.
Spencer is really preying on Partner's downfall, but I don't know if it's enough with the Braum 2 on the other board, like you said, on the T-Hex board. I don't know if it's enough, but
yeah, I mean,
he does have significant upgrades here. I will say these are very, very significant upgrades and a Xerath too. So it depends what he thinks his win con is, if he can win standard or if he has to go kind of crazy here with a 3-star 4 cost that everyone, I think, at this point is keenly aware of.
Yeah, I mean, again, we could end up at that big fish scenario of he might hit, but the rest of the lobby is also insanely high cap, and the 3-star forecast is not a guaranteed win. And that already looks like the scenario wherein if TX2 gets hit, I'll say. Of course, that unit being effectively a 7 cost.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
see 2 more items
surprised
come out here, but he's out of good units to itemize, and these are just going to be excess tank items for Garen, I assume.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I would have at least held the Xerath. I think Xerath 2 in itself is an absolute beast and only costs a few more gold than Seraphine, to be honest, once we sell her. So I'm a bit surprised there, to be totally honest. But
I mean, he's
Spencer is clear on his
Garen
vision.
Out, this Lysandra out, and I promise you, if he kills partner this turn, which is all he's hoping to do, he can send and hopefully hit something. Remember, who does find the TX2 on streak though, streaked whole stage with TX1. So that's going to be his main competition, it looks like, if Keens isn't able to pull it together.
Can Spencer win with all this gold being stored up, though? He's the one who needs to kill Partner, is kind of the big thing, because he's 38
committed to winning, right? Partner, 2-star Zillion in the backline, 2-star Tarek with the D-Claw, and
Partner
Spencer's still holding 2 gold orbs on bench.
Yeah, 2 gold orbs and about a second house on bench, to be honest, with how much gold he's holding. So
yeah, Keens lost and bled out here, so Keens will not be winning the event. I wonder, has Spencer won already? It looks like the standings give him a good chance of it, right?
Yeah, between him and Vancels, I actually don't think he needs to do anything crazy here. I think he is going to go for the style points, though.
He needs I believe he needs a top 2 to beat Keens. So
he needs a top 2.
He will win this event.
Yeah, he's 1 off of Lux. He's really going to dig for it. Finds it. We do have a Lux 3. And that's just got to go over anything. Doesn't really matter at this point.
And it's not even has Arcanist on that Lux. Is this going to beat a T-Hex too? I mean, the thing is, Partner should be dead to remember who's T-Hex 2 on the other fight.
I think he messed up his items, but I think he's going to fix it later. Surely Adaptive isn't on here.
Yeah, so if Partner dies here, I believe who does not win the event, but Spencer instead will be winning the tournament off that death.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. We're going to have to do math to figure out how the rest of the standings look, but it does look like Spencer with his 15 streak, bleeding out slowly, eking out wins versus T-Hex, not even yet. But it looks like Spencer is going to be the one to pull it out for the tournament win.
Despite losing with the 2-3-star
he still has
Lux.
56 gold, so that gives you a sense of how much he was greeting and how he was playing this game. He was always going for first here.
He's quite frankly, he's thankful Rubberbrook can kill Partner there. If Partner lives there, he has to be sweating here. He could go 3rd. He could lose the tournament.
Absolutely.
2 Keens. But no, he has won the event. Congrats to Spencer. We'll see if Rubberbrook can pull out another placement here, though, against the Lux 3. Could win him some more prize money as well. Yeah, Rubberbrook can slip all the way to 2nd place, I believe, with the first year, so...
Man, these boards we saw at the end were so good. Just everyone's board was so good throughout the game. It's just, man, when you're playing against such hard competition, I think in ranks, all these guys would have just dominated their rank game for sure. But
yeah,
how many times do you guys see a Lux 3 lose a lobby? Not very often, but it just happened here.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, TX still have health.
3 lose
Spencer,
a lobby as well.
2nd.
And congratulations to Spencer. What a huge win for Spencer. And I mean, everyone played really, really great. I think this was a great showcase of the Vancouver talent in TFT. And
yeah, we can hop over the scores as well and talk about that.
Yeah.
We should see Spencer alone at the top there with 18. We do. Congrats to Spencer on that win. Keens takes that 2nd place off tiebreaker from Brahu. Keens was the highest seeded player going into the day. Brahu, another regionals level player competing with Spencer, did take that 3rd place, tied for 2nd. And Vancel slips into top 4. At least Jack can be happy about that. He went in the top half today against an insanely strong schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Spencer is showing why he is a pro. He is a pro's pro at the end of the day. He really pulled it out, even though with a rough start. I think he started with a 6th, right? It wasn't going that good for him, but he definitely pulled it back together with a 1st and a 2nd. And this lobby was just so competitive throughout. You saw how close everything was. We really didn't know anything until the last game. We kind of had suspicions, but we really didn't know anything going into the last game. So what a crazy competitive tournament. And I think all the competitors should be really proud even to get into the final lobby. And from what I saw, people were playing great boards. It's just when you're against some of the best in the world, you're playing against even better boards. And so, yeah, they played really, really well. So
I mean,
tips.
we gotta pass it on to some other titles, but I would like to thank all the players who came out today. It was an incredible showcase of Vancouver talent, and it's so cool to see like all these local players go up against each other, and you see just how good like Vancouver is in the TFT scene. We will be passing it to some other titles. I'd like to thank Novus for sponsoring this event. This is a super cool thing that TFT doesn't get too often, quite frankly. Such a big local event that brings in all the top players, quite frankly. So thank you to Novus, and we'll see you next time with Vancouver TFT events.
speak much at all. We don't talk about it all night long. Oh, not long ago, we were one team. Didn't talk about it all night long. Baby, don't you get it? Don't sleep. We're not tired. In our room where we had it all. When I didn't get it, you came to me with a fire. And now we're up against the wall. So don't leave me out of the thunder. You got my number, babe, you got my number. Don't leave me out of the thunder. You got my number, babe, you've got my number. So you got my number, babe, you got my number. Baby, don't you get it? We were something to believe in. The love that everybody knew. We're on a narrow street. I'm not leaving until I leave with you. So don't walk in the water. Hold out your hand. Walk to the altar. So don't ya. 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 So you got my number, babe, you got my number.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the Novus Cup, and this is going to be the League of Legends bracket. We're going into the grand finals just a little bit. It is myself, Alk, joined by Dark. Dark, have you been? How much of the tournament have you really caught up on?
On the tournament as a whole, not that much because I literally just worked like an hour ago. But we know it in the game. We know exactly what to kind of expect and what there is to show off here today. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the tournament is fun. I'll just give a little bit of my history. Obviously, this is a tournament that is for Metro Vancouver locals only. I participated in the TFT tournament. We're gonna put big asterisks on the participated. I went 7th, 8th, and immediately bombed out. We literally drowned in pools. That's the equivalent of what I did yesterday.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it happens. So I'm sad about that. I'm honestly even watching the game just happened for TFT. Spent Brother going from 7th to 3rd. Insane. Yeah. Very high cap board that we saw there at the end.
Yeah, no, I was getting like some snippets from just me browsing around the channels as I was getting home from work and waiting to actually leave work. And a 7th to 3rd, that is a very it's cool to see, you know.
You made
but
money. You made money
Yeah,
on the day, which
money.
is good.
we love money, and the teams here we're going to see here today are also going to get money as well, no matter what the outcome is.
Yeah, for both of our teams, it is going to be $700 and $300 split between the two of them. So very much want to be looking at that. These are our rosters for today. Kittens of Alec. Now, Alec, the jungler, or Alexio, didn't choose this name. This is a name that may have been put upon him as the team captain for the guys. But coming into this match, this is going to be probably a matchup that if you are familiar with Metro Vancouver and specifically the university level, this is going to be SFU Black playing against what is essentially a former UBC lineup. So going to be very fun to watch and continue more of that collegiate rivalry here.
Yeah, I mean, from what you told me from beforehand as well, I'm considering that SFU did win against at least UBC last year. You know, even though this isn't exactly UBC as a whole, you know, it's still practically there in spirit, right? But there is this sort of idea of like, you know, can SFU actually keep the status quo from last year and win out again this year, or it will KOA now, Kittens of Alec today, or / UBC from a while back. Will they be able to actually shake things up this time around and try and make this a technical 1-1 scenario?
Look, all I'm going to say in defense of Kittens of Alec is that UBC used to be gangster when it came to CLOL. Obviously have one of the oldest collegiate championship wins multiple years ago. Probably looking at like, what, I think it was like 8 or 9 years ago that SFU or UBC originally won the biggest collegiate championship at the time. And since then, it hasn't been looking good. I know recently some of their results have been a little bit better playing here on the West, but in general, I would say that SFU has had some good looks collegiate-wise. This is obviously not exactly their roster. They also were running both Crimson and Black here in the tournament. It's honestly unfortunate that they were on opposite sides of the bracket when we looked at it. We don't have the bracket immediately, but Kittens of Alec potentially going on a run, because on their side, they played their best of one versus SFU Crimson and beat them. And so I'm looking forward to whether or not they can continue what is apparently Chiv's never 100% win rate versus SFU.
100% win rate is actually kind of crazy when you really think about it, and there's something to be said from either side here. I am personally very curious exactly how everything all pans out, because being an outsider to this, to peel back behind the curtain a little bit, you know, I don't exactly know what I'm going to be heading into in Vancouver. This is a Vancouver exclusive event. I don't have the time to really pay much too attention to what's going on in there, you know. But from what I've been hearing from you as well, from others, I can tell for a fact that this will be a very good and fun fight today.
Oh, we're gonna be heading straight into draft here now. If I remember correctly, and I'm just gonna scroll back through because we have a lot of stuff going on in our chat currently. SFU Black starting on the blue side. This is one of the first times we'll actually see them play on this side here in this tournament, and this is the only portion of this bracket that is best of 3. We've had best of 1s to get to this point up until now. So Alistar, Graves, kind of seems normal, but when I look back at some of the games that SFU have played so far, they've been relying very heavily on Corki and Nami as a incredibly aggressive bottom lane. So I'm looking forward to what they have. Also to note, they're playing on a new patch, so I'm kind of like ready to see what's going to go on for them.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of the patch notes that just happened here, but I think it's still a very interesting thing to keep in mind, considering I think this was probably one of the larger patches we had, if I'm keeping my patch history in mind from these past few patches. I think this is one of the bigger ones that we had this new year, and so I don't remember everything that's changed off my mind, but it's...
They changed a lot.
Who knows?
They nerfed Rumble. Like they buffed Hex Optics, which I think is by far now the best item in the entire game. We are going to get a slightly inverted Yunara. Don't look at her, okay? She's just feeling, I wouldn't say Australian because she's not upside down entirely, but she's taking a nap right now.
Yeah, a little bit tired, you know. You got a long day ahead of you, you know. Well, I guess not. I should have asked this beforehand, but hindsight's 2020. This is Fearless, right? We are using Fearless for our draft here.
I don't think so. I'm
No?
looking. It looks like it's tournament draft, like just
Okay.
regular. I'm looking at the rules, at least on the Novus Cup rule book. Didn't say anything about Fearless.
Okay.
So I think we're just gonna be. I think it's fair. I think Fearless,
Yeah.
while very cool for like an esports level,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
for local tournaments, probably a little less so. I'm not expecting, Kittens of Alec to have 5 champions ready to go at any given time. So looking back at the draft, Yunara, a great team fighter,
Mhm.
didn't necessarily get touched this patch, but has been getting a few nerfs back to back in previous patches. And so we see here from the Kittens, we're getting both the Orianna, who has been, I think, the best mid laner on the patch so far, competitively speaking, and we're breaking up one of the Enchanter pairs by getting a Lulu already, and probably setting ourselves up for the Aphelios to match.
Mhm. I mean, Orianna and Lulu have always just been staples in at least the general esports scene, so it doesn't shock me to see them get picked out, at least especially this early. And over on the other side of SFU Black, it seems that they are locking in Sona, which I don't really remember seeing too much. Probably not as used as someone like Lulu or Orianna, but Galio is definitely. I'm a big Galio fan. I always love seeing Galio dive on him, especially into a 5-man. So I'm already like starting to get excited to see what this Galio can do here.
Yeah, I wonder what the Orianna build is going to be, because I've been a big proponent of going Ludens, because you basically just one-shot the opponents if they ever walk forward, but a Galio kind of asks you to be a little bit more tanky, and usually you're not able to super hard win the lane. I do want to note that the support here for SFU Black, Priscilla, very well known for playing enchanters on the solo queue ladder. They are, for a long time, one of the biggest, if you don't know, very famous on Twitter as well, but they have been very, very good on specifically champions like Lulu and Sona. So good to see that we're kind of already sticking to our guns here. Also, again, a big departure from what we saw from them earlier on in the tournament. So we'll head into the second phase of draft. We have some decent team fighting here. I do want to see a little bit more solid frontline coming on through, and so a champion like Xin Zhao comes to mind. Very, very disgusting when played with a Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, as we're getting these next set of bands coming through as well, it's exactly what they want. Literally, as you mentioned Xin Zhao, in my head I was like, oh, we also might be able to see a Jarvan here, but no, Jarvan gets banned right out the gate here. On top of the Dr. Mundo, Mundo does Mundo things, I guess, but yeah, as you do say though, that frontliner here with the Xin Zhao is going to be coming through with Kittens Alex side, so that's definitely going to be a bit of something to keep in mind for SFU here.
I feel so bad for our drafter tool here, because like everybody is mostly in frame, and then Orianna's like, and then Sona's on the other side like.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes just how things turn out to be, there's a line how everything's orientated just doesn't line up that well. So sorry,
Red
Orianna,
side's
sorry,
good. Red
Sona.
side, everybody's like peeking out from the side. Well, I'm sorry. This is not even a lower third, this is an upper third. So we end up seeing, again, I think that for this red side composition, it is really hard for SFU to break them right now. When I look at the damage profile for SFU Black, it is predominantly magic damage. Gragas, even Yunara has a lot of that magic damage. And then you look at this mid and support duo. I'm going to be very worried for them if they fall behind at any point. And it's not like they have an incredibly aggressive composition. They have something that's going to want to be able to take their time in fights, get multiple rotations off, and slow down what is going to be an inevitable team fight coming in. Otherwise, this red side, they have good long-range engage thanks to this Orin. Xin Zhao also now lets you do that with this Lulu in his back pocket. And then Orianna plus Aphelios means if you walk into a certain amount of range, you're just going to start getting hit. You're going to get exploded.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do think Kittens Alex red side here, they definitely have like a lot more going for them, but I don't think SFU is down for the count just yet. I think there's some cheeky angles here that they can pick off, especially if they can probably position the Gragas to get a nice pick or two off of like maybe. Can a Gragas, what's it called, burst down an Orion fast enough? I don't see this matchup a lot. So
well, if Gragas ends up getting enough, like if they go for like a full AP build, maybe. I think it makes or puts a lot of pressure on this Gragas to essentially like carry this game now, because it's not like if they go for a full AP build, a single polymorph ruins the game immediately versus the Lulu. But Gragas has a lot of range. He can use his barrels. He can use his ultimate to try to displace everybody. And that's kind of going to be the name of the game. Unless Wukong masterfully somehow sneaks by all 4 members of the front line and just like walks in and gets a Cyclone, and they also get the Galley ultimate. I don't know if they necessarily have enough damage to kill an Aphelios, but it really, to me, just means that Gragas needs to 3-pointer into everybody's now displaced and they don't get a real team fight. But that feels like a lot.
Yeah. And no, and it is a lot, especially, you know, with Kinnon's Alex side. You have the Lulu and the Orianna shield. You have Orange to slow things down front and to help with that peel if they do get in there. It's like there's a lot that you need to do to have to try and break through some of this wall that Kinnon's Alex has. But just because it's gonna be hard for SFU, it doesn't mean it's gonna be impossible, you know? I mean, who knows? Maybe there's the same team fight at level like 5 or whatever, and things just completely go in favor of SFU Black. It's League of Legends, you know?
I mean, sure. I just worry that I don't think the laning phase is particularly very easy for them. Like, Aphelios Lulu wins the 2v2 versus Sona and Yunara, even though Sona can play a little bit more aggressively. I just think that the range advantage and the 2v2 is way too much in favor of them. The early lethality that Aphelios gets access to, his range early on is really dangerous. And then it's, again, reliant on these solo lanes here for SFU Black. Can Galio hold Orianna in lane enough? In the early game, probably, especially after his first recall, it's fine. But I need to see stuff early. So what I want to get from SFU Black in this game is either them finding objective leads early on in the bottom lane, probably just pulling Wukong over. We've seen that more and more junglers are willing to flip the game a little bit earlier on, but that comes with its own risks, right? Because if you mess up the gank, or if you are behind in tempo in jungle, you fall behind very quickly, and these jungle camps are filled with golden experience. They are absolutely turbocharged this season.
And especially now, as an overall statement too, like the game just starts faster, the game moves faster now. So one gank that doesn't go that well puts you behind a lot more than it did in previous seasons. So it's gonna be both. It's gonna be very mindful of just trying to make sure that you can either, if you can set up a proper gank in the proper way to let you get a nice early flip, or just stick with farming, stick with the more consistent route to try and make sure you have the experience and the goal you need to do an actual proper full-on gank, especially with these objectives coming in earlier as well.
I do also, if we're going to give SFU Black a little bit more credence here, the AD carry for Kittens of Alec, Hub, previously was playing in Tier 2 and Tier 3. He lost a best of 5 in one of their last competitive series, and then kind of just retired from the scene entirely. This is one of his first couple of games coming back, and because the rest of the bracket was best of 1s, he's played 2 games of the season. Talking to their coach, Alec, he was basically saying, like, you know, he came back and he's like, wow, there's turret plates everywhere, and the minion waves, they're coming out so fast. Why are they moving so damn fast? So he's playing a little bit of catch up here, and I think that's going to be maybe something that hopefully gives SFU a little bit of time here in this series, because Hub, at least from the time that I knew him, was a really, really strong team fighter, and I think Aphelios kind of lends credence to that, especially with the composition that they've drafted for themselves.
I mean, yeah, like if it is that angle of, like, you know, you're still trying to get a grasp on like everything that's changed in this season, having
it's not that different though for AD carries though. Let's keep it a buck here, you know, like, you know,
you're right on that end. You're right on that end. You know, they get so much more gold in that summit item, whatever, right? But the tempo of it at the very least, you know, that definitely still has that sort of what's the word? Lifeline of the Lulu and the Orianna being able to protect them a bit more, to say that way the Aphelios can actually speed things up, or I lost my train of thought.
So I'm doing a little bit of cheating here. I'm
Yeah.
looking at our observer HUD right now, and I'm seeing a lot of Masters borders. I'm seeing some Grandmasters. Our top lane and support for SFU are currently Grandmaster. Jungle is Masters. Mid lane is Diamond, not looking too hot right there. And Hub is completely decayed. He's in Diamond right now, but I know last season he was like 1700 LP plus in the last split. So he, as long as he gets back to his grind, I'm sure that he'll be good. But might be experiencing some rank deflation this season, which has been a big topic, I know, online.
Yeah, it is. Oh man, it's very. I'm looking at these boards here and I'm like, my knee-jerk reaction is like kind of worried about like how things might shake out, but you know, you don't really know the full story from just this period as well. But also,
I need to tell Alex to turn off streamer mode. I should have known this was gonna happen. It's so funny because Alec previously we were just hanging out on Twitter and he had a tweet where he stole Baron as support Alistar, and I think he was playing against like a bunch of pro players, and I was like, hey, this clip doesn't count because you're on streamer mode. So because I think the quote was, I think the quote that he put on the tweet was like, they wouldn't have let me in the pit if they knew it was me. I'm like, it doesn't count. You're on streamer mode. Like, I could say this to anybody on Alistar. This could have been anybody's play.
It could have been my play. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm the Alistar now. I'm stealing your.
We all
your
are
Baron
Alistar,
there.
actually. If you didn't know, keep up with the program, you know. Oh man.
We are currently waiting to get into game, folks. There is still a 3-minute spectator delay, and so we are hopefully going to be getting into game rather soon. But otherwise, I would say, Novus, first of all, thank you. This has been a very fun event, I think, especially for Metro Vancouver. I think that T.Jay and Wigwug were previously on the TFT cast, spitting a lot of facts about why there are a pretty large concentration of high elo gamers here in Vancouver. I made a joke in the TFT section that we're going to do a hot map for all the TFT players, and for some reason, all of the TFT like masters and challenger players are for some reason located all around Richmond and UBC.
I mean, I'm just smiling and nodding along with you because I have no idea what this seems like in Vancouver. So you could be spouting like 50-50 like truths and lies right now, and I have no other choice but to agree with you because who knows? I don't know. I surely don't know.
I don't know either. I want the heat map data. That's why I need the tournament organizers in the nicest way possible to give me the data. I want them to start releasing people's personal. No, I'm sorry.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Look, we can just collate all of it, and it'll make it really cool. And then Novus suddenly knows where they need to run fiber optic lines going in the future. We're creating customer data in the future. I'm capitalist first here, guys. Only on the show.
Only on the show, really. You know, what? Oh, but I do think we are now finally getting into this match, folks. So we get to see exactly how this. I'm hopeful for amazing series is going to be.
There we go. We're heading in again. Best of 3 for this grand finals. So going to be pretty fun to watch, especially for what is hopefully going to be a very close game, a close series here. Again, this is remnants of a UBC roster going against Simon Fraser's black team. Currently seeing an early invade on the top side. This has been something that I've been wanting to try out more in higher elo. Is if you have a winning topside matchup, you just invade early, especially for how much the jungle camps are very early on and disrupting a champion like Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I still need to like dive into like some of the numbers and trying to figure out exactly like how it all pans out. But a lot of times, I do like note that there is a lot more opportunity for an early invade like that to have to try and steal camps. And of course, the people, your mid laner or your bot lane do help with trying to put wards to make sure that doesn't happen. But I think there's at the level that things are now with this game's knowledge, there's people have found out more and more clever ways to get around some of that vision to really try and steal away that. And so it's been very, very fascinating to see how things have been changing up a bit with this new season.
I think people are still figuring out like exactly how they want to play, and especially at this level where there is significantly less amount of coordination comparative to pro play. I think people have started to figure out that while lane is important, it is still creating some differences. Now I'm coming back. Hold up. Boom, we're back. We are trying to currently fix the feed for everybody at home. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's been interesting to see. At first, we started off the season with like everyone just stay in your lanes, keep full. We're gonna full clear on jungle, and we're gonna show up at 5.5 minutes for the third scuttle of the game. And now it's started to devolve into, okay, what can we do in the early game to break that? Can we either find early invades? Can we actually move our mid laner into certain scenarios? I know that there's been talks of like certain strategies around that lane, so I'm really, really interested to see if there's anything we get from these two. I personally am favoring Kins of Alec, just from, again, I know Alec at least previously, and the quality of his work has been very good. So I've been more impressed with that.
Yeah, and to go back, but a lot of this game, this season right now has just been people like trying to like figure out exactly what is the best way to like position themselves for some more of for the remainder of their laning phase, especially after this first back here. There was a bit of a trade in the bot lane to try and I guess force the wave in as best they can, but it didn't really. I got lost in the whole situation. I didn't really pay too much attention at the end there, but yeah, it seems pretty non-committal right now from both sides across the screen. No one's really trying to do anything too drastic out there just yet to try and flip anything. Just the main goal right now is just that consistency of getting the XP and gold from the waves as best they can.
Yeah, Hub has a fairly decent lead, and this is kind of the problem that I had from the draft. Like, all of these lanes are winning right now, especially in mid lane. So what are you as a Wukong supposed to do with what is essentially working 3 losing lanes? You're not going to get priority or win a skirmish in the 2v2 bottom lane. This is supposed to be a good matchup topside, but regular Mu is barely getting anything done here in this matchup. And now it's, I think, honestly, even harder for them because they've now shown on topside. This allows for Chiv to walk into bottom side jungle, get vision. They know that Wukong has to now come to this side of the map sooner. And you also have the additional information of the timers on their camps. You'll know when Respawn Raptors is, know when Respawn Red is now. So I think Kins of Alec gets so much done in that small amount of time. Also don't get spotted. So this is a great use of Fog of War from them and just an information gain for the side of Kins of Alec.
Yeah, and again, a lot of this just comes from the fact that, like, the game is a bit faster. You try to attempt a gank like that, and if it doesn't pan out, you just lose so much time, so much tempo that now it is White Knights losing behind on some of their jungle play here. And we do see Chorus here going in against Flow to try and at least trade out, even out the lane a little bit so they can catch him with the CS. And it does seem to neutralize here a little bit, but going to the bot side now, a bit more of a early skirmishing here from both sides on both bot lanes.
All right, this is going to continue to be a really good spot. Now, where are we going to see them break this? This is the question for me from SFU. What are we going to do to try to break this line? Maybe we look for something in mid, but already I'm kind of seeing that Corvus doesn't have a ton of HP or mana. Also, Wukong is kind of searching for their level 6 at this point, and now we're coming across a breakpoint where we're going to cut to the 5:30 mark soon. I want to see both junglers. Hold up. That's not good.
Surely, okay. I was like, surely that doesn't get that kill there, and that is going to be a huge loss for regular move here on the top side. Losing a lot of HP against Ornn, who's well, you don't have ult anymore, and now since we do have that Dragon Star online, you could try and flip a fight here, but the real attention here is now that Dragon's up. Everyone's going to be trying to see who's going to be the first to contest this Dragon here. White Knight looking to try and see if they can make any sort of entry in the river, but no, it looks like both sides on the red wants to try and at least deny any attempt at the Dragon this early on.
Yeah, so you look at our jungle camps or our jungle treat counters right now, 22 and 21. Usually if the Scuttle were to spawn on the bottom side, this would not only give the junglers upgraded smite, but then level 6, and that basically turns into a free dragon. Thankfully for the side of SFU, they've gotten the Scuttle on the top side of the map. Love good RNG coming out. So it is going to mean that Wukong, not going to hit level 6, but now has upgraded smite. He should win any smite fight for the time being. Maybe they try to go for grubs that are going to be spawning in a few here. Gragas will have a timer now that Ornn just TP back. Maybe they look for something onto him.
Yeah, it's now some of the tempo has been shaken up a little bit, but across the board, everyone's trying to figure out exactly what the first big wave is going to be from any of the lanes. It's going to be top lane, maybe not mid lane, since we do see Flo still has a very good lead over Corvus right now, and bot lane is slowly getting pushed in as both Hub and Lulu are trying to make sure they can secure the play, make sure that Yunara and Sona can't walk up and collect the CS they need, and just zoning them off as best they can.
Sona's going to have a massive spike on 2 items, Diadem of Souls, plus whether it's Echoes of Helia or even Moonstone Renewer. I'm going to be really excited to see what happens then, but it's whether or not the actual damage carries can do anything, right? Because an Enchanter is supposed to make or enhance the abilities of her carries, but if your carries are behind or if your carries are just not strong enough, everything kind of falls apart at that point. So right now, we're seeing a very big lead starting to get opened up. It's about 1,000 gold here for Kittens of Alec, and I have not seen anything here. Dark, I'm going to keep it a buck. Like, what's going on? I'm down 20 in both mid and bot, and we have not started any objectives here. There's no grubs. There's no dragons. Obviously, Herald's not going to be spawning here.
Oh, but a bit of a fight in mid. We do see the flash on both sides get used. Unfortunately, the Ornn does not manage to secure the kill, but this could at least mean that either jungler might want to try and position for a gank on top lane here. But no, turning their attention to mid lane here. Flo using their ultimate to keep the Mickaleaf locked down, but it's not enough. Chip, unfortunately, not being able to follow up on that as Corvus escapes with a life and manages to stabilize the mid lane at least a little bit.
I think this is a tough grubs ask right now. I know that Flo's going to be stuck in mid. Gragas also gets to move here first.
Oh, White Knight going in. Matt does not manage to get the first steal on the first grub here, but flashing, following the flash over the wall, gets the first blood. Ornn now trying to go see if they can save the fight, but does not unfortunately manage to catch any of it. And easy pickings. First two picks of this game goes to White Knight, which I think is a very good flip to try and restabilize a lot of this very slow early game.
If we're talking about flips, I just don't know why Kittens of Alex are moving into that.
Yeah.
We don't have the Aura Shockwave. Even if she doesn't move first, Galio, yes, he's low, but he still has the heroic entrance. He can always come to that fight if they really need the numbers. So a good ask there. If I'm Kittens of Alec, I'm kind of looking back and saying, hey, we just used some tools in mid. Let's take our recalls and we can redeploy through bottom lane. Great punish coming in from SFU Black to give them the resources and those kills. It means that White Knight's going to get ever so closer to things like a Trinity Force. Going to be a very big spike for them.
Yeah, a good call to try and punish that way and did. And now it looks like there's a lot is happening across the board right now. Top lane looking to try and get behind a lot of that Ornn here, but no, as we take a look back, yeah, it was a very good follow through from that flash of the flash, and it is a big question of why Kittens of Alex wanted to try and steal the one grub here. They at the very end, at the end of the day, they do manage to get the single grub right, which is huge, making sure that they don't get making sure SFU doesn't get all 3 grubs, but I don't think it was worth it at the end for that.
I think it's extremely not worth it. I agree. I mean, like, again, they don't have numbers. Sona even rotated for this, so they definitely would not have won that. That's not something that they would have known if you are Kittens of Alex. So coming out of it, it does equalize a lot of the gold lead, but I still think it doesn't make up for some of the disadvantages. And we're also seeing right now, Hub on their first recall, they're the ones that got the call. Yunara at the same time got a longsword when they took their first back. So we're kind of going to expound a little bit more on this gold lead, opening up a 40 CS lead in the bottom lane. This allows for the Dragon, and even with 2 grubs, I don't think it's enough of a meaningful impact early on. You're going to now start to potentially have Dragon stacking. And we talked about the scaling here for Kins of Alex. So small speed bump in their game. I want to see SFU Black continue that lead now, especially with White Knight finishing that Trinity Force.
Yeah, that Trinity Force online can actually help alleviate a lot of these growing pains as we get more and more deeper into the laning phase. But it definitely is a question of, can SFU manage to keep this going in their favor? Using that momentum here, Corvus going in to try and get flow. I think White Knight might be able to get the pick. Orianna have to use the R to try and save their lives, but unfortunately, it's going to be Shiv who's going to be going down here as Corvus takes that pick, but Priscilla is not going to let it go, using the R to get them stun on Orianna. But Orianna running through the river, running away from their lives. White Knight looking to try to cut it off, but gets Hub potentially instead. We see the R used from Lulu to try and save Hub here, and that's still 2 picks in favor for SFU.
Chiv, you just gotta let your mid laner die there. Well, what's going on here? That is a big win here for SFU. 2 kills, one of them going on to the Yunara. I'll take that. And we also got so many flashes during this play. Both AD carries had to trade theirs, but now Orianna doesn't have that summoner spell. That could be something that they could revisit here. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 3.5 minutes, so that could be something that eventually gets them punished if they can have the Galio or the Wukong go on top of them. We're gonna take a look at this play again. And this starts pretty late into that play, but you get a lot of really big tools coming in from Kins of Alec, and this is just time for them to make up the deficit, make up some of those CS leads that we saw coming in from Kins of Alec.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's very much early. It was early winnings for Kins of Alex with the laning phase, but a lot of these fights didn't really pan out in their favor. And so now they're the ones who has to try and make sure they can at least establish their lead once again with a lot of this wave management, a lot of these pushing power on their side. But the fact of the matter is still the fact that there is those 4 picks in favor of SFU, so they're going to be ahead on some of their gold here. And it looks again, Corvus looking trying to pull flow deeper into the lane so White Knight can come in from the shadows and get flow once again, but no, still committing their art. But I don't think that's going to be enough as the flash and the D is going to be able to lock down that Orianna.
Yeah, no flash, good punish. I mean, they didn't even use any of their big ultimates going into that, so now they have complete control of the bottom side. You can see they're already starting to fade. Yunara still hasn't finished their 80 carry quest, so the gold lead here between them and Hub is going to be pretty meaningful. Now, Chiv can just cover this lane. I think this is perfectly fine. Yeah. You don't have any other camps to do. This was a very telegraphed play coming on there from SFU Black, but a good pick on the flow does mean that some of that damage is going to be lacking. And kind of touching back on when we looked at from draft, what build were we going to get from the Orianna is going to be Blackfire Torch, so a lot of ability haste, but will lack some of that big upfront burst to really deal with a champion like Galio or even just burst out a champion like Yunara later on. So right now, this is a good spot for SFU Black. I want to see them get a little bit more. Obviously, now Yunara's finished their quest, so is going to be getting that same amount of gold that Hub will, but might mean that a second item will be more on the cards for this Aphelios later on.
Yeah, and a bit of a skirmish here on the top side, though, as both top laners were in under tower, fighting the tower. Regular Mood trying their best to at least get as much gold as they can, and unfortunately had to commit their flash here to stay alive. But now Shiv, knowing that this Gragas does not have flash up, does try to look for a flank, but I don't think with the position there was much of an angle to begin with, unless you really hardcore I lost the word. Unless you really hardcore engage there, and I don't think they wanted to do that just yet.
Yeah, regular Moo has the ultimate coming up. Like any dive on the Gragas is really, really tricky. And Rod of Ages, I mean, that makes this champion extremely difficult to deal with if you don't have heal cut. The amount of healing that he gets access to, the amount of HP that this champion already has at level 12 with this item, a lot. And we talked about Gragas having to be a big person in this game. just with the amount of burst that he has access to, going for that AP build, so probably going to be having a Cosmic Drive second. There's a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, Yunar being able to actually chunk down the Villas very quickly, turning on the Lulu, gets too big, the double kill in a matter of seconds. Again, it is just the fact that I think it was that first early kill that this Yunar managed to grab a few minutes ago, and they're able to keep this momentum going as White Knight comes in and gets yet another pick on the Orianna.
And they got the Herald during this play, so SFU are going to take down this turret and grab the Dragon all in a matter of minutes here. In a single minute, they have gotten 3 kills, they've got 3 kills, a Dragon, a mid turret, and the Herald. That is a massive swing in this game. 3,000 gold going over to SFU Black. And just in general, despite some of the lane advantages, despite some of the matchup advantages, Kins of Alec have really not stood the test of being able to win some of these, especially thanks to White Knight, who I think despite a little bit of a slower early game, has definitely outplayed his counterpart on Chiv.
And I mean, now we're looking back at top lane once again. And yet another attempt for regular move to try and shut down this Gragas. It could be successful for Shiv and the rest of KOA as they are able to get that Gragas down, getting some of that gold back on their side. And Felios going up against Priscilla, almost knocking them out, narrowly avoiding the Q cast there in order to try and get that follow-up after they moved away from the screen.
Does have the Calibrum, so again, that range is massive. It'll be Flo picking up a turret in bottom lane. Hub also finishing this one. Oh, he gets so close! Isn't able to do it, so that's going to be 2 ultimates now expended. The Wild Growth or the Rampant Growth here for Yunar's ultimate. That's a very big cooldown. Orianna's also moving.
Oh, and White Knight once again finding the right angle, the perfect opportunity to come in, split up the team fight at the very least to buy the ADC sometime as well as
regular
support. But oh my goodness, 2 goes down. White Knight with the spin to win here. Going down, unfortunately, for a 1-1 trade, but I still think it's very much in favor of SFU Black with that cleanup there.
Great TP coming in from regular Moo. Insanity, because they used that ultimate to try to kill Gragas earlier, can never join this fight and win. So massive moves coming in for SFU Black, who continue to have their lead. And while the gold has been starting to work back in favor of KOA, the team fights still look incredible. I love that what we're getting from them, especially from this 2v2 in the bottom lane. Despite the deficit here, Yunara and Priscilla have been very, very strong at being able to stand forward. I kind of wish Chiv had just walked up to allow his AD carry to finish this turret. I think the fact that he's not only sitting in a brush, but also sitting on vision provides so much for the enemy team to just like defend on the minion wave and play up. Lulu steps too far up, loses the flash, and then Chiv has to go forward, but cannot chase Priscilla. Using the Aurum there, the Q from the auto attack passive, it just does so much damage, and the healing aura that Priscilla is also providing is a lot. That's a flash from Aphelios. I think this makes this next dragon fight a little untenable here for KOA to play for.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you do give a bit more gold than you probably would have liked with Priscilla going down there, but at the end of the day, it was very much a very worthy play, and I gotta give it to White. I gotta give it to White Knight again for just every single time there's a lot of these team fights going on. White Knight just knows exactly when to move and quickly rotates in order to get in proper position to help out on a lot of these team fights. And what the 2 towers?
Our observers just really love these turrets. Yeah, 34 in mid and 130 on top side. That's pretty crazy. Still no mid turret, guys. Just hit it. Someone else has to hit it. Like, if we're gonna go top side and get plates, that's fine, but Galio's going to have TP soon, has a level advantage. They really want to at least get this. I don't think we're catching Gragas, though.
It's Gragas. You do commit the on R, but no, never mind.
Nice.
The barrel from Gragas here means that Or cannot recast, get the Or here, but knock up, CC chain to death here. But again, White Knight quickly rotating, coming in to support the fight, and turns what was probably going to be a losing fight into a winning one as a double goes in favor for this Wukong, and now KOA not being able to contest this Baron at all is just forced to back up and try and see if there's potentially a second angle here. They're looking to try and regain as best they can. They do have though that Philios ult up, so they could potentially burst down SFU as best they can. The Orianna ult is used to lock them down, but Yunar does get the pick through everyone, and it's just not enough for KOA as SFU cleans up the remainder of this fight and the remainder of the team.
We just walked way too far forward. My Orianna TP'd, Flash, had ultimate the entire time, and uses at the very end to barely put any damage down there. A very worrisome sign here. And then going forward, Leandri second, this Orianna is going to do no damage. So the game now comes down to, can Hub carry? With 2-item Aphelios, with Infinity Edge in his pocket, I think it's a really tough ask. You're looking down 2-item Wukong, 2-item Yunara with a Fiend 100 bolts completed. This is a big win coming on through for SFU, who might not get the Baron, but win big time with a massive team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a shaky early start for them, but once again, just White Knight always seeming to catch a lot of these rotations at the right moments, at the right times, to really try and make up for a lot what would have been a very not horrible scenarios, but
look at how much HP this guy has.
Yeah.
He's 3,000 HP with 1.5 items. This is never a fight we're going for. This is a great cast from him. You prevent them from getting any damage, and by the time the rest of the team is here, Wukong's already made his move and over. He's using those home guards to get him back into position a lot better, or a lot faster than his opponents. So it just feels like KOA are maybe 3 seconds behind the play, and also they don't have the damage to really afford to be that late. You can be that late if you're ahead. If you're behind, that's where it becomes a little bit more problematic. So despite the Ornn items giving over 1,000 gold in their value, I think with the state of the game right now, this is going to feel more like 5,000 and 6,000 in advantage for SFU Black. They already have 2 dragons, and right now with where their comp is, this is kind of the apex of where their power is going to be.
Yeah, it's very much a slowly losing game, but not necessarily out for the count just yet. It's just got to be making sure that they can try and find the proper picks here, trying to find the proper opportunities to either steal an objective or get a pick off of one of the squishy targets, like on the Yunara or the Sona, right? But even then, I think even with those like cheeky one-off picks, I don't think that's still going to be enough to stabilize a lot of this playing field. And as with the mid game is now starting to open up, we're trying to see exactly what the next big move is going to be here. Baron is up right now, but neither team looks like they're wanting to try attempt that for now. So it looks like it's just going to be a matter of farm what you can, get ready for this next type of event, next fight that's going to happen here within the next few minutes or so.
It's really important for Kins of Alec that we get this 3rd item for Hub. I imagine this is going to be an LDR, but could see a Hex Optics. Again, this item got buffed. Instead of having max range damage, it's 9% at max range of 500, which every single AD carry is above 500. I don't know why we decided to give this item even more better stats, even if they did take down the percentage damage. Insanity gets caught again. There's nothing for them to do. They're going for Galio. They don't even have enough damage for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, good on regular Rui here to bait in the orange so that it can rotate here quickly enough. And Galio, yeah, no, it's with how far behind KOA is right now, it's gonna be hard pressed to get that pick, having to commit a lot of resources to actually get this. But no, regular move already on the move to come in and cut off Shiv here to try and at least stabilize a lot of that loss of gold there. And yeah, it is a 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, it's still SFU who's coming out on the top, and they're just gonna rotate the Baron on top of that.
We killed Galio, and where was Hub? Hub was in super. This guy was at SFU. We're playing on UBC terms here. This is supposed to be Metro. We're playing all the way in I don't know, Chilliwack. Like, this guy's actually in the opposite side of the country, and we're not able to do anything here. So Hub farms another mid wave. We took forever. Remember, this all started with Galio playing around their tier 1 and Ornn getting killed. They moved all the way over. Regular move TP'd, kills Chiv, opens up a Baron here, and guess what? We have Dragon in a minute 30. All of these waves that currently Kins of Alex are pushing, are going to get pushed out, and then you're going to have no waves of priority. You're going to lose gold. So I kind of want to see them not play for this dragon. It is clear you're not going to win this fight, especially now with Yunara hitting Infinity Edge.
Yeah, it's very much a losing game right now. There's just so much that needs to get fixed here that you had to be hard pressed and very cognizant as to a lot of the happenings right now to try and make up for some of this lost ground. Dragon here is a fight that I don't think they should take. It really only like a flip to maybe steal it, but even then I don't think a fight to try and steal it is worth it either. So it's very much farm what you can, play safe, and wait for more of your items to come online.
I'm just pressing tab and I'm looking at enemy jungle be level 16. That's 3 points in Cyclone. I'm not playing, guys. Like I'm not walking in. I'm having my mid laner and my support walk into jungle with me so that I'm allowed to farm my camps if I'm Chiv. Want to also remind everybody that Chiv and Flo previously on UBC's Collegiate League of Legends roster. For Chiv, he has stated he has never lost to FSU or SFU once. And if we're going to start that streak, you know, it'd be a sad way to kind of end out on a tournament like that as a former alum. But I think that with how this game is going, we had a lot of expectations for them to be able to deliver. Good flash from Flo, keeps his life, but and no summoner spell coming in.
Yeah, that was a very good play for SFU there. Because that was your worst case scenario there. You don't get the kill, you commit some resources, some time, and you just get the flash as worst case scenario. The best case scenario there is you get the pick off of the Orianna, off of Flo, and get the tower on top of that, and then rotate the dragon. But you know that's not how things panned out there. But it looks like they're still looking to try and eye for that dive on the bot side tower here. Shiv is hanging around, maybe sort of having that secondary sense of thinking that they're going to be coming here any moment here, but White Knight just hanging in the shadows. I don't know if they have vision on this just yet, as Gragas does walk up to get the tower and at least the demolish, not demolish, the crystal proc, but it looks like they're just going to back off and just let it be.
I'm kind of sad that we got rid of the old demolish.
Yes!
This demolish is significantly better. I won't lie. It makes me feel so much better to see this demolish, because old demolish was the sound effect was good. The application of it felt a lot harder, especially with having to kind of wait. It's similar to the Heartsteel proc, but Heartsteel proc is one of the best in the game of all time.
I'm so glad you did mention that, because I love old demolish, and I recognize that this new demolish is better like across the board. Nothing hits the same as that old demolish proc, and I to this day I'm talking as if it's like years long gone, right? But to this day I still forever mourn the old demolish loss.
Well, Dark, we are in a pretty boring state because there's not many ways for this SFU Black team to really play. There's not an objective that's going to be able to be forced for at least 2 minutes. A lot of the waves and the turrets are pretty far deep onto KOA's side of the map, and for all intents and purposes, they have a kind of a mid-range composition. A lot of when I look at Gragas, he kind of plays in that range that isn't necessarily melee, but with the access that he has thanks to his Q and his ultimate, he can kind of play a little bit further up than maybe some folks expect. So they kind of require fights to happen for them to look for it. And right now, a problem that we're seeing for KOA is that they don't have a strong enough side laner. Typically, you'd have maybe someone that's able to protect an Orianna, or even let Ornn be on a side lane by himself. But with how the game has gone, especially with how strong this Gragas is, who are you sending to match? You can just play through mid lanes and then just keep going to sides. They're going to kill Corvus here, maybe, but
yeah,
you're losing your base.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is good for Corvus at the very least. Like, unfortunately, you most likely will go down here, but you do pull a lot of that pressure for the bot side on the other side of the map to try and siege it. But it looks like they didn't want to try and hard commit too much, give up too much potential gold there. And do opt to instead back up and just keep on farming. And yeah, right now the state of the game is just, I think either side knows that a gauge is going to be hard, because on one hand KOA is playing probably a bit more safer than they normally would, not trying to overextend, because they know any overextension at this point will most likely lead to just 1 or 2 picks, right? But also on the side of SFU Black, you can't exactly like two-man dive a tower, because at this point, there's not a lot of gold to be earned off of that, and a lot of momentum to be earned off of that. So what's the point of doing that? So it's very much of a stalemate until this dragon comes up here in the next minute and a half, or Baron in the next 30 seconds.
This is going to be Ocean Soul here for SFU Black. If they can grab this, it almost assuredly kind of wins them the game. We talked about that Priscilla on this Sona did go for the Echoes of Helia, so that a lot. Oh, didn't go for Diadem. Actually went for. Why do we have this item on? So I'm gonna ask them. I'm getting tech on this. I don't know why we have that claw item for essentially what is a Lich Bane, and then we went for Sarah. So maybe this is just better. I mean, maybe the damage there with Ekka. Okay, so Bloodsong, yeah, it's bonus damage on hit, and then you deal increased. They take increased damage afterwards. This is an incredibly fast Baron coming through, and Shiv is just getting stopped by regular move.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Zinch out here,
are we flipping?
What could you do here? It's gonna be look like it's
gonna
be a close call though, as they're looking to try and go in and steal the Baron, and that they do. But are they gonna be able to leave off with their lives? That's the bigger question here. Shiv goes in on the deep end, does not find a pick here, and now regular move moving on to the Ornn here to see if they can cut them off. But no, they're just gonna cut their losses right there, and choose to back up. Unfortunately, not getting Baron, which I think at this stage of the game, if you're KOA, that's the kind of thing you need to do to try and start restabilizing things.
I'm sorry, Dark. I completely disagree, because look at the mini map.
Yeah.
We've got Ocean Soul spawning now.
Yeah.
And Shiv is dead for 25 seconds. You just get Soul for free. I think Baron, the stats that it give you aren't very good for team fighting. You get 750 gold globally between you, so they nerf the amount of gold you're even getting from this objective. And now, SFU Black basically just have a free amount of regeneration. They have triple Ocean Drake plus Ocean Soul. They're never running out of health or mana in these fights, and it was already difficult enough. We already saw and have talked about that KOA do not have the damage to really match their opponents, and now this basically puts them entirely out of reach for what is most team fights for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it buck. When I was so locked in on that Baron flip there that I completely forgot Dragon was up at that point, which completely disregards everything I had just said at that point. But yeah, it was a good attempt here to try and at least restabilize things. But part of me also says that maybe KOA also forgot that Soul was going to be coming up soon, which kind of defeats the purpose of this entire play, even though on paper it should have been something on their end, especially, you do unfortunately lose your jungler and escape with your 4 other players, but you just lose Soul at that and in return from that. So it's very much like
we saw in the replay there that just having Corvus and regular Moo stand in what was essentially the red side river entrance going into the into that part of the map essentially cut off everybody else. Aphelios can't walk forward, Orianna can't walk forward. Is a bit of good coordination. We saw that Flo used his shockwave alongside Shiv going in to hopefully secure the smite steal. So they'll have Baron, but right now the only person who's on side lanes is Insanity, who is 2 levels down versus the Gragas thanks to the top side matchup. Hub is dying in mid!
Oh, it was a close call there. Hub narrowly escaping with their lives there and being able to heal so much off of that with the red gun. But I don't think there's going to be much of anything else they can do off that. Unfortunately, being forced to use ults there to stay alive. And now it looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight here in red jungle if SFU really wants it. But once again, it looks like they're just playing the safe out. They don't need to fight if they don't have to. And so they're looking to just get back and just keep things going in their favor. White Knight, though, sort of caught out. Shiv engages off of them. This could be a huge pick here if they can truly convert off this. We do see the remainder of their team coming in. Hub potentially get the pick here, but no. Daniel comes in, saves it. Shane is now taunted. They can't get the pick there. He already got Angel.
Oh my god!
Online. I wasn't even paying attention to that, and this fight got flipped into SFU favor.
Oh my god!
Comes in, knocks it on. 1 down, 2 down, 2 for
That's
1
it.
special. And I do agree with that out. I do believe this is gonna be it for them.
I mean, no flash on Hub. Insanity's trying to do something here, but he doesn't have the ultimate. He's essentially just dead at this point. They'll have a mid-wave to play through. 40-second death timers for everybody. Maybe if Alec had that polymorph, remember that was going to be the big spell to see them take down regular moves, stop this Gragas from doing anything. just slams right into the back line. They didn't end up killing Yunara. It took so long thanks to this triple Ocean Dragon, Ocean Soul. White Knight finally goes down with the GA, but it's just not enough at this point. Another minion wave, and with long enough death timers, it looks like the first game here of this best of 3 going over to SFU Black.
Yeah, I mean, what a first game, because the early on of this game, in the beginning, lanes of this game, wasn't really looking that well for SFU Black. As we remember, there was 3 losing lanes, and KOA was the ones who were certainly in the lead there, but I forget which gank it was specifically. I think it was the gank, the fight in top jungle, I believe, where they managed to get that double kill, and managed to actually start using that to convert that into the next double kill in bot lane. And I think at that point things just kind of spiraled after that.
It's tough because we saw that a lot of the lanes ended up being good for Kins of Alec, but top lane became a little bit more of a problem. We saw multiple fights where regular Moo almost dies in the 1v1 and then lives. Insanity is then down some resources, and especially without that ultimate, it is really tough for Ornn to push Gragas out in after a couple of recalls. Once he gets his items, Gragas essentially just becomes a poke champion and can really drain tank versus this Ornn, which is usually not something we get to see very often. And in general, I think that there were a couple of key decisions that we saw were pretty big mistakes, like when we went for Grubs after that mid play.
Yeah.
That ended up getting a massive amount of gold and a lot of kills going over to this Wukong. And then we didn't really make a good enough attempt at like smashing the bottom lane. Yes, Hub had natural CS advantages, but I think if you just send one gank early on to this bottom lane, pre-level 6 for the Yunara and Sona, they basically don't get to play the game either. So a lot of, I think, mistakes that were almost, in my mind, prompted by differences in what the mid jungles were able to accomplish in this game.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see, a very interesting thing to see. Just the lead that KOA managed to have on the early game, just sort of kind of be nullified after mistake after mistake, mistake after mistake after mistake. And I mean, it's not to completely put them down just yet. You know, we are in a best of 3, so there is this next game here to try and sort of make better on a lot of these decisions, right? But it was very much just an unfortunate series of events to occur throughout the majority of the game after that early laning phase.
We're gonna kick it to a break here, folks, as we get ready for our game number 2 of this grand finals. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with SFU Black versus the Kins of Alec. Welcome back, everybody. We are still here for the Novus Cup. This is our grand finals. Is a best of 3 between two of the top teams playing here at the Metro Vancouver local level. Still Alk, still Dark. We had a very dominant game here for Simon Fraser University. We came out of the draft saying that Kins of Alec looked really, really strong, but they just weren't able to really commit after a couple of early plays that went wrong.
Yeah, it was a very interesting thing to see how that lead just kind of sort of spiraled as the game went on. But I do hope that this second game here from then they find their footing a bit better and they try and right a lot of the wrongs that they made, because on paper they were doing a lot right. They used their lane, their just natural advantages in lane to get ahead and just keep that lead as best they can. It was just unfortunate mistakes from either shot calling or just bad engagements at the wrong times that kind of was their ultimate undoing, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You're right. Those, I feel like, at least in my opinion, those seem like fixes that you can fix, things you can fix rather easily with some conversations, but you have a second opportunity here to try and employ some of that.
So it's interesting, SFU Black, because they won the last game, Kins of Alec elect to go for blue side. They go for first pick. They get a Zir, strong enough laner there. But I'm surprised that SFU Black are the ones that are banning Corki. Because again, in their games that they played to get to this point, both games were Corki Nami. And then, we kind of threw in random champions afterwards for the other lanes. But I'm surprised that they're the ones that are getting rid of this. It seems like their response is still going for what I still imagine is the best mid laner on the patch currently, at least professionally speaking, in Orianna. And now you have decent lockdown with a Nautilus, but I think a little bit less mega consistent damage. You do have an Ezreal and a Zero, so just building out a front line for them is typically going to be good enough.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see, like, the Orianna does come back here, and now in the hand of the SFU Black, I'm eager to see exactly if this Orianna, how different this Orianna was going to be than in the hands of Ken and Alec. But no, as a year Nautilus, there's a lot of, not necessarily a lot of CC potential. I don't think a lot of is the right word, but there's a lot of things you can do to try and kick off a lot of these engagements and try and get a good team fight going in your favor.
So what dive buddy are we pairing with Orianna? We've seen tons of Nocturne, globally speaking. Vi's okay. It definitely gives you the lockdown that you would want when you're playing against Azir. Something that kind of are mentioning there with the range of Azir is that it's super hard to get on him, especially if you don't have targeted CC or crowd control. So I like to see that. Again, you give that alongside a Lulu. I think that with that kind of front line and the bruiser, the way that Vi likes to play, it makes her just really tough to take down. Usually is a champion that goes in and then never kind of comes back out of fights. We're seeing a Kennen being hovered here for Kins of Alec. Came out as, I think, one of the strongest champions on the start of the season on 26-1. Gunblade got added to the game. There was, I think, people who were just looking at specifically the lane leads that you get from top lane. And that has kind of been the shift, I think, the biggest shift for top lane is that the matchup that you have in there is so important. Just being able to either get solo kills, prevent your enemy laner from getting good leads early, and specifically trying to trigger that quest faster is a very big change for him. So he came out as one of the biggest winners coming into the new season. And this seems like a very aggressive team composition from Kins of Alec, now with an Lee Sin and a Kennen.
Yeah, to me, seeing KOA's champion lineup here, it screams to me that they just want to go all in and all at once and just try and make sure they can make those explosive fights here. But I'm looking on the other side. I do see the Kled is being considered right now. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we see Kled too much.
Kled's come back a little bit, but no, definitely a champion that doesn't exist, at least professionally, at a much higher level. It is something that SFU Black have played already. They played a game of it yesterday versus Flex Haja, their first match. No, it would have been their semifinals match in top 4. They played the Kled. Obviously, they did end up winning that game. They played it into Garen, funnily enough, but again, another Azir on the opposite side. So this SFU Black team, they are just running at you. There's not much to do afterwards. We are sending an Orianna. We're going to send a Shockwave alongside it. Maybe there's a Kled as well. We want to walk forward towards this team. And Kins of Alec, I think it's really important that Azir and Ezreal play range. They need to just whittle away at their opponents. I do not want to see an Azir like flash shuffle forward and like push all of their teammates into them. It's good for Kennen, but I think that Kennen and Lee Sin should be the closers of fights. They should be the ones that are knocking down all of the pins that Ezreal and Azir are setting up.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I mean, as well on top of that, Nautilus can help to make sure that you can provide some of that range and some of that protection for to separate the front line and the back line, you know, especially if you want the Lee Sin and then get the Kennen as your closers. But it's I generally am very, very much interested in to see exactly how SFU Black wants to play out their comp. I don't really get to see a comp like this a lot, so having just a lot of these like go in across the board anyways, a lot of these like champions that just want to go in and just be like, I want you out of here, right?
For SFU, again, it's you have a decent lane in bottom lane. I think that because Nautilus ends up losing versus Lulu and you have double range, usually it's going to be a lot easier. It depends on if Hub is able to land a lot of damage early in the level 1 trades, but you also don't do very well in topside. Like Kennen doesn't have a lot of resistances ever since they moved the free resistances that are on his E to his ultimate. He's lost a little bit of his lane prowess, and especially until he finishes Gunblade, he doesn't have like the solo kill threat even with his ultimate versus a Kled who can basically has 1.5 health bars at all times thanks to his passive. It's tough for me to imagine Kins of Alec, who are consistently playing scaling, to suddenly try to flip this game. And hopefully that's what Lee Sin's going to do. Lee Sin is kind of the curveball here in this draft. He needs to be in their faces. I think he needs to try to blow flash early on, whether it's in mid or in one of these solo lanes. Otherwise, again, I'm always going to prefer what SFU have, which is just clear engage, strong team fighting, and I think good ways of playing side lanes, which is something that Kins of Alec were really, really weak on in game number 1.
Yeah, side lanes is probably more important now than it was in the last game, most likely. But it's, I'm as we're waiting here, I'm kind of mulling over a lot of what's happened from the previous game, and I do hope that at the very least Kins of Alec can try and use some of their. Well, they're not necessarily have a lot of that adventure learn, as you mentioned, Nautilus being in a bit of a more rougher matchup against Yunara and Lulu this time around, right? But it's definitely a question of can this Lee Sin actually leverage a lot of his strength, a lot of his prowess to try and flip on these early fights? Because I think, especially with the bot lane, with Nautilus Ezreal not having the advantage, it's going to be hard pickings to try and figure out exactly who it is you want to try and prioritize. Because you do have Kennen, who should maybe be even with Kled, but I'm not sure if Lee Sin also wants to dive at Kled either.
Why not? Let's just try to flip the game, guys, because this game's not getting much better for us. I don't know. I'm looking at this and I want to see something, because I think the lane went well for most of Kins of Alec, and then we got to objectives and it just kind of fell apart. I know talking with Alec that originally they were actually going for a different support player in general, but they actually ended up he couldn't make it, so they had to get someone else to sub. They were actually going to have him in top lane, so Insanity coming in as kind of a super sub, a last minute sub apparently, is also Chid's friend. So as Alec has said, apparently he is just the weak side warrior. Did not do too much in that last game on the Horn, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, subs happen, you know, and I guess part of that might explain some of the weaker showings here, and who knows, maybe this game will be different, right, as we are getting ready here in just a few more moments, another minute or so. But yeah, it's to me, I don't know if it's just me, but to me, this all around from both sides just really speaks of like just a kind of like unorthodox comp, and I'm like still trying to like piece everything together in my mind to see exactly how a lot of these fights are going to go.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested. Again, this is a best of 3, so if SFU just win this, that's $700 split 5 ways. You've got yourself a quick bag. So it feels pretty good there. You didn't have to play too many games. You basically played 4 games for... Oh, I'm not doing math right now. Oh, I'll just pull up the calculator. We got some time before this game starts anyway. So 700 divided by 5. Okay, so 140 split if you're just doing an even split between all of them. Over 4 games, you got paid $35 a game. That's more than us.
I mean, if a lot of these games are like less than an hour, you're making more than 35 an hour if you really want to put it. So that I think that's a number like a lot of people can live with.
I think a lot of people will be really happy with a above 30 an hour rate. Okay, we're doing Novus is doing God's work here when it comes to increasing the minimum wage for a day job.
Oh man, can you imagine 30 above a wage? That would be money, making money there. But no, now finally into the second game, we're going to be seeing exactly if KOA can try and instead keep their early on advantage in favor of them. Corvus though knows exactly how they want to play this out. Already looking to try and zone off flow right out the gate.
Corvus, if you can hear me from beyond the veil, please go Ludens this game. There are no tanks on the enemy side. It's just the Nautilus, and please, I'm begging you, because if you land a shockwave, now here's the tech. Ludens into Sork Pen boots, and this champion does 1 million damage. Here's the level 1 trade I was talking about though. Even with the range advantage that Yunar and Lulu have, if you can just get all of this early, especially press the attack versus lethal tempo, you can deal some pretty good damage. And Alec on this Nautilus has elected to go for the Aftershock. So just wants that upfront tankiness that is allowed from him. That kind of maybe is supposed to substitute for what we typically see, which is the Unsealed Spellbook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, they're doing a good job to try to zone off the CS as best as they can early on. Already at level 2 means that they can at least establish some vision, try and make sure that this wave either bounces back in their favor or just keeps pushing to try and collect the play early on. And it's still relatively quiet moving across the board. I don't think there's exactly a gate angle from either side. Vi is clearing towards bot side, so I think KOA definitely wants to try and see if they can make this wave bounce sooner rather than later, but it's still pretty even stay across the board.
Respect to Insanity for having his support team captain tell me he's weak side warrior, and then second game into this best of 3, we have Lee Sin pathing top, and we have Electrocute Ignite Kennen here versus Kled. I think that is insanely goated from him. He's just decided like, hey, let's just try to win the 1v1. Let's have my Lee Sin gank me on level 3 timer and just completely blow up this Kled and hopefully make Kennen a big problem, because Kennen is strong, yes, but we didn't even talk about the fact that there's a Lulu in this game on the enemy team. He can literally go flash in, get polymorphed, and dies instantly. So that'll be something we'll also be looking to watch for, because that essentially cuts out a large portion of the damage that this team was looking at.
Yeah, Lulu being able to polymorph someone just to make sure that they can't do anything in the middle of a fight is so crucial here. But we do see White Knight going in for a potential gate here. They are backing, and the bot lane with no minions, they're looking to try and see if they can stop these backs. Ezreal does come out though, but the Nautilus is still stuck in lane. But I don't think, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure if the Vi wanted to gank this already, she would have ganked it, but no, it looks like they're just gonna opt to reset instead.
There's a little dinner bell that started ringing in White Knight's head. He's like, oh, my Krugs are respawning. I must go back top side. I must continue the second full clear. So he's gonna continue to do that. Remember, we talked about it earlier, but jungle camps are super important, and if you're not really able to generate a kill or an assist early or a big enough lead for one of your lanes, just go back to farming. I know full clear is boring, but it's really, really strong, especially again with how fast the game has been made, thanks to the inflation of gold that's been put into this season thanks to Riot. So Waves pushing away from Insanity. Second health bar here. Should just be able to get himself a recall, but so far we haven't also seen anything from this Lee Sin, which I think is a little disappointing.
Mm-hmm. I know. I mean, we talked about it already, but it's definitely the choice of if there really isn't a necessarily good enough angle to gank here, you're just better off just clearing, because with how fast these camps spawn now, missing a gank, especially if the other enemy jungler comes in to help assist and maybe even gets a flip there, it's just gonna be absolutely devastating. So it's boring, yes, but I think it is actually probably the safer play here, just to keep on farming, to try and keep yourself consistently on par with the rest of the game.
A second game where Scuttle spawns on top side, so not going to see too much action around this dragon. Now, I want to see Lee Sin walk in mid. Brother, no. Other side. We're going to the other lane here. We're not diving Kled, guys. We have level 6 Azir, so we can at least force Corvus's flash. Oh, no.
Sidestep, though, is stunned, locked down for just a moment, but we do have the second health bar going down. Regular move, just gonna utilize that fun mechanic and just be able to walk away without and too much in their favor. And of course, SFU does go in for a counter gank and actually gets the pick, which I think is very good for them in order to try and establish early on lead.
Completely on vision. Insanity also didn't hit level 6. I feel like if you just wait for him to either get the ultimate so that he can have the Slicing Maelstrom so we can kill this Kled, it's better. But now we've invested a lot of time from Lee Sin on the top side of the map. He will get the Scuttle. Here's the play on mid I wanted to see. Ah! Oh,
the flash is used to stay, and they do! Flow just narrowly get away with their life there, but unfortunately Dragon has been taken. Flashes and ultimates has been used on both sides for the mid laners anyways, and it's hard to say exactly which one was better. I think I think on with everything going on, I think that was a fairly even trade with how things ended up.
Generally, I'm going to say this is an advantage to SFU Black. Just, they're supposed to be like this strong team fighting team that's going to be really good as the game continues to go on. I think that their team spikes incredibly hard on 2 items. And, like, it took a lot. It took a long time for us to make this play. While this is happening, White Knight got a kill in bottom lane. He got his team the Dragon. And now we've gotten the flash away from Kennen. This is a really, really expensive summoner spell to not have, especially because we've taken Rocket Belt out of the equation for this champ. See another play on the Corvus. A great dodge, and he doesn't even have flash. Like, how are you supposed to... You're supposed to punish this Orianna for not having a summoner spell when you have level 6 with Azir, but we have not seen too many great plays coming in from the mid jungle, who is supposed to be this UBC alum playing on their collegiate team. Where is the synergy, guys? I'm not seeing it.
It still might be just getting warmed up there. There still is plenty of game to try and make those big plays really happen here. But once again, just like the last game we saw already, this has just been a fairly slow and steady start. There were a few attempts to make a play or two, but for the most part, everyone's just been opting for the more consistent, for the more safe route to just get the goal they need to get their first item online, maybe contest an objective or two, but it's a slow and steady race here.
So looking at the rest of this, I know I'm kind of bagging on KOA at the time, but just looking at what is available for them, they do have a wave pushing in top side, so this could be their angle to go for either another play on mid and then move into the grubs, or just start the grubs first. Talking about side lane, I do think that when you have an Azir, you want to try to get him as much resources.
That is an engagement there with the
ult
ult from Azir, and that is exactly how you wanted to play that out. Beautiful, clean. Well, maybe not entirely clean, but it gets the job done. You do collect some plates. You do start on grubs while Vi is still eyeing on the bot side. Maybe she could gank down there and get a 1-for-1 trade at the very least, but no, it looks like she just opt to, once again, back.
This is great. This is exactly what I want to see. Not only do we get, sadly not kills, but an assist, and you get at least a turret plate in mid. Great for Azir. Just get him power scaling incredibly fast. Let him get his first 2 items quickly here in this game, whether that's with the kills or with just the turret plates. And now you have grubs. This does give this team some legs to stand on when it comes to playing on side lanes. Kennen is not going to be as strong versus Kled later on just because of the amount of HP that this Kled will have, but letting Azir play on side lanes and specifically trying to shadow him on plays, I think is going to be a way for them to be able to take control or even accelerate themselves here. Insanity, he's just dead. All right, so...
I mean, using 2 ultimates there, I'm not sure what more you could do to try and get out of that. You could not, yeah. And Flash was down. It was just an unfortunate circumstance there for the cannon, and a 1 kill going in Vi's pocket there, which does neutralize once again some of that advantage that was bought in mid lane here. But it's still genuinely too early to see exactly how things will be truly fanning out here.
I think that top lane's kind of over at this point. With where he is, like, Insanity doesn't have a big enough lead to warrant him going for the Ignite. And again, Lulu is going to be a massive thorn in his side this game. So unless we see some more action, I do think that this Kennen is going to be fairly useless here. Just not having Flash, now with no Maelstrom 45 seconds before the Herald spawns, I do think, or before the Dragon spawns, I do think is a little bit problematic. He's going to continue to be stuck on side lanes. Corvus, again, no Flash yet.
Can they secure the kill? They can secure the kill. This time needing Azir's ult. Only needing Azir's ult. As now we see Vi. Look to see if they can maybe stop those backs this time. I think they're too far for that though. We're back again in top lane as regular move coming in on Insanity here. Can they get the solo kill? I don't think so, as there's just too much stunt for regular move by himself right now at this point in the game to try and hard commit to that.
I'm just looking at mid lane right now. Like, Flo, while he doesn't again get that kill, you got 2 plates in mid, and you finish your quest now. So I think that this Azir is in prime condition to play again. I think so far that the series has showcased the power and influence of mid jungle 2v2s being really, really key. White Knight has not at all touched this mid lane matchup so far, and that was a great timer to punish Corvus not having his flash. That's 2 ganks now where, because she didn't have the summoner spell, Orianna got punished.
And once again, another gank to Kennen here as they use their ult. Not going to be having the opportunity to be able to use Flash. It was just only a few seconds away from being up at that point. I think that's a very good punisher to keep that cannon down. And yeah, as the game goes on at this point, it is very clear that this cannon won't be able to do much of anything. Using the Lee Sin R to push Course out away from the safety of the tower. And that was a good conversion there.
Wow, Orianna is 0-4 now. This is very dangerous. Having the ultimates come out, Crimsonating finds a single auto there, so he's able to finalize this, but look what's happening in the river. Chiv and Flo are on their way.
Yes, Chiv coming in from the shadows once again to try and clean up this Yunara before they can take the life of the Ezreal, narrowly avoiding with their lives there, and now looking to try and turn to Priscilla, who is forced to use Flash to get out of the way. But no, the Azir R is up once again. The Flash is gone, and that is another kill to Azir, who's gonna be at an absolute demon at this rate with how this game's going.
And getting another plate for themselves. Finally, we get kills for Azir, who already finished the Nashor's Tooth, already has these upgraded Sork Pen boots, and is just getting completely fed. 3 grubs as well. He's level 11 at 13 minutes, and he's going to be almost entirely done with his second item coming up soon. I mean, Corvus now just trying to get away. He's going to use that phase rush, but this damage from Hub.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, he lives. Thank God. That would have been bad if my Orianna is 0-5 going into this fight. The only thing that I can say is good here for SFU is there's no dragon being taken right now. We're going to even stop Azir from this recall. I don't think this is going to turn into a kill. Just means that he's not going to be out on the map any quicker. Also probably means that, at least for SFU, they can be the ones on this dragon. You currently see that Hub and Alec are currently sitting in river, but this is really dangerous because Vi can be in this area and back up the Yunara, and Lulu's also on her way.
Yeah, no, it looks like both of these 2 teams wants to try and contest this second dragon here. Just sort of posturing, seeing exactly if they can clear the vision, if they can get the vision, do do their do what I like to call their chores before trying to commit to the dragon here. But a good hook onto Priscilla and locks down that Lulu, gets one pick there, turning on the Vi now, who is looking to try if they can secure the pick on Ezreal, opting to go onto the Nautilus instead, and picks up that second pick here. Ezreal R is used, but doesn't necessarily clean up too much or anything. And now Vi, 2 chunk down, might not be able to take the dragon right now, as Flo is still hanging around, slowly looking, slowly sharking to see exactly if they can get this next engagement in their favor.
Shiv can look for a steal. There's a ward in the pits. We can see a ward hop into Sonic Wave. That's kind of their only play to get in. It doesn't seem like KOA want to give up this, or sorry, go for this objective right now. 2 dragons at 15 minutes isn't a big problem, but it's talking about the scaling. It's talking about whether or not that's going to be a big enough influence here in this one. Also, giving over that kill from Alec is not bad, but definitely slows things down. We were talking about this mid jungle being a really big priority for them, and so far, really just using this time, I think, from the Kittens to try to get Insanity back into this game, who right now is really, really struggling. Does finally have his teleport thanks to the top lane quest, and there will be a Herald being started here by the side of the Kittens, so maybe they'll try to use this to continue to expound on the gold lead.
Yeah, I think this Rift Herald is gonna go a bit is gonna go uncontested right now, as it doesn't look like anyone from the other side has the vision nor the will to try and contest it. And I think they're in a position where they don't necessarily want to try and contest as well. You know, you do have Elysian and Azir who are very much fed right now, can absolutely shift a lot of these some more skirmishy team fights here. So it looks like they're just opting just to once again be consistent, pick up whatever gold, whatever experience that you can from your other sources, and try and see if you can get a cheeky pick here and there on anyone who might be overextending from the other side.
All right, what else do we have? Ooh, they might be looking for a bit of a deep play here. It's only going to be Chiv, who isn't spotted quite yet, and Flo, if he overextends, could be punished. I don't really want to see him walk forward. There's really no reason for Azir to walk forward in a 1v2. You don't see where Vi is, and your bot lane is hitting the mid turret right now. This is a winning scenario if you just pull back.
Oh no, but Flo unfortunately overstepping just a little bit, and with the CC from both the Lulu and the Vi, it's gonna knock them down, collecting that shutdown, and be able to take this bottom tier 1 turret. But over on the mid lane here, getting tossed around, Corvus goes down as KOA picks up the tier 2 mid turret.
And they could actually go for more. I mean, there's still turret plates on this inhibitor turret, so not going to exactly be the play that they were looking for. As soon as Flo puts that soldier that far up, it means that he cannot go for it. Okay, so Alec is dead. We're just going to let the Nautilus die at this point. Kled is going to run right past him. They will still take this Nautilus down. There's no objective to play for. I will say I still like this coming in for KOA. The fact that they were able to, at the very least, they lost their shutdown on mid, but they were able to grab the turret and also make a pick happen there. So it's a trade that goes even for them. It's just going to be whether or not either of these teams will be able to commit towards the dragon that's spawning in too. Because while it isn't the soul, I think being on soul point for the rest of the game is really, really troublesome. And especially as the Kittens, you're about to hit a massive spike on 2 items. We need to see them kind of leverage that fact.
Yeah, no, with Dragon, with a potential soul point Dragon for SFU right now. Well, not as a soul point, but the last Dragon they need to get soul point. That's a lot of pressure. They can absolutely leverage and try and create a lot of pressure to some of the side lanes or some of these fights in order to get some momentum back in their favor here. But it looks like KOA is going to start invading the enemy jungle here to try and assert their dominance, start taking away some of the resources from SFU, getting the Gromp in the process and escaping without much contention as well. That's I think is just once again just extending whatever lead they can by just taking more and more resources in their favor.
Is this Cosmic Drive being completed? I know Azir's sitting in base right now. You also have Muramana done for Hub. Come on. Let's take the item.
Dusk and
There we go. Oh, we're
Dawn.
going for Dusk and Dawn. Okay. We've been seeing this pop up a lot more. Being able to apply double on hits from both the Gnasher's Tooth and your soldiers is nice. I'm sure also the 300 HP that's attached to this item is also not all that bad. So it's going to be a pretty massive spike coming on through. It's not the biggest like a Shadow Flame would be usually, but still, I mean, when you're looking at a 2-item core completed for most of the members. Oh, Hub, we're too far up on mid?
But getting the hop over the wall to save their lives. Now Vi doesn't have the ultimate.
Oh,
There's a bit of scramble on both sides. Regular Moo does get a pick off the Lee Sand, and now looking to try and get this Ezreal out of the game as we see SFU getting back and forth picks. KOA looking to stand as best they can to get some trades in return, but it is at the end of the day, it's SFU who still comes out on top.
I mean, the damage was just really well applied there from SFU. They put all of their DPS into trying to force out Hub, no flash, no barrier, and by the time Flow gets in, the fight is essentially over and too far split. Insanity is using his Slicing Maelstrom to stun up Priscilla on the Lulu. Very confusing target selection, and a great shockwave. Despite all of the disadvantages that have been thrown at Corvus's way, that shockwave locks down the damage 2v2 of this Azir and Lee Sin. So now we get the Dragon being started and taken here by SFU Black. Simon Fraser University now on Soul Point after an amazing early game start coming in for Kins of Valor.
Yeah, once again a repeat, but a shutdown with the Ezreal ultimate means that that's going to be a lot of presence, a lot of power gone here for this next upcoming team fight, and it's going to be a bit of a scramble here as they're looking to try and stop this Baron pool. They do stop the Baron pool at the very least, but now the question is, can they escape with their lives? Kled being slowly chunked out here. Getting kicked over the wall as well, but the Lulu comes in clutch with their ultimate, and now can SFU live long enough to flip this fight back in their favor?
Can they get more though? Because like Baron is up, they can actually do Baron. They're a little low, but if White Knight really wants to send it, maybe that's something that they could go for. Crimsonating is also fairly strong. Instead, they're not going to be able to start this objective up. It was a good pick, but still, on Soul Point and with a lead, you have stronger side lanes at the moment as long as Azir's not there. So despite everything, despite all of the advantages, despite them getting so much gold and focusing all of their resources early on into killing Corvus, top side's also been a big problem for them as Insanity's now going to die. Like, we've done nothing to help this Kennen, and the times that we have gotten nothing done for us. So this Kled is becoming an issue very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, as Kennen, like, what more can you do, right? It's like, it's very clear that the SFU's whole plan right now is just to make sure that this Kennen can't get online in any way, shape, or form. And at this point in the game, I think even if they do manage to get enough gold, and buy enough items on their side, I think it's going to be a little bit too late because of how far ahead everyone else is at this point of the game here. And now with Baron still up, vision all across topside river here, it looks like these players are looking to try and see exactly what their next sources of income is going to be, as we do see SFU starting to recall to most likely get their next big purchase in.
Well, thankfully for them, their next source of income, regardless, will be at least 300 Canadian. So they will be getting paid. So both teams here in the grand finals get to split the prize pool, which I think is really cool. Obviously, a larger chunk going over to the winning team, but all right, we've got an even game state. Who would have thought 0-5 Orianna would be at an even point in the game here versus their opponents? Yes, down items, and obviously still gold here, but the efficacy of just having a shockwave turns out to be more than enough to make up for that. And we can see a lot of that gold lead right now coming from the top lane, at least from the side of SFU. This Kled is super dangerous here in this game, and the 1.5 health bar, or the 2.5 health bars that he does have access to, is kind of a big reason why we're going to see this champion be so problematic here, and the stickiness that this champ has on top of champions. So, all right. It turns out that Dark has decided that my joke about how much gold or how much money these teams will be making has completely wiped them out. So we'll see whether or not they'll rejoin. Oh, Dark? Okay. Well, maybe you should get Novus. Have you thought about that? All right. Apparently Dark's internet has died, and look, I'm trying to make the plugs happen as much as possible here, guys. We do have dragons spawning in a minute. This kind of feels like the last big fight of the game. If we can see Kittens of Alec win, depending on the state of the game afterwards, it should hold them off for another couple of minutes. But even with that happening, every 5 minutes is going to be a threat for them, as we now start to see all of this vision get placed down. We're going to see some recalls coming in. It is going to be up to SFU to retake the area and also get Corvus in a good position to match once we get back in. Yep, Darky, I'm sorry. They cannot hear us if we're not on the Video Ninja. And I that one I can't leak. I was talking about earlier that we should try to get a heat map of where all the players are, but I think personal data is a little bit more private. I can't let go of the Video Ninja. We're seeing an engage on mid now. Regular Move's going to walk forward. A double shockwave onto both Alec and this Azir, but a shock. I mean, the slicing Maelstrom stuns up enough, but look at this damage from Crimsonating. This Yunara is ripping them apart. Regular Move on this Kled dashes forward. One more auto attack with the Violent Tendencies is not enough. A triple kill here for Flow, and now a dragon that's going to be going over. The Kittens of Alec have woken up from their cat nap and maybe are going to be able to save this game in this best of 3 grand finals. Alright, alright, it's okay. Again, Dark, because Dark actually can't respond on the show, I can make up whatever narrative I want and they can't respond. So I think he's just gonna have to deal with the fact that maybe Dark just hates me. Okay, guys, this is what every broadcaster has to do when we get to this part. When there's a technical difficulty, we just suddenly make it about us. Okay, we make it about ourselves here. So right now, it is an even game, slightly advantage towards Kitten of Alec, but with how close that fight was, it is still feeling like SFU Black have a lot of cards up their sleeves to be able to have that win. Dark, are you with us? Can I get a check from our producer? Defend yourself. Okay, you're good. I think you're in.
Okay, so a quick rundown as to what was happening. I refreshed the Video Ninja to get everything back online, and I guess it just didn't want to take it, so I had to open up the tab again for some reason. But that's no one wants to hear about those technical difficulties right now. I am here to defend myself. I don't hate you, but I think you are a very great person. I'm bad at this.
Wow, can't even give me a compliment. You know what, Dark? Let me just ask you a question. Who's your internet? Who's your ISP? Who's your ISP?
It is a local ISP. I'm from the States, so.
Okay. See, well, they don't have I know we don't have Novus in the States as a U.S. citizen myself, so I completely get it. Regular Move's gonna have 4 people ganking him, but at the same time, you can see that SFU are just barreling down mid as well.
Oh, but using the ultimate to try and escape, there's too many players, too many path around. I think this year might have almost potentially saved them there if it was angled just the wrong way there, but SFU does unfortunately lose out the Kled, meaning that KOA has managed to press their powers here, keep the momentum going, looking to potentially take Baron here. They do have the player advantage in their favor here, and White Knight it looks like they just might give up the Baron here. I mean, what more can you do in this scenario?
Now, Orianna can be here. White Knight has not been spotted. You can see there's only one flank ward that's going to spot Corvus walking in. Shockwave combo could be good. Also, White Knight just sending it forward. It's 5,000 HP, but they have no vision in the pit.
It's going to be a bit of a close call. White Knight opting to instead just turn around, flip the fight. Gets knocked over the wall. Can they get the Baron here? They managed to stall the Baron first thanks to Lee Sin, knocking them over. And now it's up to Priscilla and Corvus and Crimson to escape with the lives to keep that Baron passive active.
How is this possible? 2 games in a row now. The team that starts the Baron loses the objective here. Chiv goes over the wall to try to finish the kill on the White Knight. He just flashes over. No crowd control. Wild growth, incredible there from Priscilla. Ends up keeping their jungler alive. And from there on out, the Baron just gets stolen. It was a one-way trip, but damn, is that some good travel value coming on through for the Vi.
Oh man, I mean, it's the kind of play you make whenever you have to really try and make sure you can to make sure that these losses aren't as big as they could have been. You know, you do lose a few players on your side and give some more gold into the enemy team, right? But you denied the Baron and take it for yourself, so you do have some pushing power here. And man, it looks like they might try and at least potentially threaten this second turret here in the mid lane, but Kled's looking to already rotate here to try and stop that. And it's just I'm still baffled how that fight in the Baron pit took handled out.
That was pretty dangerous. Now, a couple of things to note. We're a minute and a half before this Dragon Soul yet again respawns. Again, no flash is going to be available for White Knight, but essentially everybody else is going to have that summoner spell up and available here. You can see immediately KOA take control of the river. This is exactly the kind of place that they want to be. Let your Azir get set up and prevent Orianna and Vi from really getting their feet planted and making it impossible, because anywhere that the Orianna ball is somewhere that KOA are really not allowed to stand in at this point. You can see that they've spent a lot of time getting Orianna into side lanes before this moment so that she can try to catch up in the gold department. But these items, they don't lend themselves to dealing damage. This is basically a full ability haste build, so you can try to spam and weave as many spells as possible, but the raw amount of ability power, not really there. It's complete darkness in the river here for the side of SFU Black, and Kled being so strong right now, he can always answer even without his teleport.
Yeah, now it looks like it's going to be a fight that KOA wants to start in their terms, making sure they can keep SFU out for as long as they can. The Orianna Corvus does get chunked out a little bit and is forced to back here. So now it's going to be a question of, does KOA want to try and start this flight now if they know that Corvus is out for a little bit? But no, with the teleport, they are able to rejoin once again. And now a regular move, leaving the top lane, looking to try and apply more pressure there with the player advantage in their favor. Dragon S spawned here, and both teams are looking to try to posture themselves properly to make sure they can take this objective here. It's just going to be a bit of a tight.
Wait, but they're not in position. Chiv's going to have to go for a massive steal on this play.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight call. Dragon is pulled here. Unstoppable
What
goes
is-
in.
what?
And it's just a mad risk of ultimates being used left and right. One down on either side. The Kled comes in the middle of the team fight, gets the
Oh my
Yunara,
God.
and potentially the Nautilus, as we see Vi coming in the middle of like the three of them, and escapes with their life. And now they can potentially try and finish off this Dragon here.
Chiv is looking for a steal. There is no ward here from White Knight. Okay, Chiv, I don't know about that flash, brother. That one's a little bit suspect. Even the honey fruit is going to give them. Now they have vision of the Lee Sin. White Knight has been smurfing around this dragon pit so far here in this game. Makes that engage happen onto Azir. And now this is Soul. Him and regular Moon, man. They have controlled this game. Guys, please just finish the Soul. Please. We don't need to go for this kill onto Chiv.
Oh man, a slow whittling of the dragon, and unfortunately White Knight does come down, but you do secure the dragon so at the very least, which it may have been costing them a lot more than they would have liked, but they still secured it nonetheless. And so now they have all of those resistances online. They have that barrier online, and so it's going to be, if the last team fight was a bit of a struggle for KOA to finish things off, the next team fight is going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, White Knight smurfed the hell out of that last fight. He literally, I was like, oh, we're peeling off of the dragon. That was a little bit questionable, but they make a slam engage onto Flow. He has to flash backwards, uses the ultimate. The GA also buys a ton of time. And again, I think this cannon just is not useful in these fights. We're seeing massive slicing maelstroms that do no damage. And then after that, Crimsonating is able to let loose on this Transcended Yunara. This Kled, again, so powerful. Look at the HP bar. He has 5,000 HP plus the Mountain Soul now on top of that, and hasn't even used his upgraded TP. When he gets his upgraded TP, it's going to be a 30% HP shield on top of that. So he's nigh unkillable, and you look at his build, Sterix, Death Stance, finishing what looks to be a oh my god, what is it? It's the magic resist item that gives you movement speed as well. Like, he's going to be incredibly tanky and essentially immovable in these fights, while also having enough max health damage to knock down any one of these members coming on through. And Flo has not had the tightest game so far. Went from a really far ahead Azir to someone who is kind of just skating by. I need to see him remember, we're talking about him and Hub whittling away at their opponents and then letting others clean out the fights.
Yeah, and it's like there might have been an angle for potential another engage here, another team fight, but doesn't want to try and risk more than what is needed right now. So do opt to reset here, and we do see Kled is just keeping the bot lane shoved in. Someone has to respond, making sure, if at the very least, making sure this is years out of that fight. It means there's so much more in favor for this upcoming team fight for them, as we do see White Knight engage on the Nautilus here, chunking it down a little bit for this fight, but it looks like they're just not going to try and hard commit to this, and now it might be a fight in mid as both teams are rotating properly here now.
Right now, KOA are almost entirely reliant on Azir winning them the game, because Ezreal, while he is on 5 items, doesn't have the same level of a big team fight potential like a Yunara. Yes, he's a level down, but this is Yunara with also 5 items with almost 100% crit chance at this point, and he is really strong. Like, shield bow on top of the Bloodthirster with a Lulu, now a Mountain Shield. Like, you see it right now, he has about 600 HP. Diadem of Souls plus all of this, or not Diadem, but having the Echoes of the Moonstone Renewer, he is really, really strong. I think it is near impossible. And Kled can just do this. Kled, I think, just wins this 1v1.
No, there's literally nothing Flo can do here. It does look like the Knot and Ezreal are looking trying to rotate here, but at the very least, you get that Azir ult out, which I think is a huge winning factor for SFU, as they're just gonna be able to rip Baron. It slowed down a little bit as Mickaleaf does catch his on here. Corvus is unlocked by Insanity, gets their first kill here in this game before getting shut down by White Knight, as now we do see SFU turn the
Look
fight,
at Crimson,
try and secure and take this game here, but no, double kill going to Ezreal, into a triple kill. That is a huge flip for KOA to stay alive.
I think they just won the game. I mean, they have a mid-wave, you have a Azir with 4 items. Somehow this fight ends up turning for them. Flo had the empowered recall thanks to the role quest, comes back, TPs into this play, and they spent so much time. A great Zhonya's there from Insanity, splits the fight. It's great that Shiv ended up living. His survival there completely dictates the fight, and we're going to game 3.
What a back and forth it's been, even though we once again saw just that same process of a slow and steady game. One side gets a bit of an advantage. I believe it was SFU who gets that early on advantage, but unfortunately isn't able to secure it and close it down. And now KOA leading it off here. It's now at match point, and it could be anyone's game right now.
Yeah, that's I think the most important part. This is 2 games in a row now where we have seen early Dragon second going over to SFU Black. They've had 2 souls here in this series so far, and have also already won. Like, that's incredible. And now you've lost with a soul. It'll be side select that does go over to them, but I think generally speaking that we've just seen cleaner gameplay come out. I think just better overall play coming in from SFU. So I really want to see them kind of bounce back, because that was their game to lose, honestly.
Yeah, it was so extraordinary thing to see, and I mean, I do wish I had the time to really go back and sort of see exactly what fell apart there at the end for SFU, because it was looking really strong for them, but at the end of the day, there was something that went wrong that I was able to catch, and now you're sitting at a 1-1 scenario, and it's gonna be up to this game 3 to see who can exactly secure it off now.
Yeah, we're gonna have a small break as ourselves have maybe some refreshments to get ourselves ready for game number 3, and for you to hopefully not click out. We're gonna be right back with game number 3, the last game of this grand finals here for the Novus Cup.
started acting strange, had my life in my own hands. Meanwhile, I was wasting time, thinking things were fine, but you had other plans. Behind your weak disguise, all the worthless lies, I was wrong and now I know. Don't think that I won't try, this is not goodbye. Pushed around, always lost, not found, but I didn't realize. Like a giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to rise. I knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my own. I won't let it go. The fire won't let you pretend to know. The fire in my heart burns in your shadow. The silver lining can begin to rust, and I get who I can and cannot trust. I won't let it go.
All right. No more extra tries, no extra lives here. Last game of the grand finals here for the Novus Cup League of Legends tournament. And Dark, we've had kind of two games that almost feel like an SFU 2-0, but at the very end of that last game, we got to see the Kittens come back. We've got hopefully a much closer game, because all of these early games have really felt that even with some moves, again, big focus in game number 2 around mid jungle, it really feels like SFU has really come to play here in this tournament.
Yeah, it's very much SFU fighting to stay alive right now. And in this scenario, you know, it's going to be a question of how does SFU close things out, because KOA, they've shown that they have the fight and they can absolutely and completely not necessarily walk SFU, but like just make sure they stay in the leads, make sure they stay in the advantage, just keep resources back into in their own pockets and not try and lose a lot of that lead. But at the end there, you saw KOA kind of sort of slip that up a little bit. And so now I wonder if SFU is thinking like, okay, we know we can actually win this. Is that enough of a mental shift for them to be able to actually lock things in for themselves?
KOA's big problem so far here in this series has been top lane. I feel like the Insanity, again, kind of a last minute substitute, is an IRL friend of Chiv, but whether intentionally or not, has not really had the best set of games when it comes to both his laning phase and his team fighting. I think that last one was a little bit better because he got bailed out just by having this Zonias that pulled White Knight away, but that's not really a position you want to be in. You don't want to have to pray that your opponents have to make a mistake in these games, especially in a grand finals here. So I'm hoping that either we get something that is a better matchup in top lane, which is hard because this is not Fearless. You are basically going to be playing a lot of the same matchups over and over again as we've seen in mid lane now. And hopefully we get more a better carry here for Hub. I know that Ezreal was a little bit more safe versus the Vi, but it's been proven that he gets the advantage consistently in the 2v2. And again, mid jungle has also been a big talking point here in the series.
Yeah. And as we are heading to this next game, we do see right out of the gate, Azir is banned. So no big shuffling, no big dives or anything like that on that side of the mid lane. And a Riven ban as well. I mean, Riven has been a bit of on the terror, at least on the solo queue experience. I don't know how well she's been translating in the more general competitive scene, right? But at the very least, those are two champs out right at the gate.
We're just staying with the same bans, but this time it's going to be Azir. No Corki ban coming on through. I'm looking at the prior bans. It has been Alistar, Graves, and Corki. Riven consistently seems to be banned here by the Kittens. Viego and Wukong were some of their bans that we saw from them in the prior games as well. So I'm wondering if they're going to kind of stick to that trend. Does this mean we're finally going to see Corki come on through? Because I think Corki has been one of, if not the most consistent champions that we've seen from them.
I think if anything, now would probably be the best time to pull out that tried and true pairing that we've been talking about throughout the entirety of this game, of this match, right? But we do see the Alistar ban comes through. Nothing new on that end, and we're to see again consistent bans across the board.
Perfect. All right, he gets hovered. Hopefully, he gets locked in. There's a lot of different choices. I know we've been talking a lot about the Corki, but also Yunara has been very, very popular here in just this series alone. So we'll see what the first pick here is for SFU Black as they end up on the blue side again for this last game here. There's that Corki. I do think that if Kins of Alec have done their homework, they will know that they're going to be seeing a Nami on their side. So either picking something that can punish some of the early laning phase, or an AD carry that hopefully is going to be able to either outrange or just out DPS this champion, which is very few and far between, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Corki with that true damage can be it can be a lot. Maybe not so much early on, but if you do let this Corki run rapid, it can very much get out of control really fast. And we do see that Ezreal and the Xin Zhao get locked in here for a KOA, so nothing too out there on their side, I think, or nothing too new we've seen at least on this series. I don't remember if they actually brought these two in the last two games or not.
Yeah, so we had the Ezreal last game, and then we had the Xin Zhao in game one. That didn't go very well for Chiv. That was a bit tougher. To me, this screams that we're going to kind of handshake. You'll take Nami on SFU side, and we'll take Karma as our answer on Kins of Alec. Just going for traditional poke. Generally, I think that I would take the side of Ezreal Karma, especially with that pairing with the Xin Zhao later. But Corki Nami, early on, that lane is really difficult to deal with. The Gatling gun shred, also the Nami Tidecaller blessing. It just becomes a very, very potent 2v2 for the first couple of levels of the game. We see the Sion get locked in, a good blind, and I think a good takeaway from who is supposed to be our weak side player in Insanity. But instead, we're going to go for the Jarvan priority. So I don't really know why we're going for Jarvan this early on. There's plenty of escapes, and locking down an Ezreal isn't really a target. So maybe we're just trying to disincentivize an Orianna here in this game.
Maybe that might be the case. It's hard to say, to know exactly what some of these reasonings are here, but over on the other side, we do see Gwen get picked, and Gwen into Sion. It can be a bit rough, especially considering if Sion once again is that weak-sided player. So I think very much right now it looks like KOA is looking to try and pick a champion that could just completely nullify the other enemy top laner and try and use that advantage to convert it into just being an absolute monster in the mid to late game.
All right, we're going to 100% have new champions in mid. There's no Orianna, so we won't have 3 games of that champion. Azir was also banned. This is kind of Kins of Alec's choice. They know that the Nami is coming. Do we ban it now that the Karma's been taken away? Or are we going to look for another mid pick? It is going to be that support, so we're going to see a different pairing coming on through. Honestly, with what they're showing, I think a Braum or a Leona is really strong. You can also go for Rakan pairing with Jarvan and have a ton of long-range engage between them and their jungler. They're going to go for a Ryze ban, so maybe a Talia starts to come on through. Maybe we see something a little bit different in mid lane. But right now, I'm seeing from Kins of Alec, they're going to have a very strong spike on 2 items. Xin Zhao, Ezreal, Gwen. Gwen's actually a bit more of a lane bully, but what we've seen from some of the Scion passive stuff and mostly what this champion has done early game is that unless you can really abuse the 1v1, he kind of just outscales you, and the only reason you lose to this champion is that on side lane you're a lot weaker as this as the side of SFU Black. So they're going to pick the Sona. They're going to go for what is potentially an Ahri. I don't like this. I think the 2v2 is fine, but this doesn't really play well with Sona, and I think you're asking for a lot of trouble here versus a Xin Zhao versus a Gwen and a Nautilus.
Yeah, I am kind of worried about that bot lane because Corki Sona. It's not like it's a bad pair by any means, right? But it does lack a lot of that oomph where some other pairings do have. So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds here. And I do see on the other side Akali's being hovered on their side, but opting to swap to Aurora instead, which Aurora a very good battle range, in my opinion. Anyways, I always like seeing her, and she can do a lot, especially with the extra movement speed she gets, and just being able to not necessarily dash around, but hop around a lot.
Yeah, this champ is also very slippery. So I kind of feel like Jarvan's a bit homeless this game. Like who was he ulting here in this one? He cataclysms and Ezreal. Brother's dashing out. We're gonna do it onto Aurora. She can press ult and her W and her E. Like, all of these skills get her over that wall. You can also use this on to maybe Gwen, and Gwen dashes out. There's so many champions that become very difficult to kind of do. And it feels like SFU have a composition that is, all right, Jarvan, Ahri, and Sona are all going to throw their spells at a target that is trapped in this small area, and hopefully we burst them out. Hopefully we get a reset for our Ahri and we can continue to kind of chain kills afterwards. But if they don't find a first kill going on early, everything kind of blows up and it makes the game really tough to look. And I will note, this is now a game where I feel the player identities that we have seen from some of the people here in the grand finals is completely different, especially in top lane. The fact that right now, regular Moo has decided, I'm going to play Scion. I'm going to be a mid and late game beast here in this game, and I'm going to just try to play frontline for my team is significantly different than the Kled and Gragas we got for them in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, no, I am looking at this SFU comp, and I do worry a lot for what they can do because, I mean, the only person you can realistically like jump on is the Xin Zhao, but even then, I don't think that's still a good target because there's just a lot of mismatches here, and it makes me worry for about what exactly is their game plan and how to do. Because what is the engagement here in really? Do you want to just send Scion in the middle of everyone? But you have the Gwen, you have the Aurora, you have the Ezreal. Not a lot of people that can just kite out the Scion or just be able to keep up with him in the melee range. So it's like there's a lot of uphill battles here for SFU Black, but if they do manage to pull it off, I think that'll be a very glorious victory for them at the very least.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of like what else could maybe be an issue. Something to note in this series so far is we have seen that SFU Black have gotten a large majority of the dragons so far in this series. It was, I think, 2 dragons in game number 1 for KOA, and then a single dragon in that second game. Their priority around bot side, despite having what has appeared to be the better early game bot lane, has not really translated into them actually picking up these objectives. So I know it's going to be a bit of a tougher kind of pivot here this far into the series, but at a certain point, I do think with how important these souls have been in the series, you just have to make this commitment. Like, I'm sorry, I know you're playing Gwen, but please let's play around bottom lane. It's a bit tougher this game, but still I think you have some legs to stand on, especially you have a good enough duo in bottom lane to play, even if it is against a Corki and a Sona.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's also the fact that like these objectives, they've been kind of this. They always kind of pan out the same way these past few games. You know, there's always been that steal on Baron. There's always been those people stacking the teams stacking the dragons, and so it's like to sort of see that happen again would just kind of solidify a lot of way that these players play and how a lot of these game plans pan out. But I think there's going to be enough in KOA's toolbox here to make sure that they're the ones who would be on the better side of those trades of those objectives.
All right, folks, I have wonderful news for us. We will probably be in game in about 30 seconds. We're getting through that spectator delay. We're almost here for game number 3. It's the last game here for the League of Legends tournament of the Novus Cup. And right after this will be Valorant. So you're going to get a full slate of the Riot titles. You already had TFT to start, League of Legends here for this one, about to finish up after this game. And then Valorant has their grand finals happening a few minutes after we're done with this series. So I'm really excited to see who's going to win this. It has been a lot closer than I think I was expecting coming into this series. And so far has at least delivered on that front when it comes to especially a lot of the play that we have seen between them.
Yeah, no, it's been definitely also entertaining at the very least, because there's been a lot of these, not necessarily like big out of this world plays, right? But there's been like a lot of these very interesting moments where things don't really pan out the way you expect them to pan out, and stuff like that is always what makes this game so great, in my opinion, because there's no true way of like knowing how a lot of these pan out unless you spend literal hundreds of thousands of hours in this game. But no, as we do get ready to hop in here, game number 3, SFU Black versus Kittens of Alec here. Money will be granted to both teams because they've gotten this far at the very least, but it's going to be a fight of who can get the bigger side of the pot here.
And some of that regional pride, that collegiate pride we were talking about, some former UBC players versus the SFU Black. And SFU came with 2 teams, okay? So they need to do well here in this tournament, I think. They're the ones that need to prove something to me.
Yeah, this is definitely SFU to try and game. This is SFU's games to lose here. You know, you bring in 2 teams and you can't even close out the number 1 spot. You know, it's like
if both SFU teams get beaten by Alec, I think bragging rights eternally go over to Chiv and Flo. You know, Chiv talking about that he's never lost to SFU and he's not going to start today. Well, it comes down to this last game, that especially game 2. It was looking like it could potentially be a 2-0 at certain points. A large portion of that, thank you to Chiv and Flo. They did a great job in that last game playing around the Azir. And now you have you have 2 burst mages. And one of them has Ignite. Corvus recognizing the early lane being important.
And a good hook early on from Nautilus to just make sure this Corki misses a lot of this early CS, a lot of this early XP. A very good way to just make sure that things start off in the right way for your lane here.
This is good. We're already kind of down to half now. Something that is going to be much easier to do as Corki is clear the minion wave, but if you're sitting under your turret and Ezreal's throwing poke at you, this is a level 1 Sona. She's great at healing, but not yet. Not this early into the game. Both junglers are pathing down to this side of the map, and thankfully for them, they have vision onto Chiv's Raptors here. They see exactly where the Xin Zhao is, and Jarvan's already making a move over and should be spotted likewise on their Raptors here. I wonder if there's going to be any pings. Good job from him staying under vision. It requires someone to actually move their mouse over and check, oh, have Raptors been started? No, he's going to get spotted now. So a decent start here, I think, coming on through already for the bottom lane of Kins of Alec.
And there is a bit of a trade here. If Flo is not careful, they're forced to use Flash this early on, which makes it susceptible to future ganks here, which could be huge to try and swing things in their favor here. And of course, you know, you have the Scion doing what Scion is known to do, and just being in the back line, proxying as per usual, just giving up to that lumberjack skin and being a farmer, so to speak.
I mean, yeah, just let the Gwen have to catch the wave at her turret. Does mean that she's a little bit trapped. Also cuts away at that Ignite, right? He took Ignite for this matchup and doesn't even need it at this point. You were talking about the flashes being used there. I'll hold this as Hub almost finds this kill.
Ooh, it was a bit of a close call, but Priscilla using everything they had to keep Crimson alive, which once again just reestablishes this game plan from the bot side of just making sure this Corki misses out as much resources as they can to delay them from being online for as long as they can.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the mid lane flashes are a little bit more wonky just because Flo has so many the Ignite mid might actually just kill him here. Last tick of it.
Oh! But Chip
Okay.
coming in just secures this 1-for-1 trade, and it's still an even playing score right now, but the momentum at the very least is in favor of the jungler.
Yeah, and now Flo, because they have to teleport, they get right back in the lane, they get to push. I wonder if he just TPs, pushes this wave and then the next one, and then looks for another recall. Because of home guards, it is so easy to just take an instant recall. Wow, the flash from Alec just to get the root there. Really good stuff, and finally a bot lane duo here coming in for KOA that is actually doing work early. It doesn't matter that Sona gets this kill. This is a huge wave that Crimsonating is not getting access to.
Yeah, no, that was a very good tower dive there just to once again reinforce this agenda they're trying to push here. And now things are 2-0 Ezreal this early on is very good here. But regular move going in on Sanity here. Yeah, that's good. 100 going to be a solo kill here for this Scion. And Chiv is coming in to see if they can potentially swing this back, equalize a little bit of the top lane, regular move, a bit overextended, dodges the poke there, and is going to be able to at least stay alive unless Chiv is insane enough to go on a tower dive and narrowly avoiding those abilities there.
Yeah, Chiv has already used 2 of his dashes, so it's like the wind becomes lightning is cool, but once he already uses a dash, it's essentially useless. It's barely poke and wouldn't have done enough damage to regular Moo. He's going to be able to recall, teleport back in. This Gwen is already behind, and Gwen is one of your champions you want to try to have in a good spot to hopefully get into the backline and be a nuisance. At the very least, just buy time and space for your team. Now we're seeing a very good invade come in from White Knight. He's going to take enemy wolves, and the Scuttle is spawning on the bottom side of the map, which means that he is going to be closer. This is finally where we can start to see maybe some access around the bottom side. This Scuttle is going to be so important. It's all about that upgraded smite going from 600 to 1,000, and potentially even opening up for a dragon here, despite the bottom lane lead. I think that this Jarvan can be super strong at this point.
Yeah, this Jarvan, especially in this early on, where the bot lane has a lot less resources to try and out damage and out sustain the Jarvan diving you. It could very well be a big swing here. Once again, the Nautilus lands another huge hook, chunking down the Porky, but turning to Priscilla as White Knight, being the knight in shining armor, saves this from being too devastating for them. Does lose a 1-for-1 trade, and Chiv coming in to gank again. Well, not gank again, to counter gank this and keep this momentum in the Ezreal's favor. Now 3-0.
For KOA, that was a free kill for them. I mean, Corki is using his Valkyrie forward, and he had a longsword and tier. He has no damage in comparison to this Ezreal, and even the barrier being used by Hub keeps him alive. So he gets to stay there. White Knight misses a flag and drag, so no knockup available to them. And that turns into not only more kills for Chiv and Hub, but now finally, one of the first early dragons going over to Kittens of Alec. A great early start for them. And again, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're having it around one of the biggest carries that we've seen here in this series in Hub, who, despite getting massive leads in both of these games, has yet to really transfer that into winning objective fights like early dragons.
Yeah, Hub definitely has the opportunity here to really shine and actually use their momentum here for a big swing in their favor here. And interestingly enough, Insanity did use their ult up there in that little scrimmage, which will amount to everything. And once again, catching the Corki with the hook, keeping Priscilla knocked down. They're not going to be able to get the pick here, but Hub just is able to very clearly follow up, chunk the bot lane, enemy bot lane down, and just keep them out of the play, keep them out of the lane, not letting them be able to do much of anything.
They have two very similar item spikes here, and Hub's not even going for tier. So I wonder if that's a conscious decision. I think if you usually don't have tier by this point, it's going to be too late to try to stack with the just the way that the game ends up kind of going in terms of game pace. So this will be interesting to see from Hub. Wonder if he's just foregoing the tier to pick up items like Spear of Shojin and Endless Hunger, something we've seen constantly from our Ezreal players just around the world. Maybe even just trying to force it back here, because you're going to be pretty close to Trinity Force, I imagine, especially with the turret plates that they're getting access to. And you do have Grubs, which we've seen Grubs have take a pretty big backseat in the game ever since their first initial nerf from 6 to 3. And now with where the game is now, Dragons, again, just being the kind of the name of the game when it comes to when we're talking about like late game objectives to play for. So in terms of side laning, it is a little bit better for KOA, but Sion is very stalwart and can move around the map freely, and Ari's most broken ability is by far her W. This spell has no mana cost, essentially. It's 30 mana, but because of your mana per 5, you just get it back immediately.
Uh-oh.
We're making some kind of play. Insanity, please!
Oh! Gets the pick. So does go down for a 1-for-1 trade. And even if Insanity was alive at the very end, Corvus was still coming in from behind to get ready to cut the Gwen off from escaping here. And now White Knight looking to enter their jungle. They know there's someone in here. Doesn't want to hard engage just yet, because they know that the enemy bot lane is also, or at least the Ezreal is not in vision. So it's a bit of a hard fight to try and find the right angle here. But it looks like everyone's just gonna back off. No engagements here, and just keep on with their own game plans.
And I love what we see here from Kittens of Alec. I mean, they know that they have the teleport from Flo. He gets to use this timer to fade into bot side. The bottom lane of SFU Black cannot step up to the wave, so they lose more plates, more gold, more experience. 3 Grubs going over to SFU. Not at all a terrible trade, but it feels like we're kind of picking up table scraps at this point. We're trying to just get whatever is allowed for us at this point. Also to note, we are getting some item completions. I know we talked about the tier not being here for Hub. This is Eclipse being taken by White Knight. A little bit more of an aggressive Jarvan build.
I mean, when your enemy team has a lot of escape tools, you know, I guess the idea is just like go all in on damage and try and make sure you have the damage to actually burst down as much as you can.
I mean, at that point, you just go lethality Jarvan.
Yeah,
because the shield is kind of useless if we're being honest at this point. And look at how they're playing in between the waves. Yeah. I want to note, when you're in the new season, the way that you get quest experience is based on your most alive outer turret. Priscilla lives through this trade thanks to the heals from both the Summoner spell and her Sonata, but they're getting no quest XP right now because they're behind their tier 1 turret. That is, you're not getting the passive experience gain from them. So Hub and them, they're getting closer and closer. Finally finishes the quest there. You're taking plates away. You're preventing experience. You're opening up a 50 CS lead already here at 11 minutes. That is massive. And all of that early game that they were going to try to play for with this Corki has been completely cut away either from draft or just from the gameplay here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of bot lane start you want to see as an Ezreal. Just being able to be get at least not necessarily online, but get so far ahead so early on without too many issues is exactly the kind of scenario you want to see. And now with this domination, now Corki is just going to be struggling to keep up with this tempo, with the speed of the remainder of this game, and it could very well just not be a major player in this game until he gets a lucky shutdown. And once again, we see in the bot lane, Nautilus going in, Priscilla being forced to use flash to try and maybe escape here, but it's not enough. And now with Chip coming as well, canceling the dash here means that they can be able to get Shiv out of here, but the Ari comes in. White Knight, not enough. Shiv still alive, and the Nautilus unfortunately gone, but the Corki has survived with 1 HP.
Oh, we have the ultimate coming up soon from Hub as well. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, like he can literally just shift forward in a second. They're going to use the ultimate between worlds from Flow. We'll secure the kill, and it feels like now the game is really slipping away from SFU Black. They started off the series so hot. Coming into game number 2, they were also at points being able to contest with their opponents. It was a last-minute fight that saved this team, and now Priscilla just runs top lane, hopefully to get this kill onto Gwen. Oh my god!
She manages to get it, but it's almost always gonna end up the trade with just how this Scion is with his passive, being able to keep on fighting after death, especially if he can just make sure that Gwen is low enough that he just auto her to death. It's gonna be a trade on any grounds, and with how Gwen is starting to fall behind in CS as well, it's gonna start looking to be like a bigger and bigger losing trade as time goes on.
I want to come to the defense of regular Moo because I can already, thankfully I don't have chat open, but I can already feel that there might be some people who are saying, well, of course, casters, of course the Scion loses to the Gwen. He has no magic resistance, but I want to remind you that Gwen does a lot of true damage. And the healing, the post-mitigation healing from her passive, especially with that ultimate, really, really big, is a big factor here in this matchup. So already doing a very good job. Hub, that is a big mistake. That is your shutdown going over. And to Sona is very good. Sona as an enchanter works very well with gold. So 900 gold to them is a big, big swing going over. I don't think it fixes the game, but it certainly helps with getting this Sona into the board. Now, completely leapfrog ahead of Alec on this Nautilus.
Yeah, it may have been a questionable play here by Hub on the Ezreal, but it does mean that on the other side of the map, on the other side of the game, SFU does get some gold in the pocket to try and at least start maybe equalizing some of the playing field here. We do see bot lanes looking to try and potentially get a dive here against the Gwen, but Gwen's just playing safely, just trying to make sure they can get whatever resources they can before getting maybe pushed out here.
She can go for an outplay onto Crimson here, because she does have the ultimate as the Gwen. No Hollowed Mist will make that a little bit more difficult. Seeing plays on two sides of the map. Easy kill for White Knight.
Yeah, White Knight just waiting for the right opportunity to come in and dive now. Does go down though, unfortunately here, as the reigner of KOA does come in, and now it looks like SFU doesn't want to try and pressure anymore, backing off, resetting, and cashing in some of the gold that they just earned here. But it looks like Hub is back on the top line, trying to, I guess, pick away at this top turret, get even more gold as much as they can. And with
yeah, like Hub is gonna be way too fed at this point. Like, oh, we're going for 15-minute tier. Okay, so Hub, we built a Muramana at like 1430 after that death to the Scion here. He won't get the full turret. He'll get 2 plates at the very least. This is going to be a very late Muramana.
Nice hook!
He's dead. Okay, well.
But the Scion teleports in, locks down the Nautilus, almost locking out the Ezreal, but they are able to escape in time. Crim does go in, unfortunately is melting too fast here as the Nautilus does go down. And SFU actually might be able to come out on top of this fight here as KOA doesn't have the damage.
Wait a minute, Flow's coming, Chiv.
But Flow does come in with the ultimate Worlds Beyond, gets the Jarvan, maybe getting the Corvus in time as they just leave the Scion as they should, not want to talk that passive.
Okay, so Insanity, does he die? Does he die? One more?
What?
Turret is not heated up. Scion lives. You got a lot of summoner spells out there. I think for SFU, that is a good enough trade. It does. Oh, Sona, one more auto. There we go. There's the auto attack slow. The healing from this. Oh my god, no way. No way. Look at the Conqueror. Insanity.
Insanity, being insane enough to 1v1 a Sona while at 1 HP. Like don't get me wrong, Gwen on any other circumstance should be able to win that, but with such a health difference, it was getting kind of dicey there, and I was getting kind of worried, but I guess Gwen does have to sustain to get it down, and yeah, Crimson has nothing to do there. No flash, nothing they can do to try and defend that.
Oh, and that's tough because, I mean, Chiv's coming back onto the map with 2 items on this Xin Zhao. You have complete control of the map. The problem that we're seeing here for SFU is that because one person dies on a side lane, at any given moment, Kins of Alec are just pushing. They're able to catch one wave, push out, and then move. It allows for them to continue to keep up with their CS leads. I know that Insanity has fallen a little bit behind on the Scion, but just that trade alone gave them extra room to grab that top tier one, and now they have control of mid. This is going to take a little bit of time for Crimson to come back, and while this is happening, you already see the move of Vision over into the bottom side jungle. Regular Moo does have a flank and the ultimate, and Hub has no flash, only has the Arcane Shift available to save them at this point, but Flow, by pushing on this bottom lane, kind of start to pull SFU apart at the seams on the map.
Yeah, no, this is a very good just spread of players here to try and make sure it's hard for SFU to try and hard commit to anything here. But Regular Moo does go in on Gwen here. Insanity not being able to fight back properly here, being tossed around, but it's still sustaining. Maybe can make a Priscilla, but no, unfortunately, it's stunned. It cannot get that at least 1-for-1 trade. As we see from the bot side, Zinshao is able to solo Dragon as they're still keeping this wave push on the bot lane, maybe being able to go for a dive if they play the cards right, but no, looking to actually go for Rift Herald instead.
That was exactly the play that I wanted to see from this team, is let's make the pivot away from having to play around the top side or really have a big focus in mid. Let's get all of these early dragons. Finally, they turn their bottom lane leads into objective leads here. So they get the bottom side, they get almost a Dragon Soul point at this point. It's another Mountain Soul here in this game. And so far, the damage hasn't really clicked here for SFU Black. Like, we're waiting for Corki, but he's nowhere near completing this Muramana on time. There's a Sorelda's Grudge already here for Hub, and he's only going to get stronger. Like, this is a massive 2-item spike. He's going to get really big on what I assume is going to be 4, because he's going to go for either Spear of Shojin or the Endless Hunger. Either way, that is going to be finished either before or a little bit after the Muramana is completed. So you don't ever really get time to catch up in this game. And it's not like there's another lane that's ahead that has a sizable enough lead. The closest one we can say for SFU Black is Regular Moo Scion, but this is just a Scion. And he's not enough to get over what is this massive lead.
Yeah, no, it's a mountain that SFU has to climb here in order to try and steer back some control back into this game. Insanity looking to try and take whatever they can with the bot line before seeing that they're spotting 2 members of SFU being around. Not necessarily want to trust their luck as much as they can already, and looking just to stay safe, not trying to overextend here. White Knight looking to back here, cash in some more gold here, seeing if they can get closer to the next item completion here. As across the board, it looks like it's good just to be a sort of stalemate of like trying to keep waves pushing, at least from KOA, trying to make sure that they have the vision, the advantage, the presence to just make sure that SFU just can't move up far forward at all.
Yeah, this is the part of the game that gets a little bit more boring for folks, is just with how little damage they have, it is tough to try to find engages. I know that White Knight right now is just trying to play to protect Corvus on the side so that he can collect minion waves, but without very many tools to engage, basically Jarvan being their only form of crowd control to walk forward, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to actually properly find anything. And similarly here for the side of KOA, the Kittens, they're looking for Nautilus hooks, but no one's stepping up anymore, and so you really don't get to pick your battles here on this one. It's going to be a little bit more farming. We have Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. It's kind of the big timer that we're all looking at. Any flashes that either side can burn before this upcoming fight is going to be a win. Honestly, if we take a fight right now, I actually wouldn't be too averse for it.
And it might happen down in mid, as we do see SFU and KOA sort of hovering, seeing exactly what's going to happen. But here on the bot side, Insanity does want to try and fight this Scion here. There's the flash that gets burned, and KOA's favorite, for KOA, SFU, Regular Moo is looking to try and stay alive as best they can. See if they can pick down Gwen a little bit longer, but the healing from Gwen is going to be too
slow.
much. I don't think they can be able to get this trade in time. And now on the other side of the map at mid lane, a huge engage here, but it doesn't look like it could turn too much of anything, as we do see flashes, even more flashes get used.
Yeah, double flash from Regular Moo and from Insanity. They both end up living, but now SFU are going to lose their top side for this trade. They're not going to be able to spot out the Gwen. Gwen will get their recall. A top tier 2 falls and more gold here. No flash from White Knight, I think, is a big exchange, though. That is going to be the biggest one, because now you're guaranteed it is a one-way trip into that Dragon Pit with no explosive cherry to get them over the pit. So this is kind of going to be one of the last fights of the game if SFU cannot secure this. They came into this series with a really good start to game number 1. Game number 2 was a little bit more trepidatious. They got the soul, but they still end up losing the game. And now it kind of comes down to this: who is going to be number 1 here? Going to be Kins of Alec, who have made a complete overhaul and have really started to scale into this series as a whole.
I mean, you can also tell by how they're walking too, just the confidence of just walking together, walking forward without any second thought here. KOA knows that they have a lot of cards in their favor, but still not entirely playing all their cards at once here. They still gotta be very careful. A good hook here locks down Priscilla, forced to flash out once again. Flo getting chucked down here as Corvus with the Ari looking to try to put down as much damage as they can, but it's not enough. Corvus goes down. We see another flash go down Flo, and it is engaging Crimson, not being able to get that finishing blow on Flo, and now it's up to Regular Move here to try and escape with the lives if they can, being forced to knock her around, missing the hook unfortunately, but I don't think that's gonna matter as they're still gonna be able to clean him up.
And all the while, Insanity just walks down bottom lane, picks up another turret, another one in mid here. Scion's dead bodies trying to pick up whatever little bits of scrap of gold, experience, and minions he can get, but a big team fight loss coming in for SFU Black now turns into a Mountain Soul, and what almost feels like the inevitability with now a 12,000 gold lead here for Kittens of Alec.
Yeah, no, it's really, I'm really hard struck here to try and find exactly how SFU can try and pull things around without playing like having some miracle play happen for them, and it's an unfortunate thing because like you mentioned earlier, they did have a very strong start in the first game, and it was kind of shaky in the second game, and I had hopes that they could try and bring things around, and they probably still can bring things around here, but it's just going to be a lot more harder than what it might have looked like in the first 2 games.
Yeah, because I'm pressing tab, and I'm like, okay, I'm 2 items Corky at 25 minutes. It's not great, but you know, we maybe we can fight. And then I'm looking, oh crap, there's an Ezreal the Bloodthirster. Oh, there's gonna be an Aurora who's now finished a death cap. How are we dealing damage to this team with a Mountain Soul on top of that? Now we've seen the team with Soul lose before here in this series. We've seen a lot of Baron throws as well, or at least steals at the very least. So it's going to maybe be that last-ditch effort, but when I look at this team, when I look at this SFU Black lineup, it's not inspiring. I'm at a loss of words and not an ability to really find who is going to be able to really carry this game and maybe bring it back for them.
Yeah, I mean, as we're looking onto the map, it's just a with no hesitation pull on Baron right now. Now, the funny thing would be is if we see SFU still manages to steal this here, but I don't think they're in a position to even consider that, as we do see Jarvan is looking to try and get a pick here on the Gwen at the very least, which could actually provide at least a little bit of reconciliation for their efforts here, but I don't think it's still going to be enough, as Baron is gone. Insanity can still do a large amount of damage here and make it a very hard fought effort, and Priscilla unfortunately does get that final blow there.
They'll get the objective bounties thanks to them grabbing what is going to be this bottom lane tier 1. They're giving it to Sona because Ari and Jarvan need to recall, but there's no Spirit Rush, so this Ari's efficiency is going to be a little bit lower. Jarvan's actually going to finish this. Maybe he has what is, I assume, a GA coming in on 3. They're going to be losing big portions of their base. The Baron pushing on 2 separate lanes here. Mid lane tier 3 is going to fall. Inhibitor now going down as well. The top lane tier 3 falls as everything, all of their base now belongs over to the Kittens of Alec. And it feels like the last moments of this game, can we see SFU Black actually put on a big defense? Or is this going to be them kind of coming back in this series and finishing it off in a 2-on-1 fashion?
Yeah, this will be their last stand here. Flow forcing R. They're chunking down Priscilla, which could be huge if they want to try and press it on. But no, White Knight is unfortunately caught out there. They're looking to try and see if they can chase him down, keep this Jarvan up as long as they can, using the Warrior to cut off the Jarvan, keep him locked down long enough for both Chip and Flow to come in and get the pick.
Hold
there.
up.
Priscilla goes down here as we see our Jarvan does use the big leap, but no, it's not enough, as now the remainder of KOA is looking to try and clean this up and end this game here. And I don't know what SFU can do here to defend.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be it. This is going to be SFU Black losing out to Kittens of Alec. The SFU Slayers, apparently, they took down SFU Crimson. They took down SFU Black here in the Grand Finals. Are going to be your Novus Cup Grand Finals winners here for the League of Legends tournament.
What a set it has been, from the first game being rather dominant for KOA to the second game being a bit more shaky, and now third game we're back to KOA being the ones in the driver's seat. And man, oh man, both teams did a very well job at the end of the day, right? But it is KOA who shows that they're the ones who will come out on top, as well as reaffirming the one thing they've been saying about being the SFU killers.
Look, they beat up on their Crimson squad. Chiv apparently has never lost to SFU, and he's going to continue that streak here in the series. Maybe ending it on a high note, considering we don't usually see too many long-form tournaments. We're talking about for locals here. Again, Novus doing a really cool thing of allowing Metro Vancouver locals to play in multiple different Riot titles at the same time. But a really great job over to Kittens of Alec. And honestly, they kind of ramped up in the series. Their game one looked really, really soft. Like, we didn't get too many good connects in the mid jungle. We had some questionable decision making, but it felt like as the day went on, I felt like their decision making got a little bit cleaner, and especially by game 3, SFU Black almost felt like they ran out of steam.
Yeah, no, it was quite the show to watch here. And now Kittens and Alec do go home with that 800, right? Or am I mixing up numbers again?
700 and 300.
700. That was it. Those were the numbers. Yes, 700 split between the 5 players, right? But 700 going to your pockets, like we discussed earlier, $35 an hour. That's pretty good.
Feels good. Feels good. Before we close out the show, though, Dark, we do have to give a quick shout out to Novus, a local Vancouver-based internet service provider that has been connecting communities for the past 30 years. Recognized by Ookla Speedtest as the fastest and most reliable internet in 2025 for Metro Vancouver, they're known for their no-contract services and commitment to being the feel-good network. They've proudly partnered with Gallant Gaming for years to help grow competitive esports experiences like the Novus Cup you're watching now. So go check them out over at novusnow.ca for more information on some packages. That's it for us, though, Dark. We're going to be kicking it over to the Valorant side of the tournament, but there will be a short break afterwards. I want to thank everybody for showing out, whether you're here for the TFT tournament and the league side or just this tournament. Thank you again for watching. Again, congratulations not only to SFU Black and Kittens of Alec, but all the other teams that participated. And we'll be right back with the Valorant finals here for Novus Cup.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Novus Cup Valorant Grand Final. We've got an exciting best of 3 here for you all tonight. Before I get into that, I've got to introduce the legend to my digital right, Soav. Great to see you again. How are we feeling tonight, my friend? Yeah, honestly, I was, I'm not the biggest league follower, but because we were on Next, I was watching it, and I actually had a lot of fun watching that. I got to see the comeback from the kittens there, and so, yeah, all the series have been great today. So certainly excited to get to showcase all the wonderful talent we've got here in this Valorant matchup. Get to the money. They won 13-2 and 13-7 on their way to the grand finals. Yeah, I'm basically high. A similar performance, 13-8 and 13-3 for them. So 2 extremely talented teams about to go head to head. I'm sure we're in for a banger.
Yeah, especially because when you look at regional areas like this, these kind of smaller events where you're locked to maybe like your area, your Providence in Canada, your talent pool isn't as large. So when your teams, as you kind of build in and get past that top 8 into the top 4, top 2, you really will start to see. So this will probably be one of the first challenges we actually get out of both of these teams. We're going to take a look and jump into the maps there. I think I saw them float by. I thought I saw Abyss go by there, but we'll see as it's coming in. So Abyss looking like one of the first bands coming in, and it's a newer map. I get it. Some of these newer maps definitely have not been fan favorites, so I wouldn't actually be shocked if we end up looking down the road, kind of clearing out some of those ones and kind of landing on some of those favorites that we like to see, some of the Havens, some of those classic day one maps that we get out of Valorant. Haven, well, I say Haven's gone, but my point still stands. We're probably going to see some of the classics, I think, more so.
Yeah, I personally kind of like the classics a little bit more, but maybe that's just me being an old head. Right. We've seen a lot of people maybe slip off the map. I know we're into the higher tier of skill level, though, but, Haven out the way, one of those 3 site maps that can favor that attacking side. So I would love to maybe see some throwbacks to Ascent or something like that. Corrode has kind of grown on me over time, but so, there's maybe a chance for that. I personally don't know a ton about these 2 teams. So, I'm excited to see where we end up. Of course, it is that best of 3. So both of these teams are going to get an opportunity to kind of at least lead it somewhat, maybe to a map that they like along the way here. But it looks like Split, another classic that's going to be taken out here early.
I mean, Split going doesn't kind of shock me. That does tend to be ones that even in the older days, even when Jet was like a mandatory pick back in the days when we started this game, like Split was always one that people kind of took out. It was so hard to defend mid. So that like get to the money, kind of taking out Abyss and Split tells me they're kind of, it feels like they're kind of focusing in to try to get to maps that they really want. They're really like scrimmed on. They're really played on. We know there's a lot of talent on Get to the Money. A lot of these players have played in previous events, some of them in the collegiate scene. So these guys, they're pretty seasoned vets, so these kinds of bans make sense to me. I'm just curious to how basically High is going to fire back. It'll be Corrode. There goes Corrode, yeah.
Yeah, and you talked about maybe some of those newer maps maybe not as comfortable on, so it doesn't surprise me to see that kind of taking an early exit as well. I know we got to talk a little bit before we got going here. Some of the wonderful people behind the scenes were kind of updating us that a lot of these people on the side of Get to the Money have maybe seen Radiant, excuse me. I saw Hemmer was currently sitting at Mortal, so certainly a lot of talented players on both of these teams. While we're in the grand finals, we see Breeze being taken away, and honestly, I'm happy with that. Breeze back into the mix-up. I personally haven't really enjoyed the changes to Breeze. I kind of like the old classic Breeze a little bit more, so yeah, I'm pleasantly pleased that we see Breeze taken out of the mix here.
Yeah, we might be showing our age a little bit, Hottie, but like I'm inclined to agree. But I do think the other thing this signals is that Get to the Money is trying to take away bigger, wider maps where maybe you have to take away and protect many different angles. Something where like maybe your long shots and your ops are going to be a lot more difficult to go. We're going to get rid of Pearl, and it will be Bind. So we will get our wish of a classic map, and Bind is one of those literal day one classic maps. It's still a 2-sider, but it is one of those ones that has, you know, we've learned how to play bind. We broke how to play bind. We relearned how to play bind. We all kind of know a bit of the set plays that come with it, but it still is not a guaranteed thing just because you scrimmed it, just because you have a couple dozen set plays for these sites. It's still a very free map, especially when we get into agent selection.
Yeah, you know, I love Bind as a classic. I grew up on this map, just no lifing Rays. But, you know, we've seen a lot of teams get away from double duelist. I think Bind is a map that you could certainly still get away with that double duelist, though. You know, you've got Jets that can blast or Rays with the blast pack. But again, probably being a little biased about the Rays there. You know, it's unfortunate that we really haven't seen a ton of Chamber. I felt like they're trying to make him more relevant as they've made changes in the past. But, you know, Chamber used to be decent on a map like Bind when you could teleport back and forth. But, you know, you have those portals there as well for quicker rotations. So, you know, I hope to see some big smoke and mirror plays. I look forward to seeing what kind of compositions these two teams run as well. And, you know, as we get into some of these other maps, do those compositions change? Because comfortability and being able to have a little bit of a deeper roster goes a long way once you start getting into those best of threes, best of fives.
Great you are, man. I mean, Bind, as we've kind of seen, like you said, back in the day, I mean, look, we're just going to keep aging ourselves here. It's fine. I don't mind it. Like you said, like Rays used to be one of those two duelists. It wouldn't be one of those, well, it used to be one of those maps you would kind of get away from Jet sometimes, you know, and maybe play the Rays instead. But with like Waylay coming in and really kind of stealing the scene on the agent side, it's hard to not look at this and kind of be like, all right, maybe we see a little bit more Waylay. But this map has always been kind of a double initiator map. We've always seen usually one that kind of gives you information. Usually it's been the Sova in the past. And then we used to see a lot of Sky here. But, you know, so we'll have to see how these teams want to go about this, because I could also see maybe if you want to get a little cheeky, you could take the double sentinel approach. That way you don't have to really give up any sort of plays. It makes your attack a little bit harder, but when you think about how many real entryways and lanes you have to kind of get into attack these, like you'd said, and even, you know, kind of how you balance this out, it could be something. But I have to assume these guys have probably kind of figured it out. It's probably going to be something like a double initiator. Maybe we'll get the double duelist if a team's feeling really aggressive and feeling like they can win and take those duels.
Yeah, you know, I think we've seen Cypher be very popular on this map as well, especially over toward the B site. Yeah, there's just so many cheeky spots to place those trips that are kind of hard to break from that attacking side unless you have maybe, you know, a Sova Dart or the paint shells from Rays to pop some of those early. So certainly a very viable asset on this map. Obviously, we've seen some of those newer agents become favorites. I love the changes with Harbor. It had been a little while since I played Valorant, and then recently I finally got a new PC again, so I've been diving back into it. And the first time I met Harbor's ult, I was drastically surprised by the change, but I do enjoy that change. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of an array of agents or a mirror match. You know, I'm here for either or. I like to see, you know, 'cause sometimes those similar agents going head to head, but certainly pleased with the fact that we are going to Bind.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real here. We'll stay one more moment as we get a look at the players here. But, you know, you mentioned Harbor, but Harbor becomes a very good option with those changes to one of the kind of mainstays that we used to see here, which was Viper. Viper's wall became so prominent to just kind of deny so many angles and lines of sight for those A sites or for like a B attack, that it was kind of almost a mandatory where you almost had to play double controller for most accounts. So actually, I would be very interested to see if someone maybe looks and says, all right, we've put some time into the Harbor here. Harbor's wall gets a lot more literally flexible with how you can play it. You know, you do have quite a lot more just site blocking in general with him. So like you said, I'm very curious to see, because when you're in these kind of smaller regional events, you get a little bit more flexibility. You're not necessarily locked to the meta, and you might have that buddy who just sits there and insta-locks, you know, that might be your Sage pocket. You might just have that insta-lock Sage on your team that you've been playing with and scrimming with every week. So like, you kind of might have to play with what's available to you, less what is the most ideal.
Yeah, the good old battle Sage. You know, and I think comfortability picks can go a long way as well. You know, obviously when you get to the higher skill level, you do see some more of those metas, but I see next map split, so I don't know if there is a slight issue or a mishap that had happened prior, but I thought the first map we saw there was potentially going to be Bind. So we'll get those details ironed out in a minute. On the side of Get to the Money, though, we saw Kenny, Noob, Dim Sum Boy, Hemmer, and Kane looking to hold it down there for I'm Basically High. We've got Basically High himself, Thorn, Mr. TD Scoop here, as well as Superhaven and Reyes. So there's your starting lineups. We get to see some of that agent select screens and surprising a couple Vipers. You know, I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen a ton of Vipers. We see a couple Vipers coming out and a Chamber that I had talked about, you know, hoping to see here. So certainly excited for this one.
All right. Well, I mean, the first map is going to be split. Second will and third is Bind, just for what it is. So we kind of apologize for that. It was a little tough for us to pick that out. But like you had said, I'm sad to see the Viper, but with how strong Viper is on a map like Split here, and you can see the wall immediately will go down. Like it's just kind of a necessity with how much, you know, denial of vision you can see. The Omen, a perfect match on that. So the double controller that's kind of been pretty prominent, I think, through most of Valorant history. Kind of doesn't surprise me to see here. You know, I will say it is interesting to see the new Sentinel get dropped in here on the attacking side. Very interesting. I actually haven't gotten a chance to play them much, so I'm very curious to see how they handle.
Yeah, Vito has a ton of little cool tricks, including teleporting and being able to eat up some of those other utils. So certainly a very fun character. We're going to see quick pressure immediately toward this A side, and it is Noob to find not only the first, he picks up a quick 2K. They stampede into heaven here. Kenny on the headhunter will back toward elbow. Pressure coming in very quickly here now.
Yeah, the Smokes did a great job. Again, that pre-lineup just did so much work. But Spike will go down in a 5v3, so it's going to be up to the defense, get to the money here to try to just kind of play out the resources they have and use what they have left to try to make some picks. 2 on the angle, so this is going to be a very difficult look. Good teleport out.
Death Haven up into heaven. Kane finds the first. Kenny on the headhunter. Kane gets the last kill here as well. Headshots across the board and a flawless round to kick things off here.
I mean, maybe not the round we were expecting, but I think that was the better round given everything that we've gotten from them. I just kind of think Get to the Money maybe wasn't expecting that hard rush. Like you had called out, those 5-man rushes just can really overwhelm you. It'll be a mid-buy out of, So a little bit unexpected. They should just have a slight advantage here on the gunpowder alone. See quite a little bit of mix, but, you know, again, just raw gunpowder alone, and considering they didn't drop a single hero, like a single agent, they should be okay here.
Oh, but they stack toward this A side, and it's already a big early pick. They haven't been able to collect that rifle just yet. There's that waylay trying to get in and out that you had referenced earlier, but you're right. Typically, when you win that first round, you go on to win the second. It was a nice early pick here for but unfortunately, we see things beginning to reel back the other way now.
Yeah, it's still 4v4 here. No one really quite moving in. Heaven still very contested, so iNoob just going to go ahead and poke out these angles and try to get some information. A lot of utility was there. Did not check that corner, though, and Reyes gets one.
The classic as well, and it's big value here. Kenny on the Guardian looks to lay it down on this chamber. Kane will pick up where he left off. He finds the headshot and somehow gets Reyes through the smoke, who is shifting into screens. Def on the flank, but this is why Chamber is so good, and now they're well aware of where Vito is pressuring in from.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very tough position to kind of get Vito in on with Spike down here. Vito used a lot of that utility early. Chamber's still holding on to that. Shots go wide, but Death Haven just sees the 3 and says, all right, I don't think I can really do much here. Might just be a good time to save, considering you are expected to lose this one. You might as well just take what you can and get out.
And we'll see. It's tough because you get less funds that way as well. And so being on a pistol round, it might even benefit you to just go ahead and relinquish to the bomb here as well, but not forfeit that kill up for extra funds. So we may see Death Haven do that. He'll shift in here, but there you go. So
right, it's the right
important to get those funds so you can ensure you get that full buy, which is that important round now here in round 3. If Get to the Money can find a way to steal this round away from though, we could see some early trouble here on Split.
I mean, on paper, you look at their rifles. They're mostly into the armor as well. Like on paper, they have the advantage coming into this, but the question mark still kind of becomes, what happens? Because again, the 5 stacks from basically is just they've been very strong, but they just can't play predictably. You'll see the 3-2 split here. I want to see basically push a little bit more and get control out of mid. This is really where Split shines, is how you manage these kind of question marks. You always leave your opponent guessing.
Now we see a couple quick pressures toward the A site, and now get to the money, trying to work the ebb and flow of Valorant here. They slow things down drastically. You talk about the importance of mid control on a map like Split. We're beginning to see him work that way. Dog goes out toward A. There'll be some intel. It doesn't bait an early rotation, though, and we see him just being patient here at the moment.
Great shot from the chamber there. Follow-up, Ray is good for 2. Gets traded out eventually, but there's a bloodbath in mid. Manages to catch the information and get 1. Trades now 3-2 on the side of Yam, basically. And, I mean, still, mid control in their favor. This is exactly what they wanted.
Well, Scoop's going to spot 2 here. Market and water sewer side, as we see basically shift in toward heaven. The rotation comes around. They have this spike down here at mid. It's in an awkward spot here for get to the money. The number is stacked against them, and you see Chambers shift forward. That's Kenny, who's taken out immediately. Kane's been on fire here early today, and he needs 2 more to find the clutch. Thorn will be just that, a thorn in the side, and yeah, and basically will get a much needed round.
They did need that coming into round 4 here, where now the game should be approximately even. Both teams should be on full sets of rifles and probably armor. Kane, the only one to say with that late buy, yeah, it's going to go. So basically even here, and even just checking the scoreboard, you can kind of see it's still fairly even in kills across the board with Kane. Like you said, 5-1, kind of leading the way now. So just again, you want to see your duelist get traded out there, and that's the best thing you could hope for. Both the waylays, though, the waylay on basically high, coming out a little bit more in the advantage, telling me that they're winning the fights and setting up better on the defense. So good for them using their utility to set up those successes for their duelist.
Big problem for them, though, is they lost a lot of members in that last one. So we see get to the money coming into their full buy. It's a little bit scrappier for but we'll see if they can make it work. Kind of stacked toward the A site at the moment. Some noise being made here for Def Haven, and that's going to keep Omen toward this heaven side. We'll see. It looked like Viper shifting into Vince, but Thorn a quick 2-piece, and he's popping heads and getting bread, making a triple before Kane will eventually snuff out the flame.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want out of your duelist. And in a perfect world, your duelist will not only just usually trade 1 for 1, you usually get someone with them. And now with the pressure over on A side, on basically high, has to kind of decide, all right, is this enough to where we want to give up our position on B? Do we feel that we have this? Get to the money, going to go ahead and just start to clear the site. They have the wall up here, just the chamber and sky. So they'll have a very, very strong defense and a little bit of information going into this, but they are down in the numbers.
Can we get a shout out for the observer? My goodness, beautiful aerial work here as well. We've got the overview of the play unfolding in front of us. Kane will drop the plan, and Kenny clicks the dome, sends Def off to a shallow grave. Back to a 3v2. The squids are out. The intel is there, and they've just got to work their magic.
It's just time now is what they need to buy. It'll be that from onto Kenny. Get blinded and get out of the way. Kane good for another one. Single shot from Chambers. Great. A second one misses, but the damage is done.
The headhunter, nasty for that reason, and Kenny showing us why it's just as lethal. Kane continues to look unstoppable. It's another 3K as they put 3 on the board. We talked about how they were probably that slightly favored team. You feel like Split is a little bit more of a defensive map, but you know, that economy is going to be important for to get into check here early.
Yeah, that's why we were kind of alluding to it earlier, is because it's very easy to maybe push up towards the mid and kind of get, kind of maybe push a little when you feel like you're feeling hot. You got the hot hands, but you can't afford to give that. 3-1 will be a 5-stack over on the B. We'll see how basically high responds to this, because while they have their sentinel open, they're pushing out aggressively and they are immediately punished for it. That is not good for basically high.
Yeah, the outlaw, another one of those dangerous snipes, especially in the hand of Noob, and we see them pressuring on toward the B site. They really haven't attacked B too much early, so really mixing up the strategies here, keeping their opponents guessing. Kane quickly finding the plant. Reyes on a potential flank here, but it does look like Omen is hip to this.
He's aware on it. Spike down now, so pressure on. Flashes out. Utility coming through. Yeah, there. Couple gunshots, trades through, but still no heads off.
There's one from Kitty. Kane will follow suit. Scoop able to trade one back. Sheriff in hand, and Himmer does pick up on that flank. Reyes goes down early, and that was Scoop being alone in a 4v1. It's not the ideal situation. We've seen crazy clutches, but Noob sees that Sheriff one-ups him with one of his own, and, well, get to the money. Will continue to put rounds on the board in quick succession.
I mean, it's hard not to expect that when Kane is, when your initiator is sitting on 9-1. It's kind of hard not to look at that. 2 ults up for them, though, so there will be a little bit extra firepower for Kai, who will help to kind of push in. It's going to be probably used post-plant. I don't see a world where that. The Waylay ult is going to be very interesting. Waylays get matched, so Kai kind of has a bit of the difference maker here, and it's going to really kind of see the value once they either get set up or if they try to control this mid aggressively. That wouldn't shock me to see this big sniper come out once to try to control the pressure here.
We'll see Reyes pop some util toward mid to try and keep this push at bay. Both teams with rifles in hand. Armor slightly better here for get to the money, but still a winnable round now for I'm basically here as we see a subtle shift back toward the B site now here, and that does appear where this action is going to unfold.
We're just going to poke in with the dog and try to get a little information. It spots 2. 5 stack still feels pretty confident in it. Bird out. Knows the blind is there. They'll commit more utility and go into it.
Oh, the stun. It's a beautiful one here, and Thorn does pick up on the Kane. The raid boss goes down, and the round looking better and better as the seconds tick away now here for basically.
Dim Sum Boy trying to get control of mid. Doesn't know there's the counterparts, but here's the footsteps coming, so looks like that B push is going to get held for now. 37 seconds on the clock. Still time for a little bit more rotation, but it's very slow. Dim Sum has to check this angle. They caught it in time.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it was Rays that had the upper hand, but a quick flick from Dim Sum leaves them down. Himmer will pick up one as well, but Scoop has plans of his own. He's found a nasty 2K, but he needs a little bit more here. That rotation is far away from Vito, and with that pick, will give him just enough time to find the plant. Now a 2v1 retake here for Def, who has been struggling just a little bit here in these opening rounds.
Yeah, no utility to speak of also for this retake, so this is going to be all gunplay for Def Haven. Going to have to try to just guess and see what they can figure out here. Thankfully, one is low. Knows one, knows the second is close, just has to play comfortable. Can't get over distracted from this.
Bit awareness, knowing that they've got to keep these peaks short and subtle, has put in great damage toward Dim Sum here as well. And if he finds this, it becomes very winnable now. Def, time slowly ticking away, needs to find Dim Sum, who only has 6 health, and now the spray. And you look at the rounds in the mag for Def. That's a dangerous one there, but they're able to squeeze out a very important round here in round 6.
That is very, very huge. This is that point before it gets to the money, starts to run away with their economy. So they'll have to spend down if they want to stay in their kind of rhythm. And basically, I'm high. They're now able to full buy up again, get at least a little bit more closer to that full armor. It'll have to do for now. Ults still now pretty even, do favor basically high a little bit more here. The info from the sky, I feel like, is going to be so important. Just maybe even use thrown out kind of right away just to see where everything is, because look at this attack. It's stacked towards B again. And yeah, we're going to commit everything right away. Just get control of mid and commit several ults in. I don't hate that from basically high.
Yeah, I mean, shutting down mid can be huge here. It kind of alleviates some of the angles that the team has to hold, and that allows Def to focus that attention here on to B main, finding this first pick, and again, it's on to Kane, that shining star here. So we're beginning to see, and basically it seems find their stride here now on split.
Yeah, that kind of momentum swing is so big. And just Watcher's gone, so didn't quite get what they were looking for out of it. It'll be a slow rotate out from get to the money. They know that mid is basically in denied. But over on A, Sky gonna go ahead and poke. They'll say there's no one home. So maybe this might be a bit of bad timing here. The Sky's probably gonna give up the space, honestly, and commit the Seekers instead just to find what we gotta turn around and go back. So hopefully the call will come through from basically high to catch this out.
I was going to wonder if that dog maybe hurt them a little bit, not seeing anybody causing an early rotation, but Scoop popping that ult, the Squid's giving them all the intel they need, and with just 35 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to try to explode onto the site together. That blind, beautifully timed. The Viper wall will go up as well, and Scoop looking to get up close and personal here with the judge.
doesn't know. Waylay gets out of the way. Thorn manages to survive for now. Still no spike down. Waylay's in on a different angle, though. Didn't quite catch it. There's the judge, too. Good for stop. Looking for more. Has spike. So that's something, and it forces out the chamber for a next shot. Time's running out here. Sauce. 1, good for 2. They just have to play it for time. But they can't do it.
A quadra from Scoop, who says, I'll be the judge, the jury, and the verdict here in this round as he slaps him down with a shotty to the body, and now just 1 round away from tying it up. So it seems like they've found something that works for them. They found a way to slow this down, this pressure from Get to the Money down a little bit. And in these last 2 rounds, they found opening picks onto that star player of Kane. It's been a big difference maker for them. So we'll see if they can continue to build off the back of this momentum.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's the Sky, it's the info gatherer, it's most of your, knowledge utility. You take that away and deny that early, that sets your team up for so much more and better success. Just be simply on the difference that you have not just a player up, but you have more intel to gather here. 4-stack on B, and basically High may play this a little bit loose. They might just give it up and play for the retake here, as you can see, because they're pretty split to a default. Trying to pay a little bit more attention on the A. On that mid site, as you can see it, they'll get a couple of smokes from Omen on either side of that. So I think they'll figure it out soon, but we'll see how quickly they decide to deal with this rotate.
I'll scoop up top. The spray comes through though, and it's Hammer to collect. Kane on the stinger. We'll give Thorn a little bit of a taste of his own medicine here. Kenny hears this rotation coming in as well. He's going to be able to shift in behind them for a potential huge flank, but everybody's onto the site. All 5 still standing, and Kane will spot one here toward Heaven's side.
5x3, still 1 on that flank. No, tries to peek in and get a shot, but can't quite get it. Look for the Omen. No, eventually gave away their information. Now down 4-3 here as the spike continues to tick.
I'm taking away. Kane tucked below. We can see Viper toward the back of the site. Basically, we'll look to drop out a smoke here as well, trying to obscure some of the vision. Noob is already found, basically. Def will find one back, though, and here he gets a second as well. Reyes from screens, and all of a sudden, basically beginning to light him up. Dim Sum, shorty in hand. He's got a pressure in, and we can see the opposing Viper dancing around this pit here.
Oh, I was going to say, I managed to trade out the Viper, but could not get the defuse. So, I mean, I respect trying to throw the pit into that and trying to make that work. But you know what? That's a tough spot to be in. You make those decisions in the moment, and I don't think that was a bad call. Just to try to make sure you could get it. 3-5 now as we round the corner in the first half here. Back to a full rack of guns. Both economies very low here, Hot Sauce. The difference here is that there's still a few more ultimates in Get to the Money's end. There is going to be a From the Beyond, and there's going to be them squids. So a little bit more information for the side of Get to the Money. We'll have to see how they want to use it. That it looks like they're just going to try to maybe rush on the A site, and they definitely have the smokes to make that happen. So let's see if they just push right in. Yeah, they're just going to gun it.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that was a great ult from Dim Sum. I mean, he ends up dying, but they win the round, so you still got a couple ults on your squad, so you're able to stagger those ultimates. It's just a great play here, great situational awareness from the squad coming in, and again, explosive pressure onto the A site. They find an early plant. Kenny pops the head and gets out of dodge.
It gives you the advantage on the attacking side for Get to the Money. Just watching the flanks now, making sure no one comes in. Will be a reset here, and basically High, they have to play for angles here. They know that they have them back into the corner, but they have to clear them because High doesn't really have the angles advantage on these attacks.
Oh, Kenny posted up patience. They say it's a Vershu, but Scoop and Reyes combined for 3. Kane's still up, though. He's got 1. Noob will pick up basically shifting from screens, and Kane continues to snap to the heads. The flick of the wrist. Noob will wrap it up as well as they've got the tag team in full swing here. 12-4 now for Kane. 2 ults on deck and ready to flex. 1 here on the side of, yeah, I'm basically High. It's basically himself, that Omen, and you could use that early potentially for some intel. I don't know if we'll see it come out this round, though, because the economy at the moment is in shambles.
Yeah, Shambles is being a little bit kind. You did manage to save 1 rifle out of this, or at least have into it. So Reyes just going to try to maybe get a little bit of extra shot and try to drag that up. I kind of feel like the Omen ult is just going to be, like you said, you could use it for some intel. You might even save it for a flank, maybe try to pull the attention on the 5-stack here, and then just kind of quick, get them resources around. But getting the orb is so huge for basically high. They'll give them, it activates the sky squids a little bit up here, so the hunters will be there. They found the information they're looking for.
We'll see what they do with it. Already up to 6 rounds. They guaranteed themselves a tied half as Kane looks for intel onto the site, and it seems to be clear. Waylay will dash in and clear out elbow here as well. Noob does spot Thorn toward the screen side. It's Waylay who dips back to safety, but do they check the corner scoop? A chance to find Chamber, and that's a huge pick here now for them.
That does buy one. That'll be the hunters out. Manages to trade one. Guardian's still good for it. Flash is there, does scare away Dim Sum Boy, and they'll get chased away. But Spike is still down, and no one's really contesting the point here, Hot Sauce. They need to get the pressure on there, and instead they're chasing the kills down.
I don't know where this one fell apart. It looked good for them. Dim Sum will pop the 180 and find Scoop here as well. The Stinger at that distance can be tough. Def having 11 health and heading toward heaven here as well, but unfortunately not going to be able to clutch up this round. Himmer will find the final kill. That'll push them into a winning half as far as the attacking side goes, but it's a great start for them. We talk about Split being a little bit more of a defender map, so this strong from the attacking side, I think, speaks great volumes for them.
I think it really does, and even at the half, you're looking at 2 of your players coming in with double digits worth of kills, telling me that they're winning more, just straight up winning more duels between Kane and I believe that is Caleb Tversky. Yeah, between the Waylay and the Sky, both of them are winning out the duels. So you're setting your team up for success and winning your duels. You're using your utility and then having your team follow value. So going into these last bit of the rounds, another A stack here, and we've seen basically high kind of fumbles when it comes here. So we'll have to see if they do it again.
Thorn on the blind. We'll have to dip back here. Has been spotted out, but we'll be able to dash to a different angle here as well and try to reset up. We'll see Noob shifting the other way. You take a look at the mini-map, and that Spike has already began to leg it toward the B site. Vito from heaven, though, finds Kenny, and that's going to put a little wrench in the mix here as far as that rotation goes.
Yeah, you were kind of hoping that maybe you baited it out with the Omen ult there, maybe bought it around, and with Scoop getting one more, I mean, basically high again. They'll try to steal this out. 1-2 for iNoob, a huge. That's one of those 2 players that is just winning duels there. High trades out for Kane though. Looking for one more. Noob good for 3. I mean, that's what everything you wanted in your duelist here. They'll get Spike down with time to spare and enter this 2v1 in a very, very good position.
Noob certainly has great movement on this Waylay, and certainly the Noob does not reflect, the name Noob does not reflect the skills that are being displayed here momentarily. Has the ult, but most likely won't need it here. Def comes down ramp here and has to get through too. Honestly, get to the money, they can play together, look to trade off each other. It's not needed. It's a quadra this time from Noob. They'll get up to 8 rounds, 1 left here in the first half.
It'll be everything in, anything you buy. You'll see the mid buy come out from basically high here. Expect both of those ults to come out as well. I mean, you have to use them. You don't carry them over into the next round. And man, 16-6 for iNoob over on the Waylay. Just excellent use of that duelist, just getting full value, using that maneuvered ability very well. Like, it's very easy. It would be very easy of me to compare Noob to old school Jet, where you could use multiple of those dashes and get around. But, you know, it's still very difficult to make those plays, get around, kind of navigate like that, and still hit those headshots and win those duels. So kudos to them.
Done a great job here tonight, and yeah, and basically they've had some great rounds as well, and there's been some very close rounds that have come down to the wire. 8-3, maybe not doing this game justice as far as the scoreline goes, but it's going to be up to Yan basically here to turn things around, and this final round of the first half could be that single spark to reignite that spectral fire here. Def up close with a shotty, and one more time the pressure toward the A site.
They'll move slowly into heaven. Some utility out of the way. iNoob doesn't end up actually committing it there. And Def Haven holding on to that judge of their own. Just going to go ahead and pressure in some gunshots as they push into heaven. But, oh, a great shot from Kai, who's just been left lurking around. Good for 2 for Kai. And that's going to make basically High turn around and actually pay attention to what's going on now.
Kenny has been a monster here on the chamber. We see the swap to the Sheriff, and Reyes gets one with a Stinger, gets one with a Sheriff, and all of a sudden, they look to turn the round around. Kenny toward mid is going to relinquish some of this space, has collected that spike, and will begin to head back toward the A side. He does dip his toes in the water, though. They should have been able to hear that audio cue. Death tries to close the gap, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out.
Nah, just a little out of range for the judge. It's up to Kenny, who doesn't quite get it out of 3-piece from iNoob. Will close out the half 4-8. You know, we've said a million times here, this is usually thought of as a defender-sided half, but I mean, yeah, that was a very, very strong attacking side, and it really comes down to how they set each other up for the success of those utilities, how they managed to set each other up and shoot there. I mean, 10 and 10 for Tharn is like as your top is a very tough spot to be in. That tells your leading shooter is 1-1, is barely trading out. Just means that you kind of need to take this attack and maybe play a little bit more aggressive, play a little bit less predictable, and kind of give yourself a little bit of chance to maybe just like shoot through the smokes, give yourself a little bit set up to kind of, you know, kind of just basically give yourself some unpredictability to this. It'll be a B stack of 4 with 1 floating. So we'll have to kind of see what they get out of the intel. Kane's going to probably open it up and be very surprised quickly. This bird, it lands.
Oh, and it does. Kenny to Kane, they combine for 2, and it's early troubles here in the second half. And for and basically, you feel like they almost need this pistol round. It's something that could really propel them toward working toward tying this game up. But if Get to the Money can solidify a pistol round here, you typically put one on the back of it, and all of a sudden it's closed to a short game as Kenny lines them up for the collateral. It's a 3K, and the domino effect in full effect now.
Beautifully done. I mean, Chamber is one of those sentinels, as you kind of maybe heard about it when he released forever ago. You almost kind of moved some of your duelist players over to Sentinel when he came out, just because of how dependent on hitting shots his kit is. And Kenny, clearly now moving to the top of the board, has shown that they can still make that work while also playing that Sentinel, holding that ground, and kind of doing the best of both worlds. It'll be a bit of a half buy from the side to Get to the Money. They're not going to commit into the full, and I respect that. I think they don't need to. They're kind of winning. They won the pistol round very handedly. They're winning with these smaller buys. You might as well do it.
I mean, you have some rounds to give, so it's I think it's a gamble that they can take, a risk versus reward that they're really you know, able to work with. So we see some early pressure toward mid. It's stifled a bit here by Viper, and with that, Chamber will shift forward here, trying to find just a nice little angle toward market side. We see Thorn waiting patiently here, and honestly, I think just playing default, seeing if they can force this defensive side to maybe get a little bit over aggressive, find an early pick, and give themselves a player advantage.
Beautifully shot from Kenny. You were talking about that patience. That's what you're looking for out of it. And that's why you keep the pressure on mid still. Basically he's going to push into mid, though, as the Chamber is holding there. iNoob also holding the angle, too. Double plate. 1, 2. Good for 2 on iNoob. And, I mean, that's a death trap. You cannot continue to follow that up. I know Spike is down, but you cannot continue to push into mid. Your angles are not there for you if you are basically high.
That's tough. I mean, really, at this point, you can't go anywhere. All 5 are still standing. The Spike is down in an incredibly awkward spot. Noob on the Bulldog, and, well, he'll find a nice triple. It's a flawless round again here on the side of Get to the Money, and that's exactly what they're looking to do here tonight. Get to the money. 700, I believe, for our first place winners. 300, of course, for the second place. So not going home empty-handed, but it's nice to have those bragging rights as well.
Yeah, you'd like to go home with a little bit of at least knowing that you took the first place with it. But Get to the Money, I mean, they are trying to speed run this in the second half. They're still on the half buy. It'll be the full buy up from basically. But again, I want to see them kind of play it a little bit slower. Like you said, have a little more patience. Let the utility waste out. You can see how quickly Get to the Money's throwing it out there. And they're throwing it out. They'll throw their own at it.
Yeah, I mean, Noob just gets in, gets out. He causes that distraction toward the back line. We see plaid stripes in the kill feed before it begins to turn red. And basically, high Thorn begin to pop off a bit here. They'll get that plant down now. It is a 2v3. Numbers in their favor, but they've still got to get through Kenny and Kane, who've been monsters in their own right. The flank from Raze is a big one, though.
Yeah, Raze, that's huge. These are 2 of the best shooters. No, a bit of a mistiming there on the side of Thorn, so Kane will come up alive. Doesn't quite have the information, though, but does have the gun upgrade. Finds the second one. Knows the last one. An easy cleanup for Kane, who will clean this up. And that was what I was going to say is the problem, though. You have the physical numbers, hot sauce, but you don't have the shooting numbers. The 2 best shooters on the side of Get to the Money were still alive, and Kane punishes you for making sure you don't get them first.
Yeah, when Kane's still alive, anything is still possible, it would appear. The pain train brought by Kane. And I mean, this squad just looks so good together. You take a look at it. I mean, just a few rounds ago, there was 3 players with 14 kills apiece, and they almost have to fight each other for frags at this point. So it seems like they're having a great time here on Split. They're just 1 away now from match point and a chance to close this one out in dominating fashion. Of course, Corrode will be that second map. I was hoping to see Bind, but if they continue to play like this, it might be a short night.
Yeah, say that. Like we said, they're trying to close this out. The dog is out the way from Kenny. Do they know if anybody's there? That wall's going to drop in just a second. Good for 1 and a teleport out. And this is, again, basically High just walking into the trap.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, the trap's been set, and, well, Kane, Kenny, and the rest of the crew come to collect. It's time to pay the toll, and, well, 12-4 now. 4 rounds in a row. In the second half, we talked about the, Split being that defensive-sided map typically, and we're seeing that in full force here. Kane at 19, Noob at 18, Kenny at 17, and they continue to have one heck of a performance. So not quite the full buy they were hoping for, but it is Guardians in hand, and they can still make it work.
It's match point, though, so this has to be the time now. And, usually this kind of 4 in a row in the start of a half is not common. But the dog for intel does get destroyed, but it's going to be a quick egress and some utility out from basically High. They're going to try to push aggressive here. I like this. They just need to get spiked down and kind of catch to get to the money off their tempo, kind of reset the game of how it's played and make them come to basically High if they want to win.
I mean, this is, I think, the first time we've seen a plant go down and all 10 members are still standing, but not for long. Noob is found, basically, continues to be an arch nemesis here as well. Def will try to teleport out. Trap has been activated. Reyes, Thorn combined for 2, and they're looking to take this round away.
Thorn's good for another. Reyes with a second one. It'll be 1 to trade out, but Reyes is there and keeps the hopes alive. I love this hot sauce. That's exactly how they should have keep doing this. Change up the pace and the tempo of the game. Push them aggressive, get the spike down, and don't give them the time to think. The more you let get to the money, get set up, and kind of prepare their retakes or even kind of respond to you, the easier they're going to win those duels. So I like this. Set the, kind of make them think. This is what I wanted them to see. They're making them kind of react as opposed to think and plan. And I think if they can do a little bit more, they'll have it. They have a Viper's Pit coming into this for basically High. It's your only real utility. I kind of want to see them commit it early onto some place where they can get the spike down just to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially on these defensive side of maps, I think the one advantage you have when attacking is if you 5-man it toward a site, you have that early player advantage as they've got 2 or 3 posted up. But we see quick trades come in. Himmer finding that second kill here as well to retain that player advantage. Basically, some omen on omen violence. The blind is beautiful, but he wasn't able to solidify the kill. He gets the one in heaven. Kane, that's important, but Himmer does find the trade back.
Seekers are there. Gets both out of the other way, so no real information found, but it's going to be the standstill over on B. Chamber does have an ult up, ready to go in the 3v2. Just checking mid. There's that Viper's Pit. That'll be enough to get them in. It actually gets them the corner of the spike, so this might actually work out in their favor as long as they can play this game slow and just keep, use what they have to their advantage here.
Kenny will try to get into a cheeky spot just outside the pit. I mean, you're right. This not only covers the spike, but gives them an opportunity to potentially find the plant as well. And I hope that they stay in this pit here for the time being. Reyes, I think, will look to cover Scoop here as well. Does Kenny try to pressure in? They look to bait out the plant here. Kenny will teleport away, and now Scoop will look to put it down.
Finds the plant, gets it down in time, trades for 1. Reyes still alive, though. This is a key member as the Viper v Viper hits. There's no counter Viper's Pit, so this makes it infinitely harder now. Reyes has the advantage. They just have to play for time. Don't make any sudden plays. Don't be a hero. No, what did I just say about being a hero?
Yeah, that's so tough. You have the pit. I mean, the pit is on your side. It's so tough for Dim Sum to have to step in there and then find that defusal. I mean, even if he attempts for it, he's going to begin to decay. It gives you the best chance. I think, he hears him drop from heaven, so he's hoping to find that swing, but it's already too late at that point. He's set up, and so a tough way to end the final round and what, a game that probably should have been extended just a little bit longer. But hey, the nice thing is it's a best of 3. So you still have another opportunity to bounce back here, I believe, on Corrode.
Yeah. And like you kind of said, I don't know that the scoreline shows like a 12-5. I don't know that it was really that bad. I mean, a lot of these games in the earlier rounds were fairly close to that. We saw a lot of, 12 3s, 12 4s, a lot of 12 7s. I think, a couple of small things go differently. We could have seen closer to a different half. But with Corrode being such a newer map that maybe some of these teams aren't as interested in scrimming on, maybe don't quite have the full grasp on, especially in this smaller regional environment where, maybe you have a couple teammates but not a full squad together. It might give a little bit of an advantage here. We'll have to see it because Get to the Money is one step closer to the money. They just need to close out game 2 here on Corrode.
Yeah, and I agree. I think there was maybe 4 rounds that could have gone either way that came down to a 1v1 or a 2v1, including that final round. So, it's tough, but, you can learn quick lessons from that game 1. You can make those adjustments heading into Corrode. It's a map that you've picked as well on the side of, and basically high. So, as far as being a new map and maybe not being played as much, I would like to believe that, but I don't think that's going to be the case for Get to the Money, just because we talked about the Radiance, the Immortals that they have. And so, I'm sure they're out there playing, whether it's scrims or just pugging everyday Corrode in that map pool. You see it a lot. So I imagine they're very comfortable on this map as well. But I think compositions are going to be big, and it's just about executing those plays. We saw some minor mistakes from Yan, basically like that hero play that wrapped up the game there at the end. So we really have to limit those minor mistakes, because a team like Get to the Money is going to capitalize on them 99% of the time.
100% right you are, man. Like, this is that moment. We've talked about it. Look, there's money in the line. Both teams going home with a little bit of something. And you'd love to have more. But when you get to this point in a tournament, no matter how big or small it is, this is day 2 for these guys, mind you. There was a day in the midweek where these guys played in. The nerves still get you. It can still feel very tense. So, it's infinitely worse on LAN, but even here on remote, it still really can start to wear on you. But I know we're looking and waiting for those agent selects to pop up. Because like you said, I don't think we're going to see these same lineups. I think we'll see a couple of the same heroes stay around. I think the Waylays may stay around. It's still very, for now, one of the pretty dominant duelist heroes right now. I wouldn't be shocked also if we saw the Sky stay around. She's been kind of a de facto intelligence gatherer, particularly on places like Corrode, where you can't really get Sova darts in and out, and it's hard to get some of those angles where KO's knife doesn't really tell you much, or you have very limited access to it. So I do think we may see 1 or 2 repeat heroes, but I do think our controllers are going to change, and I think the Sentinels might get a little bit maybe crispier. Maybe not from to Get to the Money. That chamber was very, very hot. So I will have to kind of see what they feel.
Yeah, I mean, Sky's so good. Her kit is so versatile. You can you have the blinds, but you get intel from the blinds. You get intel from the dog as well. You have the capability of healing your teammates. So certainly a very versatile. I've seen some great Sovas on Corrode, though. There's a lot of cheeky little windows in some of these areas, especially on the A site, where you can sneak some darts through. But it's how comfortable are these teams with some of those lineups, because not everybody has a lineup, Larry, that is practicing those relentlessly. But I mean, we saw a couple Vipers in the first one. I don't know how valuable she is on a map like Corrode. I haven't seen a ton of Viper on this map personally, but I mean, it's something that still could work. We talk about those comfortability picks, and that's something that's still an aspect here.
Yeah. Like we kind of alluded to, we're playing in the Vancouver region of Canada. You may have, your 2 or 3 stack that play together. Everybody's got their agents. Look, we're raising a Cypher player here sitting in the chat talking about that, and we would still insta-lock those even on a map where they're bad. So sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter the map. If you just feel comfortable on it, if you feel like you know what you're doing, you're still going to lock it. And sometimes when it comes to getting that bag and chasing down first place, that's all it takes. And maybe we did see the comfort picks in map 1. Maybe we'll just see Get to the Money, run it right back. Because when 4 of your 5 players hit double digits and go, like 2 to 1 on your KD, do you really want to change anything? Like, do you really feel like you need to?
Yeah, you know, I mean, unless you typically have a setup that you run for this map, you know, I would if it's not broke, don't fix it type, you know, thought. So, yeah, yeah, I've given up on Raze a little bit. I say in my old age, I've gone to Killjoy. So, you know, former Raze main, but Killjoy is the homie now at this point, which is, Killjoy is so good on split. I was a little sad to not see a Killjoy there, but obviously, certainly the composition working for Get to the Money, a great first showing for them. For I'm basically high, backs against the wall. It's do or die at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, we're past Killjoy's Payday Prime, but welcome to the Sentinel family, fam. You're always welcome here. We stand firm. That said, though, I do think that the Sentinels might change up. This actually wouldn't be a very bad match for a Killjoy. I mean, that Lockdown Ultimate, we've seen it through the eras of Valorant, just continues to do so well. Pre-plant, post-plant, just to control the space and really kind of set yourself up for angles. So maybe, like we talked about with a comfort pick, if you've just spent years scrimming, Killjoy and all these picks that are comfortable, your Viper, your Jet, like if those are your comfortable picks, this might be the time to just dig them out, because sometimes even on a map that maybe maybe you're not the perfect on, sometimes just knowing that Agent's Kit like the back of your head, is going to be all it takes. I did hear some noises that tell me we're going to go in, so we'll get a chance to see it shortly.
Yeah, actually, the alt's great for both sites. I mean, you can get on the site there and really lock it down. But yeah, we're already seeing a little bit of changes here. Dim Sum potentially teasing the idea of that Yoru. Astra, we don't get to see a ton of. I feel like one of those agents that does have a little bit higher of a skill ceiling, but it does look like we might have several changes here on both sides.
The Yoru is interesting. Yoru has always been one of those niche characters that is like, it always feels like a solo character. There's always like a solo Yoru who runs in your games, and I feel like ruins your ranked games. But lots of changes. It's usually me. Lots of different changes here. The chamber stays. Thorn is going to keep the Waylay. A few different changes. I do like the ISO. ISO is a very interesting pick to go towards the double duelist angle. Fade's coming in, also not too surprising. Fade is another good option when you don't feel like Sky, when you want a little bit different way to play the Sky. I do like that. I do like the Astra here. Like, hear me out. Astra has always been one of those kind of sleeper picks to me. Very, very impressive. You can just control the whole map, and given how her kit can really affect everything, you don't really have to commit yourself to an angle. You can play to one of your side angles as an Astra and then just kind of come back. She had a little moment where she was really popular to play as like a solo controller, but I do like it. It'll be a Sova and a Sage to round out on the side of, I believe that is going to be Get to the Money. So a little bit more independent across the board, a little bit more like kind of still like a little bit more, I wouldn't call it deathmatchy, but playing for yourself, playing for your picks with a little bit of support with that Sage there to come and kind of keep the long fights going. It'll be, I'm basically on the attack first, 2 sites here. And again, mid control is a little bit more important here. It's a little bit easier to lose control of mid, though, with how many different angles you have to cover here. So I really do want to see how these different agents will kind of interact here. I'm looking forward to this game too.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. And interesting enough, I mean, it was Noob on the Waylay, before, but it's Kenny on the Waylay now and off of that chamber. So not only mixing up agents, but mixing up roles a bit here. Def formerly on the Veto, on the chamber himself with that headhunter, but it's going to be Dim Sum to find the first. Sova, it's Noob here to find 2. Kenny finding a headshot as well. And this whole crew just seems to be firing at all cylinders tonight.
Yeah, a bit of chip damage done. Still have, it looks like they might not have gotten the Sage Orb up. The Yoru going to go ahead and kind of get that back in. I mean, the damage is done. Get to the money, just dominate the first round again. And it's shades of the back half from our first game here, Hot Sauce. They have round 1. They're going to go up and get round 2. Now the question is, do they continue like they did last game and steal rounds 3 and 4 when they shouldn't? I mean, yeah, basically, I see a buy out of Reyes. I really don't want to see a force up here. If you really have to just take a sheriff, I really would rather you just play safe, play your classics, and just kind of play for what you can to take guns out of hands. I feel like it's not worth your time to commit your economy into it.
Yeah, I mean, the economy is an equally important aspect of the game, and if you dig yourself into an early hole, you don't you have some members buy, some don't. Then the following round, you're into the same problem where, the other half are buying and you're not. And it creates more problems than it tends to help. And so that risk versus reward isn't really necessary this early in the game. Depth, though, and nasty shot with a headhunter will find Dim Sum. It's a 1-for-1 pick as Sova gets one as well. Quick pressure, though, toward the side. Himmer backing off. The spray is good. He's found one.
Big thing. Big shots from Hemmer there. Knows there's one more out of the way. Managed to avoid that ISO shot. Kenny good for one with that rifle around the way. Knows there's going to be a swing. Can't quite get it out, but the rest of the team is there to cover it up. Another good round for Get to the Money. You only lost one, and that is very, very big. You would have loved to go flawless again, but considering you lose only one gun out of that, you're pretty happy with it. It looks like this is kind of what I was alluding to when we were talking about, saving your economy. This should be a full rifle buy out of, I'm basically high, but instead Scoop has to, look to his stinger. We don't quite have the full armor. I mean, we've only gotten one pick, so we're kind of already down a bunch of money, but we kind of threw a little bit away. This should still kind of favor them, but I'm very curious about this Yoru with an op here. What is going on?
I mean, Yoru on a map like Corrode certainly could have a playground here as well, but Dim Sum just looking to be patient. Hold down this B side. An early angle could potentially teleport out after finding that first pick here as well. So we do see Yan basically slowing it down a bit, but only for a moment, and the moment's gone. There's the snipe, the teleport away. Noob will find one with a Guardian. The troubles now continue here for Yan, basically.
A little fade action there. Walling off that B site. Gonna go ahead and just pressure it down. Just say, no, I'm not. Nope, it's open again. Open it up 3v5 here. And you can see it. The rotation's starting to come through, but gets the money. Look at the map presence they have here. They're already pushing out into attackers spawn here. They might get caught out on a bad angle, but they control so much of this space. And Kenny, good for another one. This is just get to the money. He's just dominating this.
Oh, Kenny on the outlaw. Maybe an outlaw himself from Chamber now to Waylay. Getting the job done here at mid. Omen all alone in a 1v5. We've talked about Get to the Money's ability to win these rounds flawlessly like this one, or only losing a single member. They continuously pad that economy, and it just makes their lives a little bit easier here on Corrode.
Yeah, they've just been winning the duels, and even in this case, they haven't necessarily used much utility to kind of set that up in a lot of ways. They've kind of just been acknowledging, look, guys, we're winning the duels. We don't need to waste utility and flash and set each other up to kind of do this. Just hold your angles. Don't be afraid to approach. Listen, turn your headphones up and just keep doing what we're doing. They are in the cruise control right now going in. It's going to be a low buy at best for the side of Yam, basically. And they kind of just need to, well, they kind of just need to play it a little bit safer, but they'll trade one out immediately. And yet another first blood for Get to the Money.
I mean, that play from Kenny, too. He eats the Prowler, trusts in his aim, finds the shot, and gets out. But Scoop and Death quickly look to turn the round around. They find one with the Stinger and one with the Headhunter. Numbers will shift in their favor as Yoru sends out the decoy. Basically does bite, but no harm, no foul. They're not able to pressure behind because of the smoke from basically here. Time on their side as well as numbers, and it increasingly grows in their favor.
Excellent Sage Wall to buy a little bit more space as Noob knows where at least one of the two are. Just has to hold the rest of this down in the 1v2. Shock Dart will find one. That'll be a little bit of information, but they have to press here. Still a shield up for ISO, so this is probably going to be the swing point. They have to go with it now. Commit that. Well done.
Beautiful job. Yeah, well done. I mean, you have your player that's up close, a little, maybe a little less health, but he's got the classics. So you have him do that Ferrari swing, draw the aim away from your teammate that's swinging close with that rifle. Great communication, great execution there by Yan, basically, and they win an important round. We saw Get to the Money get off to a good start, steal away the full buy round, the round after. So they slow things down, they pump the brakes a little bit, but they can't be a one and done. They've got to be able to put multiple rounds on the board in a row.
They have to put multiple rounds, and they have to not squander advantages they get here. There'll be the Odin from Noob just to kind of deny any sort of immediate rush there through the wall. Classic Sova behavior.
Yeah.
It's classic.
You're not wrong. I mean, that's why I love the Odin. It can frustrate your opponents, not just in the game, but mentally as well. Dim Sum, a beautiful snipe. Kenny picks up where he left off here as well. And Kenny's shown the ability to rifle, to snipe, to really do it all from chamber to waylay. And they just seem to be having fun with it out there.
Yeah, say not a care, not a worry. They take angles aggressively, they hold them, and they know that even if they're, again, without committing utility, they'll do a lot. Yeah, I'm basically high. Like I said, like you called up, their fundamentals are there. They just need to continue to play. Fade will find one. Gonna force the waylay out there. Kenny has to readjust, but it's hard taking that angle when you know that op is there.
Quick peek from Kenny does find Thorn. Blind is good, but Kenny able to get back to a safe position here. On the peak basically has found them, but Hammer right there to get the trade again. And we just see Get to the Money often winning these gun battles. If for some reason they lose one, they have a teammate close on an angle to find the trade. Nasty headshot from Reyes, but with 18 health, 22 seconds, and 3 to get through. You just don't know how possible it is. Kane will find the final one, and with that, Get to the Money will continue to put rounds on the board.
Yeah, I think you've kind of hit really what's working best for Get to the Money here is they are playing a little bit more. I don't want to say they're playing more as a team because both these teams are playing fairly well together, but you can see that the communication just seems to be coming through. They're following up, where they have information, the pings are getting sent through. So everybody kind of knows, all right, we've got two in mid, one just swung at me. They've used some util here. Can I get some help? You can kind of see in real time as, players will rotate and adjust based on what needs. It'll be a full buy for Get to the Money who has everything they need, including a chamber ult, though. They'll have come up against basically a chamber ult. So, I mean, it's no good if you die in the smoke, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Tour de Force, that gun has a long barrel, and I think it may have just been sticking out of that smoke a bit, but is able to escape with his life. Thorn will backpedal a bit here as well. Raze will shift onto the site, has some intel, hot in the hand, almost gets caught with utility, but basically able to find that trade. Hammer did get one in the mix, as basically will drop the plant. Player advantage now favoring, basically.
It's just a Sentinel. Never mind, it's not just a Sentinel. I was about to say it's a Sentinel and a Duelist, but waylay in. No, the Tour de Force goes a little bit wide. Kenny's still good for one. Knows one's coming around the corner. Not able to catch it, though. And basically high. Comes back and swings, keeping it close, 4-2. Again, they need to start chaining these rounds together, but I'm not even going to complain about that because that was just a very solid round. Again, a little bit more patient, a little bit more just calling out when someone needs help or when it's able to go through. I believe that, as I said, I'm not going to talk about the double Odins. That ain't going to stay there. But it will be, as I said, she'll be full runs on both sides. And this is the first time, Hot Sauce, we've seen basically high really hold into a round with some money to spare. So the economy starting to come in their favor with this win. They just need to take an advantage. Another win that would catapult them forward.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the economy on the other side, and it's all but dwindled away. So if they find a round win here, that'll force their opponents into an eco, and they should be able to tie it up. Oh, the scoop Odin, and they've got two of them. How frustrating can that be?
Oh man, not the Odin in the 1v1. Sova Arrow doesn't quite give him much of anything, but yeah, I mean, Odin's such a pressure stopper. It's just basically great denial. It's just gonna push anybody out of the way. So a minute left and basically high. They have to kind of decide. Do we rotate over to A? We don't really quite have the information. They see from that fade util that mid is clear, but they hear those Odins sounding, so grinds them to a halt. They just need to figure out what their game plan is here quick and commit to something, because I don't think they realize it, but we can see it. A is open.
Yeah, the Odin, it's just a scary sound to hear singing out. It's got a hailstorm of bullets thrown downfield, and again, it can be a frustrating weapon to deal with. Nice op shot that's just off the mark here from Death. That could have been a huge pick here for them. They're going to look to pressure toward the B side, but honestly, there's a lot stacked here. Scoop on the Odin is chopping them down, though.
Just barreling through here in the 3v2. 17 seconds. They finally fought for site control, and it's just Scoop. Scoop has the angle, just ready, looking, pre-firing that Odin. They know what's going on. It'll be a great pickup from Scoop, looking for the ace. No, denied, but it's still a 2v1, and Kenny doesn't quite know where they're looking, so they'll fan out. This is huge for basically high Hot Sauce. They needed this to come through, even saving those two, two there. That's so big. That gives them a full buy, and it forces Get to the Money into either a save or a half buy, and a half buy will only make things worse. So it'll probably just be some sheriffs and whatever they have. They have the Astra ult. That wall's probably not going to get a ton of value, but the Waylay could set them up for another critical first blood and get them some rifles. So I'm watching Kenny this round. Kenny is going to be kind of the difference maker. If Kenny opens it up again, especially with that ult, I do think that this will swing back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen them forced into too many eco rounds. Kane started off that last game 9-1, I think 1-2 here currently. So Kane has been a little bit more silent on Corrode, but teammates picking up the slack when necessary. They find themselves still in the lead as Noob will look for a bit of intel, and he spots quite a few here at mid.
Yeah, recognizes, all right, for free, for just the price of a Sova drone, you'll take that. It'll be a slow approach, and I like this from basically high. They slow the game down, get to the money, get impatient, and approach them. Slow rotation over to B. Throw down a smoke to kind of keep and deny some of those sight lines. But, I mean, a little bit of intel, and they'll see that B is a free space for them. They just need to kind of recognize that there's nothing in their way.
Yeah, it's, I'm curious, are they going to let that wall break on its own? Is that what they're waiting here for, the time delay? Or do they just try to power through? I think they're tired of waiting, so they are going to dash onto site. Kane, the only one really here. Oh, Scoop, nasty Odin shot.
Yeah, beautifully done. Sage could not take that alone. Even recognizing with the wall, that was such a snap. Such a snap assault onto the site. 5v3. This is beautiful. Basically high. I see why they wanted to go to Corrode now. They look very clean here.
Thorn finds the shot on the Kenny, and despite their tough start, they begin to battle back in this one. Dim Sum, Sheriff in hand, has found one, but Scoop on the Odin has been a menace here, and they haven't found a way to just shut him down. He knows Dim Sum is here somewhere. He continues to spray through the smoke, and eventually will collect that triple kill. All of a sudden, we're all tied up here, so...
You know, Hot Sauce, some might say this is very dirty Odin play here. But I will tell you, whatever it works and whatever it needs to happen is important here. Scoop is now 11-4. And sometimes it's just putting that Odin out there and just saying, look, I don't care. There's no gentleman's handshake. I'm going to put a million bullets at you. If I can't win the duel, I will just put so many bullets out there that will win the duel somehow. 3 ults on either side. Both, I believe that's a Waylay ult up for the side of Get to the Money as well. So they've been holding on to that. They may use it aggressively here, but it looks like Get to the Money kind of sees the pattern. They're going to try to shut down this B push very quickly.
Oh, Dim Sum tries to teleport away, but he's caught here in the ISO ult. It's a 1v1, shield broken, but the Odin, it's so tough to deal with. And I love it in the pug games as well. People are always quick to get in chat, Odin noob or whatever it might be. But again, it's a weapon that can mentally get into your opponents. It can frustrate them as well. And, it looks like it's giving Get to the Money a little bit of a tough time here.
Yeah, and with that rotation, again, that whole frustration, they thought there was going to be the full stop there, and there's going to be the rotation through. The Astra will have to get out of the way. That's what we leave the Astra around for. Takes the shot, no, loses to Thorn there, and Sight is in control of, I'm basically high. Still a little bit of Sight on the mid, though. Kenny has to dash in, try to get out of the way, and just quick around that spike down in the 5 advantage. This is the best we've seen basically all night play. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, they're really coming alive here. Kenny will shut down Reyes and begin to try and swing numbers in their favor. Kane, now Kenny as well, and from a 5v3 to a 3v2, Thorn bounces back, finds 2 of his own for the triple, and now on a 2v1, Kane, that former shining star in game 1, will be shut down by the op in the hands of Death. And a great round for the first time in this series here. We will see basically up in the lead.
Man, do you believe in the run back, Hot Sauce? Because it's looking real here. Economy is still very, very good for EM, basically high. They can even eat around if they want to and kind of go into it. Ults don't favor them, which is fine. You're not really too concerned about that. You have it from the Beyond, maybe to get some intel, maybe to put a little pressure somewhere else. But you are in a basically even rifle round with economy being kind of balanced. So for right now, again, let's just slow it up for basically high. You've statistically won rounds. When you play it slower, let Get to the Money, get impatient, and respond to that. So let's keep that motion going.
And it does appear that that's what they're going to do. A little bit of a default setup. We see that spike in no one's hand just kind of resting there. So It doesn't look like they have their mindset on exactly where they want to go. They're trying to be slow and patient, look to see if they can find that early pick and work off the advantage. It's been working, I think, 4 rounds in a row, and Kenny takes big damage to the wall there.
Scoop, the first victim, unfortunately, another first blood going the way of Get to the Money, but you did trade out a little bit of damage. Kenny's going to get healed up with that Sage Orb, so back to full. A little. That's what you love the Sage for. Hope makes the long fights take for that chip damage, so full advantage. So then Hammer gets just one with that Sheriff. A great shot there, just holding down that angle, but the rush is in on A.
It's Hammer time, baby. Nasty Sheriff shot. Dim Sum will try to get a piece as well, and he does. Thorn. It's popped in the head here. Noob, partially blind momentarily. Shots through the wall that don't quite connect. Kenny now quickly shifting in behind on the waylay. Def is hindered, but he's got an idea that the rotation is coming in. I think he heard that audio cue, and with that, we will see waylay slow it down as well.
Can't really push in the 2v5 here, and though they're on site, they don't have a spot to get it down, and that's making it a 1v5. Def Haven has to trade the rifle, get for one, knows there's someone behind. Not able to catch the second one and get to the money. They still are sharpshooters. Remember, they've won their past rounds on their winning those duels and setting each other up, and they did it again to steal it back. Thankfully for Basically I'm High, though, they'll have a full set of rifles and an Odin in their favor with still a few bucks to spare. So fairly close game here. This is the game I think we were all expecting to see out to us.
Yeah, I mean, that was a thrifty round as well as they steal it back, but it basically has done much better here on Corrode. We find ourselves tied up 5-5, and they've looked very, very strong here. So you love to see it. They've invested in the stocks and bonds well, so they're able to find a full buy here in this round despite that loss. We'll see an Odin back in the hands here as well. So we'll see if they can work that magic one more time. Prowler quickly eliminated here by Kenny.
Good shot from Dim Sum there. Manages to get the one with the Yoru. Flash in, doesn't quite able to help too much as we fire through the smoke. Trades on either side come through, leaving us a 3-3 after the blood has settled. Spike rotating down to B. They'll have control of the site and go into this at pretty even. But the problem is I see no real intel, no real knowledge for the side of. Oh no, that'll help a lot. That Odin is going to tell them everything they need to know.
Yeah, it gets tough. The intel comes in. They've got an ult and Astra, but most likely, I don't know if they're going to use that here late in this one, and we'll see. Hemmer will drop the star. Reyes does find the shot above. Dim Sum, though, is there, has Op in hand as well. He's found one, but Reyes now on a 1v1 shot. So the hero play backfires a bit again.
Just a little bit of more patience, just needed to make sure they were lining up that head a little bit more because they had Dim Sum Boy looking the wrong way. They had that opportunity, just unfortunately took the body shots, hoping they could maybe win it out, and that snap Odin shot was just a little bit much. 6-5 on the half, though. Hot Sauce is very good. This is the best we were looking for, Basically High. If you can close this out at 6-6, it gives you a decent chance. Your comp for Basically High is a little bit kind of favored, I think, on the offense. But between the Chamber and the Omen, who can flex and play a little bit safer, and the survivability of ISO, I do think you can kind of play a little bit better defensively here. So expect these last couple ults to come out. That Astra Wall maybe even used on the retakes if they just let it get that far.
Yeah, I agree. So I think the fact that they've gotten 5 from the attacking side is great for them. They'd love to round it out with a tie, but the snipe from Dim Sum followed up with a shot by Kenny leads to an early player advantage here. We'll see the Odin putting in some work, basically finds Kane at mid. Can he get Kenny here, though? This is a big one, and he does.
Huge shots. The Odin scoop knows there's one there, has the information. I mean, they're just not doing it. They're not gonna do it. Dim Sum is marked. They know they have the angle. Spike will get down in the 2v2 here, but I mean, the question is what's gonna happen. If it's gonna be ISO, oh, this is not the spot you want to be in. Scoop is 4 for 4, baby.
He is a menace. The Odin, bro. It's just, I absolutely love it, though. I mean, I am all smiles here for this. And it's nice to see that they found something that's working for them as well. I mean, it was a tough game in that last one. It's, we talk about the mental aspect. It doesn't seem to have affected Basically. They've come out swinging here on Corrode. It was their map pick. They have to be feeling confident. And 6 rounds on the attacking side is great. This pistol round, though, could be a big one for them.
Yeah, historically, these pistol rounds have gone the way to get to the money. So considering that Basically is on the defense here, it doesn't necessarily favor them. They can't necessarily slow and control the pace of the game and of the attack pattern. So it might be a little bit hard, but if they just play a little bit safer, don't try to take fights that they don't think they have the advantage on, maybe make those double swings, they can do it. I also love this aggressive push. I don't hate this at all.
Yeah, I mean, Skeep's down one with a frenzy already, and Kenny and Kane, though, that duo is back. They find 3 combined, and now it gets a bit dicey.
All right, I liked it until we pushed a little bit further and maybe overextended. It was a great attempt. It was a great read on it, but I do think that, we get to the money coming in. They're going to re-approach on B basically high. Still sitting in the smoke. Maybe he doesn't real, but that smoke's going to fade soon.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tough
tough
shot.
spot to be in. Kenny, Himmer, they find the final 2, and I mean, well, I guess we'll stick true to the theme of the night. It's get to the money with another pistol round. Well, we've seen, I'm basically able to bounce back here on Kuro, though. So can they do it again? I think that's the important thing. I do get a little bit worried about seeing Ray as the only player to try and attempt to force in. You talk about, typically when you lose that first round, you go on and you save in that following one.
Yeah, I guess maybe with you only buying a sheriff, you can maybe justify it with, well, just, I'll just buy a little lighter on armor. But considering you aren't winning those duels immediately, the armor is kind of important. That becomes a difference maker down the road. So every dollar will count in the second half.
I think one player had a sheriff. I think Ray has actually bought a stinger, unless they ended up selling it. But they did sell it. So a wise decision there as they talk it over. But again, a quick plant here. All 10 members still standing. So the retake is going to be a bit of a tough one.
2 on the wall. Catches one, Reyes, Kenny. Good for that. Follows it up with another one and gets the money again with this gun advantage looking perfectly in their favor as on paper should be.
Yeah, and this is tough. I mean, for them to get over that wall where Reyes is, it's not likely that they pressure through there. There's no need as they have that plant down. They have control of the site as well. And so we see the shifts come in. Kenny is just absolutely feeling himself at the moment, and he is on the hunt here for Reyes.
All right, who pushed all the way up to a full rifle? Because we let that get into Kenny's hand, and he just got a 3-piece. I don't know where that ended up coming from, who pushed that far, but that was the right decision for Get to the Money, considering how Kenny has been shooting already at 21, and I believe that is 8. So beautifully done from them. Again, Kenny's shooting almost 3 to 1. It's 2 and change to 1 right now, but Kenny has been hot all in these past 2 games. So see, even with their flexibility, they're playing very, very well. Love that.
Yeah, I mean, from Chamber to Waylay, hasn't missed a beat, continues to be a dominating force. Scoop on the other side, equally as dangerous here with this Odin. As little thumbs down is probably what the other team's doing when they're dying to that Odin as well. Up by 2 rounds, get to the money on top of the moment.
Sova, a little bit of a drone, catch a little bit of something. 2 Astra Stars already out, so some spent utility immediately. Kenny, good to open it up with yet again another quick kill, and 2 more for the side of Get to the Money. They are speed running this round. They smell that money. They are trying to push through here, and they have an open sight onto B. The Fade just going to get out of dodge here, and well, probably just try to. It looks like there might be a save situation. Maybe they'll just try to take what they can and get out. I don't know that you're gonna maybe try to take the trade. Yeah, sure.
Why not? I guess gamble. Gamble a little bit, I guess, but they know exactly where they are now, and it makes it tough. The blind from Yoru, the pop out, the stinger gets upgraded to the Vandal, and now that lead begins to strengthen as well. It was second half difficulties for I'm basically in that game 1 as well. I think they only got a single round in the second half, and already experiencing some of those troubles here in Korode as well.
Yeah, but I mean, we know this. Get to the money. They did this in the first half too. They got 3, dropped the 4th one. This should be, in theory, when basically should have a full rack, but instead they're on a save buy. So they're on sheriffs, they're on small guns on the defense here. So it looks like another loss incoming because we just kind of maybe tried to push a little too aggressively with the guns.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you want to try crazy things. Kenny continues to just hit the most insane shots here as he hits another nasty one. Reyes will eventually shut down Dim Sum. Kenny and Kane will combine for 2 more. And I mean, it looks like Get to the Money is just in full W key mode now.
remaining.
Yeah, they are not stopping for nothing. It's just the Chamber they know their time has come. They see the Sage wall. Yeah, nothing we can do there. Kane on the Sage. Just good for yet another strategic play on their own. And yeah, Hot Sauce, I think, get to the money. They are sprinting towards that first place money here, 10-6. And I mean, I'm basically high. I don't even think they have the money for a full buy. I think we're stuck in maybe a half buy again. They did save. The sheriffs aren't that expensive, but you know, it is tough living out there considering how they just got run through. I would rather see on basically high just disengage at these points if they see it coming. I think that's the other thing. We see them try to stand their ground a lot whenever they see a push come through. I'd rather just see them disengage and just kind of bite past the util.
Yeah, you know, let some of that util fade out, work to get the numbers and try to retake, you know, and play together as a team. But, you know, I think, you know, wanting to be confident in their ability to shoot, wanting to find some of these early picks and give their team that player advantage just unfortunately hasn't worked out for the majority of these rounds. So we find themselves in a tough spot. It does look like they were able to sneak in to a little bit of a full buy. We see some Vandals on their side as well. And right now it seems like, you know, get to the money has changed it up. All that quick aggression has now slowed down toward mid here in round 17.
We'll trade the one. Shock comes through, doesn't quite get anything, but still there. Thorn looking for a second one, but there's the util. Eventually trades two for Thorn, gets a collat as well. That's crazy.
Oh, we'll see if they can begin to rekindle this one here. It's going to be a tough battle back, but they've got a numbers advantage in this round. Noob will quickly nullify that. The smoke maybe coming in just a bit late. Spike's still down. The look to gather it as basically does find him or Noob. One back on the raise. Odin toward mid and Scoop at a dangerous spot. Shifts through the smoke blind. Not always the best decision, and you see why.
Yeah, I almost would have rather have seen them just blind fire through. You had a vague space sense of where the Sova was, but instead with, you know, a little about 10 seconds, a Spike will go down for gets the money, and it's up to the Omen and whatever utility is left. They should be coming into a refill of one of those smokes, though. So, you know, they'll use it to try to get an entry point. I kind of wish we had played a little bit further in, maybe got a little deeper angle on the smoke so they could have maybe taken a wider swing on that. But you know what? Damage is done. They have the gun. Let's see if they can figure out what they got. Never mind. Immediately smoked out, and it's a 4-piece for iNoob.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to pressure through a smoke without having a blind or something. When you have to do it raw like that, there's still two defenders on site, and so... you know, the fact that Kenny is one of them that's left alive as well doesn't give you the highest of hopes. Get to the money, looking very strong here in the second half. Now 5 rounds in a row, 1 away from match point, 2 away from 2-0ing their way to the grand final champions.
I believe the Sova ult was the only thing up there, Hot Sauce. So, you know, it will be good if the plant ends up getting down just to kind of play a little bit more defensive once it gets down and just keep it alive. Not that they've had much trouble with that, but it is good for it. The Guardian was basically high. Put a little damage out, but the Odin will continue to sing its beautiful song here as it's the money, find a different angle, and Kenny again just continues to first blood.
Yeah, Kenny's just been a monster in both games,
Man.
but even more so in this one. He's just a headshot magnet. Dashes in, tries to dance around ISO at Scoop on the Stinger. He'll be able to upgrade Dim Sum, though. Does find Rhea. Scoop. He's been a shining star here on the other side of things, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Rez came through also for Hammer.
Spike down.
Not going to be enough. The double swing cleans it up, and it's Kane with an Odin this time to kind of say, look, we can use it to get to the money. Now to match point. And I'm looking at those Bucks, Hot Sauce. I don't know that we're in a great spot for it. It's going to be very, very tight on the belt. So with ultimates coming up, though, basically high, they have to use these to get some sort of value here. I see, you know, Scoop is going to try to go for the full 5 for 5 on the 1v1s, and I kind of bet the money on them. But it's, you know, they have to kind of use these, get the value out of these ults. They have a few that can give that. It's their only real way to make a difference versus the slight behind on the gun they're at.
And the problem is, Get to the Money is giving themselves 6 additional opportunities to close this one out. 13-5 was our first game, so slightly better here so far for Basically. But with Kenny continuing to be the dominating force, Kane will pick up where they left off. And we haven't seen this ult come out from ISO here. Still has Odin in hand. He's found potentially. No, it does get shut down. And so we'll have to back off again.
Spike planted.
No distractions.
There we go. We got the 1v1. I didn't quite see who it grabbed, but the Odin is up, just playing it. And 5 for 5 on Scoop. You know what? Even if you don't get first, you can bring that home. It'll be the Sova ult through there. Didn't quite catch the ISO like they were looking for. And it looks like Hot Sauce, that'll be all she wrote coming through.
Yeah, I mean, with the smokes, the utility, the numbers, everything favoring Get to the Money, they will indeed get to the money. Death Haven will make a nasty little 2-piece there at the end, but when it's all said and done and the smoke's clear, Get to the Money will be your Novus Cup VALORANT Grand Final champions. They get it done in sweeping fashion, 2-0 all the way through playoffs and into Grand Finals. Yeah, I'm Basically a great performance. I mean, they fought all the way to the very end. Scoop putting up a great fight as well. They're not going home empty-handed. Second place and $300 for them as well. But honestly, a big GG's to both teams. They put on an exciting matchup for all of us here.
Yeah, as I say, we unfortunately weren't able to catch a lot of those play-ins in some of the earlier games. But, I mean, both teams put on an incredible show. We saw some phenomenal talent from both sides. But Get to the Money, it just seemed like they were firing on all cylinders. Teamwork was there, the map selection, the agent selection, all looked like it worked out together, just a little bit more talent. They are the strongest squad of 5 in the Vancouver region, and kudos to them for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, just a great job by them all the way around, and a lot of fun to get to be back in the booth with you, Sov. I do appreciate you for inviting me along. I do want to give a quick shout out to everybody working so hard behind the scenes. They often do not get enough credit, and they make our job so much easier. So, Ellie, Maddie, thank you so much for your wonderful job behind the scenes. Novus, of course, for inviting me along as well. It's been a ton of fun, and I believe they've got some more action after this as well. Is it 2XKO that's coming up next?
Yeah, we'll have a little 2XKO, but there is one more person that we got to shout out and thank, Hot Sauce, and I got to pull it up there. It's going to be a quick shout out to Novus, because like you said, thank them for, well, that's that local Vancouver-based internet service provider that's been connecting communities for nearly 30 years, recognized by Ookla Speed Test as the fastest and most reliable internet in 2025 for the Metro Vancouver area. They're known for their no-contact services and commitment to being the feel-good network. They've proudly partnered with Gallant Gaming here for years to grow this competitive scene. And I don't know about you, about Hot Sauce, but I hope we get to see so many more events sponsored by them, because these have been fun to just be a part of.
So much fun. And you guys can check them out at novusnow.ca. So make sure you do that as well. A big shout out to Novus. And yeah, just a ton of fun. A short but sweet night here as far as the VALORANT goes. We hope everybody sticks around for 2XKO coming up here in just a few moments. I think there's going to be a short break, but any final words from you, Sov? Again, thank you for inviting me along.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to be in booth with you and everybody here. Stay tuned. 2XKO is going to be just another banger hit after this short break.
Hey, dude, that internet these days is so dope.
What's the link? The link?
Welcome back, everybody, and we are live here for the Novus Cup. Our top 6 for 2xKO is on the way. It is your boy Huey. With me on the table is my guy Pop, and we are already ready to go with our first match here.
Okay, and I love to see Ari. I'm a big Ari fan. Put my main actually, and these air combos are where you get most of your stuff against Vi, and that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, really nice corner pressure there. Already starting off and strong there. T.Jay will be going against OptionalThreat into these winner semis. These guys had some great responses and records through the bracket, so this could possibly may be our future grand finals in the works right there, as we see T.J's Vi get knocked there. Beautiful combo there through Echo. Good catch, and it's just going to continue going. The combo's insane.
And if you know 2xKO, I mean, the Echo is not something you're unfamiliar with. I mean, this character, his combos just go on cross screen forever, so they're going to be super impactful. And you see here, I mean, already Darius has got no health to work with, but it's not over.
Not a lot of meter.
2xKO. Okay. I was about to say 2xKO is a game that flips very quickly, but not in this instance.
Not a lot of meter there, and unfortunately just not a lot of health to kind of tank through, but nice catch here. Gonna catch both Echo and Ari. Gonna read the roll escape as well too. Force the pressure back into the corner as we do try to get into a little scramble here into neutral. Darius finding a nice opening into the air, into the first special.
That's gonna...
Nice dunk. That's gonna be the kill.
That getting caught in the air like that from Darius always hurts. And this is just top Darius stuff. I mean, he can go on Oki scenario, but I'm gonna just play it safe and play some neutral.
Really nice there.
Good parry.
The parry. Nice read there. Again, as you mentioned earlier, Echo, a very familiar character on the battlefield. I think Ari is up there as well too. Everyone knows where they're going to go into, right into the special as well, into the corner. The parry was nice, but the pressure is so real. There's going to be the
free
full
knockdown off that, but he
there.
goes for the Oki with the Foxfire, but gonna get his out of that pressure. Darius now on the board. Vi's got to regenerate some of that health, but oh no.
There you go again. Nice work. Full combo across the map. The special should pick up there. No tech. The full follow-up, nice, into the air as well, too, to knock back.
I love that animation. It's so sick.
The roll away from a not going to force T.Jay into the corner, as Ari, yet again, going to find another kill here. It's up to Darius, and Darius in the same situation again. Not a lot of health, a lot of projectiles to get through. Going to find a one, and that's going to be it right there. OptionalThreat going to find the first match of the night.
And already
right now.
Yeah, Clarity, OptionalThreat, they go by many names apparently, but they cooked. I love the Ari, love the Echo. This is actually my team. I'm a little bit biased.
With it.
A little bit biased.
As we do and go check over there. T.Jay, doing great already. Finding a really nice work. Gonna switch out here. Nice tag out. No follow-up there. He's gonna just miss the combo just by a hair. But this is 2xKO, and you know what happens if you miss. Gonna have to use the break to get out of there. As the tag out there from Echo. Nice. I don't know if he can full continue this. Oh, he can. He's gonna extend all the way into the corner. Let's see if he can read the get-up. He does.
Oh nice. My God.
Force it. You just block all the options, you know? You don't have to just read it if you block everything.
The Foxfire being such good pressure, and I mean getting out of it though, almost starting a combo. Gonna use the break themselves. Clarity, gotta keep.
Nice.
Oh my God, the level 3. This is definitely gonna take out Darius.
Oh yeah. Here. I do have to say I'm loving the arcade skin.
Oh, he lives.
Points there. Yeah.
Getting
on
the
one
wake up scenario. Now the Vi,
Down.
it can definitely do this in just a few hits, honestly.
So nice. Gonna try to fight for his neutral there. Gonna find a nice 4
Yeah.
combo, and it's gonna be plenty enough here to tie the game right now. Close to the Fury there. Gonna
my
try to
God.
find a special. It is gonna be
The
enough
mix-up.
there to open up Optimal and be able to find one on the board. The first one between these guys.
The real pressure there was he had level 3 as well, so Ari really had to play like insanely safe. They had to get the right hit.
Really nice combo there.
Big
Gonna be the
damage!
Headless. That's going to be the finish there as well, too. Already taking a bit of damage. Not going to be able to heal that bit yet either from the tag out. We're going to find a really beautiful mix up there. Let's see how far
Yeah,
they
and
can
Ari
go.
going for the combo. I mean, her, the one that you always love and know, the ulti going through. If you know League of Legends,
Good
coming
grab,
back.
Good read on the grab.
Those
Forced
true
the break
damage.
there. Fury is available as well, too.
Oh my God, crazy mix.
Nice. We continue pushing forward here. Nice defense here, but it's not going to be enough. Darius is going to fall there.
Yeah, and the Vi's so quick on the pickup there, but not gonna quite get the combo as he gets revenged.
Oh, here we go. Can they do it? On a
Yeah,
one
crazy
and a
neutral.
dream right now. They cannot
The grab.
drop this combo. They have to continue reading. Nice pickup again into the
Level
3.
3 doesn't
I think
quite
this is
kill,
enough.
I don't think. I don't think it does.
It
I'm on
might
team
be.
that
They're
doesn't.
very low. They're very low. They don't get the KO. It doesn't happen. Fury's not enough
Yeah,
yet. And
good
there
assist.
comes out
Great
Echo.
assist.
Fantastic.
Okay, opening
Oh,
up here.
one for
Ooh.
one right now.
So often you'll see Vi's do that, but they're getting happy birthday right now as the combo going to ring true. Yeah, I gotta break as soon as possible.
Oh, really nice work there. Just gonna find the execute there. Good follow up there. Can he continue it? Oh, doesn't read the roll there, and now is going to get crossed up there. Nice. This might
Okay,
kill.
crazy air
I
combo.
know this
Gonna go
will
into
kill.
super.
I'm sorry. Oh, the super
for
cancel.
sure.
Okay, for sure. That works. Really nice work.
Yeah, you can end that in a number of ways. That one just gets him away from you. And the jab there gonna continue.
There
This
we
is
go.
probably death. Yeah.
Nice. And I think that is going to push OptionalThreat there forward through our bracket. 2-0
Really good stuff.
right now versus T.Jay. That was a strong showing on both. And excuse me, it's going to be best of 5 through top of 6. It's not just 2 grand finals. Excuse me. So this will be match point for OptionalThreat here.
Oh my God, and the combo already started.
Yeah.
Papito
Nice setup here.
really gotta
Ooh.
figure out how to deal with all
But
of
the
this
break. Oh.
this pressure sooner rather than later. Darius, a big guy. Oh, that's not what he wants. Breaks.
Yeah, I
Really
see
wanted
there.
to save his break there. Oh, but the Vi gonna start something.
Let's see how far she can take it there.
Air
Good
grab!
air grab there. Gonna force the pop up. That's kill right there, right into the special. Nice work there
Crazy.
altogether. And now OptionalThreat 1 versus 2 right now, and we've seen the pressure T.Jay can provide on just the Darius, and with a very low health. So let's see what he's going to be able to do with both in green. This is a beautiful combo here from OptionalThreat's Echo. Near death here. Let's see if Darius can find that approach there. He's just going to find a tag there and try and get some health back here. As here we
Yeah,
go,
and oh my
OptionalThreat
God,
yet
this is
again.
gonna continue. Absolutely. That
The
jab.
onslaught here. He's got to find an
Good down
opening
tilt.
there. Good
Yeah.
chip onto the low, and then go for the 50-50. Just wrap it up, call it a day. Very clean work here from OptionalThreat.
Yeah, and match. All of a sudden, it's round point for
Yeah.
clarity.
So, as we do check it here. Very nice work there. The quick 50. Darius in a corner. The pressure is real. Is able to stop the assist there. Gonna have to force the break. Go ahead and get the tag here onto Vi. Oh, is able to get something here. Oh, nice! Able to read the break.
Crazy block on the break.
The drop. It's okay though. OptionalThreat was still
Yeah, the
scrambling
Vi.
after that exchange. This is nice. Here we go. Good tag.
He's gonna tag in.
Nice use there.
Yeah. Oh, and
Of the
loses the
assist.
get up scenario. This is gonna be death. You'd always continue this as Vi.
Nice.
You can only do.
Really
You
nice.
can always do medium heavy there, and it's death.
As we now look forward here, T.Jay needs this one here to continue pushing forward onto this. You don't want to be going out here 3-0 from winner semi.
Level 3. That's death.
Nice. That works, man.
There it
Big
is.
damage here into the cutscene. See you later. Able to tie the ball game here. He still needs to get one on the board first. Let's see if he's able
All right,
to do
and
right now.
oh, T.Jay able to keep himself in, but he's doing more than keeping himself in. He's taking this game so far. I mean, the Darius gonna do so much chip here. Gotta do your own combo to get out of that scenario. As Ari picks it up,
Here
this
we
is
go.
gonna hurt.
Yeah, and you can see it. There it is. You can see how much benefit, that OptionalThreat gets from the corner. And T.Jay really feeling the mode here. Gonna take just about 75 here, trying to close that gap with with the resources that he has. But a lot easier said than done. As OptionalThreat able
Getting
to just
great.
find that zone and just find that and find his getaway every time, but able to find
That
the
was
pop
crazy.
up off the wall into the
The Darius
dunk. See
assist
you
coming in
later.
is just like the guy like slamming through the door meme. The
It was beautiful. It was a great alley-oop there. Nice follow-up here into the Vi. Going to stop the assist there as well, too. Finds the shot. The bleed going in. Nice
Yeah,
tag.
great
And he wrapped
assist.
it up. He does.
FBI, open up!
TJ, yo, coming in
The Darius
hard.
assist, bro. Oh my god. He keeps getting caught with those. That's unfortunate. And that is going to be OptionalThreat moving on.
No, that
Or
was
wait,
TJ.
I'm sorry. No,
actually
no, no.
picking
That's
that up,
TJ
man. Don't. You gotta
bringing
put
it
some
back. About to
respect.
reverse
Hey.
3-0 against the Ari Echo. I'm sorry.
Let's see. He is now
He said,
in
shut the hell
only
up. Hold on.
possibility.
Let him cook.
Oh, this is a crazy combo here. Now the corner pressure. TJ able to use it. Let's see what OptionalThreat can respond here. The defense, immaculate, but not able to stop against the grab here. Is able to find some pushback
Switching
here.
in the Vi. Gotta
Let's
let
see.
the Darius heal a little bit.
Oh, the cross up.
Breaking.
Gonna have to use the break.
Switch back in the Darius.
Let's see. Good handshake here. A grab yet again. OptionalThreat realizing those grabs are money right now for him. Gonna keep abusing them. Nice.
Oh my god.
the
Crazy
launcher.
assist.
That's death there.
Assist
Nice.
combo. Yeah.
OptionalThreat very comfortable right now. A lot of resources available as well too. Meter break as well too.
Oh,
Grabs
crazy
yet
grab. Puts him
again.
in the corner.
Nice combo here from Vi. Oh, doesn't read the get up option.
Yeah, and playing
Gonna
neutral
escape it
here.
again.
This is where the Ari's at a slight advantage. The Vi needs to get in.
Oh, you can
and
see it.
gonna get
I
them.
don't think they're gonna be
Yeah.
able to. Full follow up
That's death for sure.
into the air
He knew.
special. Yeah.
That's why he stopped his combo there. He knew.
All right, that's one up right now. OptionalThreat one away from closing out the semifinals right now with a clean.
I love at the beginning
almost
both
clean
players. I love at the beginning both players just send their assist and they say "Go my minion," and then they both just start getting hit.
They're just playing Pokemon. That's all. Nice opening here from Echo.
Crazy
Finds
combo
the
gonna
special.
be coming out here. Lots of damage.
Nice bread and butter. Oh, it's gonna find the launcher as well too to extend it just a bit. Oh,
Grab
nice
tech.
there, TJ. Nice reading that the throws have been a little dangerous for him. Now starting to pick up a bit here, adapting.
Yeah, and this shield pressure from Echo is a part of the reason why he's just so good. He
that's
throws
not
so
bad.
many things at you and can just generate so much space on while hitting you on your shield. It's so hard to deal with. And the Ahri, being able to switch into the projectile-based character while still being able to capitalize off the openings and go crazy off your combos is just... This team is so broken. You can see why it's always at the tops of these tournaments.
Nice handshake here, and unfortunately the back and forth is just going to fall into optimal threat favor. I almost said optimal trades because that's all it has been from the side of optimal threat, and that is going to close out our first semifinals with a 3-1 for our guy there. Hello everybody. We were just a little late there coming out for our top 6 there. And so we just wanted to say a good welcome, good evening, good afternoon from everyone else.
How's it going, everybody?
Of course, a huge shout out to Novus, a local Vancouver-based internet service provider that's been connecting communities for nearly 30 years. Recognized by Ookla Speed Test as the fastest and most reliable internet in 2025 for Metro Vancouver. They are known for their no contract services and commitment to being the feel-good network. They've partly partnered with Galint Gaming for years to grow competitive esports experiences like, of course, where we're at right now. So be sure to check them out at novusnow.ca. Thank you all so much. And, of course, much appreciation. And thank you all because it has been a very long day from a Valorant between League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics as well, too. And now moving on to...
And now 2xKO, baby.
It is fantastic.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's honestly really sick to be here and commentating for this tournament. I've been watching Galint for years, and all their stuff, and I've been watching you on Galint for years. So it's a pleasure to be here. And 2xKO is one of my favorite games, and we've got some really great talent. And Novus, our sponsor, shout outs to them. Super awesome company. I just learned about them today, but I've been reading up. They've been doing some sick stuff. Been connecting communities for 30 years, as my guy Huey said. So, but enough about that. We're getting back into our 2xKO, and we've got Zex versus Mickaleaf.
We're still on our top side of winner semifinals, so it will, like was said, Zex Mickaleaf coming up right now. And I did want to touch a bit on how is Caitlyn? Is she really there just yet, or is it just kind of still new character gimmicks? And we're about to see right now as Mickaleaf has the Ahri Caitlyn combo.
I was just about to say I've been really excited. I was hoping somebody would be playing Caitlyn in this top 6, and it looks like Mickaleaf is going to give that to me. So on the Ahri Caitlyn, I love both of these teams, but Ahri Yasuo, one we've seen in the tops for a long time. So I'm curious to see what the counterplay is here with the Caitlyn. What he intends to do.
It's just about the same strategy. Win wall and just try to find those openings there. And once you do, you can't pump off the brakes, honestly. As the Ahri to Ahri battle now, very close.
Yeah.
Very even. No one wants to take the full commitment there. Winwall going to help against the rifle. Going to take the full rifle combo into the air. Take the block.
Oh, but gonna miss the level 3.
Yeah. Unfortunate there.
Both players opting to honestly hold they're not doing a ton of supers in combos in neutral in this game 1. Maybe they don't want to show their true full combos, or their enders, but they never mind, just to shut me up.
Yeah.
Most of them are saving it till level 3, but I guess acknowledging he wouldn't get level 3, Zex decided to keep getting them. But the threat of level 3 on this Ahri right now is scary.
Also you have to make sure you have the wherewithal to use when and where. But just showing that one is enough. Beautiful KO as well too. This game's fantastic, man.
I love getting excited about 2xKO. And I mean, these players are some of the greatest, so... Oh my...
Nice.
Custom!
Oh yeah.
Assist team combo!
Oh yeah.
The down tilt to the mix!
Yeah.
I'm gonna be back to neutral here.
I did want to touch a bit on the freestyle double down as well too. As you can see, the freestyle really just taking off here for Mickaleaf here. The pressure so real on to Caitlyn. No response as well too. As long as he doesn't drop this should be def. Good read off the
Crazy.
man.
Crazy
Great
reaction.
work.
But yeah, I mean it's just crazy seeing the freestyle. I mean, the way that it's taken over and the pressure that you're able to cause, like the way that people are taking this game. And the level 3.
Yeah, that might be it. Oh my gosh, no way.
While we were
No
talking, Zex just got a
way.
perfect in response.
The first one of the night. Let's see if it's going to be the only or if this is going to be the first of many. As Zex feeling himself right now. The corner pressure so real. Going to force a break out of Mickaleaf here. Neutral steal to the side of Zex here. Vantage
gonna get
here's
the cross-up guard.
coming in. Going to tag out again to force it to get a cross-up into the special. Going to
Crazy
continue
assist
following
team
up with the
combo.
launcher as well too. Insanity work. This might be 0 to death.
Oh!
He does read the get up attack. He does. Omae wa mo shindu. Insanity.
And the Yasuo combo gonna continue. I mean, this is just unfair.
He's
This
so
looks like a
comfortable right now.
completely different game than round 1.
Right. He definitely adapted
Oh,
and is
trying to shut me up.
Okay. Caitlyn now starting to feel something, but I think it's a little too late right now. Not enough health bar to really find a full response here. He's going to be able to find 2 here. Going to continue looking for it, but doesn't have that extender there to really continue that 2-plan combo. But he's able to find a kill, but Zex able to have Fury first. 1 tap away
this is scary.
from
Yeah,
finishing. Just going to go
Grab, you
reach
dead.
for the grab. I think that's the most optimal option there. And that's going to
Yeah, I
be
mean,
the
it was
second
definitely
game
a
here.
read, but it was a crazy option to pick. That's why it was such a mix-up. Like, he definitely was not expecting grab there, I think. That's super great. Super great by Zex. He totally diffed. I mean, that Mickaleaf's got to think of something to come back in this game too.
I mean, I think it's really just falling onto the Caitlyn here, not being able to really find that zone and being able to play to keep away, abuse her range and damage. It's just a little unfortunate real quick as we see Zex finding a fantastic opener here. That's going to be a 0 to 50. Mickaleaf looking for a response here. Was trying to predict the jump with the assist. Not going to be able to get it. The tag out here just to try to recover some Ahri health. But it's not looking too great right now for Mickaleaf. Trying to get the cross up there with the tags. It's not going to be enough.
Oh my goodness.
Zex finally finding an opening here. Patience is a virtue.
Right, and you see the adaptation that, I mean, was instantaneous into round 2 of the game. Not even game 2, it was round 2. And Zex just from there, like, he was like, I understand it now.
Oh yeah.
And Ahri combo gonna take that other Ahri out of there. He said, my skin's cooler. Arcade Ahri's 2013.
So yeah, give it the times, man. KDA, man.
Whenever the
Where
hell
it's
that came
at.
out.
There it is. And yeah, there it is. Zex in the flow, feeling the win behind his back right now. Gonna find a nice another kill as we get moving forward here. Beautiful cross up here, but the defense here from Mickaleaf. Not gonna be enough there.
Jab
But
picks it up.
That's gonna be a nice catch there. Gotta be careful trying to recover it in the air. Not gonna get punished this
In the
time.
corner against Caitlyn. Gonna get mixed up.
The break there.
You gotta go
So
on the
we
defensive now.
know-
The freestyle.
We know for sure Mickaleaf has another character there that takes Caitlyn's spot, but I wonder who it is. Breaks both going to be popped there.
I mean, does he even switch out the Caitlyn? I mean, the Ahri's obvious. I don't know. I mean, he's got. I think at this point you've played. You're in game 2. You're fighting for your life at this point, right? It's not. Is it best of 5?
Yeah, it is.
It is best of 5. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So, you do have another character if you want, but.
Here we go. See, this is what he's been struggling to find here the entire game. Gonna be able to
Yeah, I
get
mean,
the big
as we were
shield here.
talking.
There we go. Nice. Just has to play the keep away game. It's just the gap closers between both Caitlyn and Ari, Ari and Yasuo are just ridiculous. The best of the game, to say the least. Nice parry there.
I think it's really. Oh, parry on the
A3! My gosh! Zach's definitely feeling himself right now. And now
that's
gonna
when
take full advantage of this combo. Going to get just about 70%.
That's when you Fiora W the RE charm. That's crazy.
Nice work here. Big shield here. Oh, gets over it. Gonna get a slight pause.
A little bit of lag. Hopefully we're not seeing. No. Okay, hopefully the players are good. Hopefully the players are good. Hopefully the players are
to before I changed, started acting strange, had my life in my own hands. Meanwhile, I was wasting time, thinking things were fine, but you had other plans. Behind your weak disguise, all the worthless lies, I was wrong and now I know. Don't think that I won't try, this is not goodbye.
Hey guys, and we are back. How is everyone doing? And I am now Hot Sauce. You know, just just kidding there. But of course, big shout outs to the boy Hot Sauce, who's over here for Valorant, I believe. But it is your boy Huey. With me is Pop.
Huey
we are
Yoshikage.
getting back. We are
The
getting
boy.
back to our winner semi. Zex Mickaleaf. We did see Zex in a very scary spot. And I think we're going to be getting right into the game momentarily as we get the little.
He's already in
little
a
cheat
scary
codes
spot,
there.
it seems. As we can see the game and you guys can't, and I think that's it.
That might just be it. And yes,
Zex
that's
just
going to see the
throwing.
scoreboard. Yep. Zex 3-0 there. So our
With the
winner's
perfect,
final
too.
has been filled. OptionalThreat, Mickaleaf will be our winners finals. So we'll be waiting for those guys to get in momentarily as we do check to see our other side of the bracket. T.Jay Slapshot will be going against each other with Peanuts, the cutie, going against Mickaleaf there. So even a bottom bracket is a huge huge, serious threat down there as well too. Not an easy route at all for anyone.
Yeah, and you could tell in that game, I think it was a lot about like pace. Mickaleaf was trying to slow down the pace while Zex was able to play at a much higher pace because of the characters that he was playing. So it was just super tough. But T.Jay and Slapshot. We saw T.Jay already. He was running the Vi and the Ari, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So already unlocking, ready to go. We saw T.Jay. We did not see Slapshot, unfortunately. If we can go and check the bracket, we did not get to see. But honestly, it's only so few characters right now, especially into the meta right now. But like you mentioned, I want to see a lot more Caitlyn, but I don't know. I just don't think it's really there. We saw a bit earlier. It just doesn't seem that the combos are necessarily really full extenders as we get to see within other characters such as Yasuo, Vi, and Echo.
Yeah, and going into losers semis here, I mean, this is the end of the bracket. This is whether or not you make payout, really. So I assume it's top 3.
Oh yeah, and 2,000 be going today. 2,000 for the prize pool today. So nothing to scoff at. Very.
So it's probably more than top 3 then.
I still believe it's top 3 if I'm not mistaken. We can get that.
We'll figure that out later,
in a bit, for sure.
Regardless, here's T.Jay. You want every bit of that you can.
And you can see T.Jay is hungry for that. Beautiful. There's the second one of the night.
He said you forgot it was Darius, not Ari, bro.
Just downright, man. You love to see it.
The Vi gonna start it off quick. Swapping to the various, but ooh, those Rens are so scary.
Oh yeah.
And they do not have the cooldown that they do in League.
Nice. Nice use of the double down there. Gonna be able to find the second special there. Somehow Ari lives, finds the grab to get out. Can they bring this around? I think the break keeps
the
them
super.
Alive. Oh my gosh, that was a nail biter there. Is going to escape with the skin of their teeth there. Slapshot gonna be able to find some really good ground and start to gain advantage here with the Echo. Nice tag launcher, gonna find Darius into the corner, tries to read the get up, but is just gonna get the cross up and is going to somehow reverse from being to 1% to finding the KO.
Yeah, the Ari just going to come back and take that entire health bar from Darius, saying, actually, you know, I don't want you to have this round. I mean, that was a great little combo you had to start it off, but mine kills, so.
Yeah, great escape as well. 1-1 right now. Both competitors really showing their grit between each other. This is gonna, I feel like this is gonna go all the way. I don't think it's going to be a quick 3-0, 3-1. I think we're gonna get a full 5 games here, guys.
Oh my god, the double takedown into the read. But not gonna read, gonna be in a little bit of pressure here, but gets a great grab in the corner. Good parry.
Oh, no, nice push block there. But now is just going to take advantage in the air. Finds a combo. Going to get a nice bread and butter. The break going to have to be used there. Slapshot with a break meter advantage. Let's see how far T.Jay can take this. This should kill for sure. Does find a connect into the dunk. See you later. Nice alley-oop.
And this Ari's got to do a lot of work right now. Not looking good. You want to get that opening hit if you have a lot to go, you know. Oh, but okay, knock up. This has got to be a lot of damage. This might even be Darius's life.
Yeah, the air apprehends really just not landing there for T.Jay. I do like the approach.
Oh!
But they do need to
crazy
land 100%.
Defense by T.Jay.
Here we go. Nice grab. Nice. That should break. Nice. Really nice work. This might kill here. If Slapshot plays this right, he might be able to wrap this one up here. Has meter here. Oh, but the level 3 here for Darius. I thought he was just gonna let it rip. I'm honestly surprised he didn't. Slapshot.
Yeah, it
going
was
to
honestly
take
like
the
a
first
50-50
one.
mix up there, kind of. Not like a true 50-50, because like obviously you have a ton of other options that you can do, but when you have level 3 up, it kind of feels like a 50-50. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. As we now move forward here. Let's check it out. And we did get our answer. Payout is for top 8. So everyone here is getting a piece of something, but you always want a bigger piece of the cake. Everybody
I'm sure that percentage is a lot larger for third than fourth.
For sure. Nice tag out here. Going to take the lead here from the first match. Slapshot's Echo has been T.Jay's downfall for this beginning of this match. He needs to find an answer here before it gets out of hand. And oh boy, it's starting to get out of hand here. That's going to be the tag launcher into the kill.
I mean, we've seen Darius. I mean, okay, but not if it starts like that. It's over. Yeah.
Nice mix up there into the finish.
But the 2x KO, it's never over till it's over. And there's still more rounds to play.
He just needs to find an answer there. As we see Slapshot find these great opening bouts, he needs to kind of get that defense up while still finding optimal traits. A lot easier said than done, both roster being Echo and RA. Nice little bread and butter here. I don't know if they're going to be able to get into the full corner. Yeah, just how big Bilgewater is. Nice, going to be able to extend the combo a bit, but the tech, not going to be enough. Oh, but finds another escape again. The wily Fox gonna read the break parry, baby. Oh yeah, this is top tier quality.
Yeah,
gaming,
I think the difference between like the tippy top players and the like kinda top players are the people who it's the difference on like parrying when it's your only option, like always, like you always hit that. You know what I mean? Like you're just that guy, or that gal, you know, no discrimination here. Or you are just like, every single combo I do is going to link and it's going to kill you.
Oh, really nice mix up there. Not going to be enough to get up. Going to help T.J. find some breathing room here. Oh, little bob and weave. Tries to find an opener there with the dunk, but not going to be enough. Blocks the assist, finds an opener. 2-tap. Slapshot up 2 right now. Match point for losers quarters. Let's see it. Going right into it there. No breaks allowed. The opener yet again. We mentioned it earlier. Slapshot being the one, the only issue right now for T.Jay. Yeah, man. Nice launcher yet again. Nice read on the get up. Finds the grab. The get up attack, gonna find some breathing room. T.Jay needs to get himself something here. He needs to find the combos that Slapshot has been able to find right out of the beginning, right out of the gate. Good tag launchers there. Gonna read it yet again.
Oh my god, yeah, and the defense.
Showing it's not a fluke.
Always hitting those.
There we go, yet again. That was a little panic jab there from T.J. And yeah, even a jab can be punished with your life here as T.J. finds a launcher yet again.
Combo.
So comfortable. And yet again, reads it with the grab. One more? Oh no, good get up. Yeah, 1%.
It's crazy because normally in that scenario, you'd get the knockdown in the corner, but because it was after the first combo, the game doesn't let you get it.
Yeah, which is fine.
So you gotta find one more opening, and Slapshot did find it though.
This has been the issue for T.J. It's just been this Echo, and right out of the gate, always finding these fantastic bread and butters here. They didn't find as much as he's done earlier, but now Ari finishing that statement for me. Good across the map, full combo.
There was a little mix on that combo.
Yeah, from the freestyle. Add a launcher, the break has to be used, which is completely fine. You're looking for death there, but now knowing resources have been burned, now you can go for the full finish. You're able to use your break pretty openly, but you cannot let yourself be taken advantage here. Nice big combo here. This is what TJ needs
It's about
to get
how you
himself
play
back
this
into the
neutral
game.
right here that wins games.
Nice handshake tag. Not going to be enough though. The headless going to force Slapshot in a dangerous spot. Gonna continue pushing forward. Nice. The 3P. See you later.
All right, and signs of life coming out. TJ doesn't want this to end.
Missing a lot of that arsenal
the
there
Ari.
from the
Oh
Slapshot
my
Echo.
goodness, this character. She's my main, so I'm a little biased, but dude, this character's a little saucy. This character's
He's
got
looking
too
great.
much.
But pushing a little too forward. Got to get that defense up. Finds an opener with the finish off the freestyle. See you later.
All right.
TJ finding
Signs of life for
himself
TJ.
a little bit of life. Nice air grab there, right into the special there, and gonna get a three-piece combo from the tag into the special. I really like that mix into the read to force the break out. Great work here from TJ.
And I always
Now starting to adapt.
love the flow chart of the headless Darius combo better than going with the other one. It's just it just feels so much more disrespectful. I mean, the other one maybe gets more damage in the long run, but it just headless takes off your head. Like, oh my god, it just hurts to get hit by. But anyway, it's not the character on the screen. I guess he is now.
Honestly, listen, this is why we play Darius, right? We play Darius to be downright disrespectful, right? That's what I feel.
True, I guess. Here he goes.
Nice. TJ really starting to adapt to the game, and I think he might have completely figured it out.
Ooh.
Let's see, though. Nice. You can't sleep on this Slapshot Echo. Last time, it was Ari who was left in this 2v1 situation, and yeah, check it out.
Yeah,
Man,
and
very
having
clean
to go
stuff.
for the corner pressure in that scenario there, because you can't go for the full normal Echo combo if they're up against the wall. So having to do a little bit of custom there to get the just gonna rip the level 1.
Yeah, I think so. Just try to find as much chip as possible here. You don't want
but
to
with the
think...
Fury, you take so much damage, you're dead.
Oh yeah. Like I was saying, you want to push forward. You don't want to try to take this to a game 4 unless it's needed. So unless it's like I was saying, unless it was really necessarily needed, you might as well just go full 0 to 100. No, don't pump the brakes. Just go right into it. That was a great 3-0 there from Slapshot.
TJ, he looked good in the games, but Slapshot just able to come out and take the end of all of them. So that's just how it rolls in 2x KO. Sometimes, you play well and you make one mistake, and the other player is just as good as you are in this top level. So it's bing, bang, boom. You know what I mean?
And it also comes down into player selection as well, too. It's really difficult for Darius to really find that approach when both characters have such great projectiles there. And also the trades just not falling in TJ's favor, as Slapshot's Echo just ripping apart, finding 70% combos to 0 the deaths consistently. As we are now moving over to our next loser quarters finals, Mickaleaf, Peanutstheqt. We've seen Mickaleaf already earlier using a freestyle. Let's see what Peanutstheqt is able to bring to the table.
Yeah, and they had to play, what was it, Zen? Or Zed, I believe? Zex. Yes, Zex. And they had the KDA Ari, but the arcade Ari was cooking. We'll see what they can do here. Peanutstheqt getting started with the Yasuo. Getting swapped in from the freestyle into the assist. Oh my god,
Nice.
this Echo continue.
Oh, nice. Here we go. Caitlyn finding a little bit of opening here. Gonna use the trap there to continue forward. The first break of the match, gonna have to be used here. And I think this is the biggest issue here that wherein lies with the Caitlyn picks. It's just so easy to pick up Yasuo. And if you're playing Echo, they're near the same play style, and if you're labbing, which of course obviously you are if you're a top player, you're definitely labbing Yasuo just to learn to play up the matchup. I feel everyone almost has a pocket Yasuo, or at least knows enough to be able to pick it up into the Caitlyn matchup here. Nice special.
I don't know
into
if
the
it's
extension.
as big of a counter as we're saying, but it's definitely not looking fun here.
Oh, yeah.
At least in this player matchup.
As the assist there was going to get punished into that special there. Nice tech grab there, or tech getaway, or excuse me, grab a getaway there. As now we see Peanuts just really putting in the work right now. The tag launcher into the extender, but he's going to whiff a bit here. Let's see if Mickaleaf can pick up, but
not even really needing to use the Yasuo all that much. He just combos him with Echo to death. I mean, the Yasuo coming in off the freestyle, really just here for the support for the win wall. Maybe it's like you say, he's just got it for the Ahri and the Caitlyn, since it's good for both.
Nice combo here coming from Ahri here. Mickaleaf showing that it's not done just yet, and just showing the power of the Ahri. Nice setup there. The parry not going to be enough for the Echo as he tries to get away and find the escape out of the corner, but is going to get punished for it. As now we move forward here. Yasuo, the only one left right now.
And Yasuo going right for the Fury. I mean, he doesn't have any health loss, but he just wanted to get a lot of damage off on this combo, I guess. The Fury's already gone.
As now Ahri finding beautiful work here. Nice special back off this corner pressure that we've seen a Mickaleaf use before. Finds the read on the get up into the special yet again. That should just be about it. Using the
resources wise, there, you're super screwed from the get because you've wasted your Fury. You didn't get your big combo, and he's still got break. I mean, Mickaleaf, great comeback here.
Nice,
after
man.
Peanutstheqt looks so good.
For sure. Using a launcher there. Nice pressure off the kick combo. Using a trap. Trying to find that zone there. And now just gonna keep it close there. Nice CQC from the Caitlyn. You really don't
looking
see
good again.
It, but I guess
looking good
Caitlyn
again.
does.
Everybody seems to shut me up. You know what I mean? These players that commentators curse everything, you know? They just do the opposite.
Hey, you gotta learn, you gotta live, you gotta adapt. It's the only way you grow in the FGC. We are in the top
Speaking
6
of adapting,
yeah.
Holy Fury combo.
Really good reads here off the Mickaleaf. Gonna just be able to make this into a 1v1 situation now. There we go. Let's see if he can find a little more. Can't find the full extension of the combo here. But now, Mickaleaf able to. Gonna have to block to the trap there. Nice parry. Nice chip here. And now kind of forced into the corner. But I don't know if it's going to be enough there.
Oh, level 3 Echo coming back. That's gonna. I don't know if that kills.
Yeah,
I don't know if that kills.
It does.
Again, I don't know if it does, dude. Okay. That one would have been a sliver.
Yeah. Unfortunate there. I really was in Mickaleaf's corner there. But what are you gonna do there for that one? Peanutstheqt now in match point situation. Let's see if they'll be able to close this one out as well too. I don't know, man. It is a very close one, I feel. Even though the scoreboard may say otherwise. Nice pressure here. Echo just going to be able to continue moving on here.
Yeah, and I mean, just shooting. But going to get caught in the corner. That's the problem with these zoners as well. I mean, especially Caitlyn, it seems like you're just shooting in the corner. And if you get hit, you're in the corner, you know?
Yeah, the corner is definitely not one of the most optimal places to be in 2xKO, And yeah, that's exactly where she kind of wants to be. So then wherein lies the issue here. But I mean, honestly, Mika really doing a lot of great work with them. But yeah, you definitely are starting to really see the mode there too. And yeah, into
The little
bread and
kick
butter.
to cross up,
Mhm.
dude. The little kick to cross up is crazy.
Really nice extender there. As we do switch over into the Ari here. We see all 4 characters all out at once there. I was waiting to see some crazy tags. But we don't see any handshakes. As we do see Caitlyn come out. Let's see. Oh, nice pickup here.
Okay.
Both breaks used here.
All right, and both players opt in play a little bit slower
Oh, yeah.
until we get that big hit. Okay, now it's gonna be a big combo.
Here we go.
Just going for the level 1. You don't get a combo off of this. You get a
No,
mix.
it's fine. It's confirmed damage. And as long as you know you can get that confirmed damage into the optimal trades that's been falling into your favor, you're completely fine with that. You don't have to go for the full extension here. And there's still a lot of bracket left. You know you're going to be going into Slapshot as well, too. You don't want to wear yourself out too thin.
Sure.
Here we go.
It's just about. I mean, this or late in the bracket, you're in losers' quarters. You know you want to be able to finish those combos and know that you have those. You know what I mean?
Nice
but
shot there.
Having those is the Caitlyn.
And see, this is where I feel lacks that issue there. Echo would have just continued applying the pressure there. It felt Mickaleaf
Or
was
not
really
having
unsure
those.
whether to continue with the pressure, start looking for that range, and it just allowed Peanuts to find somewhat of an opening, but not going to be enough, as Mickaleaf is able to
Good
find
swap.
the tie here in this 3rd match coming up.
Opt in for Echo against Ari.
Let's see.
Okay. And they get the combo starting off. See, this is the full confirm that you want to
For
see.
sure. Also stage as well too. Zon is pretty long, so you got to make sure that you're gonna push all into the corner. Beautiful parry here though.
Oh my goodness, and the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
The Echo is able to just dash at you
Nice
and
cross
then
up from
jump.
the handshake.
And then, why does he get an air dash?
Why
Like,
not?
just take that away. You know what I mean?
Nah.
And the character's fine.
Really
Like, close
nice
to fine.
cross
He might
up
still be really good. But anyway,
from the handshake tag there, and that's going to finish Echo there, giving Mickaleaf a 2v1 situation here, which might allow him to tie things up here.
in the neutral, gonna get the dive and the cross up. So it was the overhead cross up that got him. But not gonna finish his food. Caitlyn gonna snap back, get about the same amount of damage.
See how he goes into it,
The
using the
Fury.
rage to continue to using a fury to continue and extend that combo. I don't know if it's going to be enough here. The damage reduction keeping him up. He's gonna be able to get himself up, but at what cost? As Mickaleaf able to find it and tie the ball game here 1-1.
Yeah, and you dash back there because you have the Foxfire out, and then you're like, all right, the chip kills, whatever. Like, I'll just run away.
As we now move on to the 3rd game, it is a tied ball game. Gotta thank Mickaleaf to be able to give us the Caitlyn experience and knowledge that we were hoping to see, but this is a crazy turn of events in the corner. Beautiful defense from Mika, but now Ari's starting to feel the mode a bit here as the trades just really starting to fall into Peanut's corner.
Yeah, and I mean, gonna get the standard Yasuo combo out. This should be mixed into death. Yep, death.
Oh man, nice call.
And he gets the
Good
little
read
hit.
there. As now Caitlyn at 50 has a lot of work ahead of them. Not too sure what he can exactly do. We shall find out. As yeah,
Oh my
unfortunate. Just not enough health there really to survive that onslaught from Peanuts. It's
Yeah,
been
and
a
it's
near
like once
crazy game.
you get past a certain point, you kind of just like you're starting to think about your mix-ups for next game. You know, like you're down a ton of resources.
sure.
They've got break. You know, it's
For sure.
super cooked.
And you have 5 matches. You know, three at minimum, but you have 5 altogether to get things really going. So yeah, totally understandable. Gotta just keep the mentality up and keep pushing forward here. You know, Peanuts was able to get first game, but that doesn't mean anything as Mickaleaf was able to bring it back. So you gotta have that strong mentality. As we see Peanuts just finding a great combo, the assist getting heavily punished from Mickaleaf's corner. And you gotta be careful calling out those assists there, as yeah, Peanuts just found free damage.
Yeah, and Peanuts definitely bringing the adaptation that they needed to in this game.
Right.
Using more Yasuo, and just connecting on these combos, finishing, getting the mixes. So very good stuff. Gonna bring it to a 2-1 for Peanuts, the cutie.
Yeah, final or match point right now. Gotta say, loving the Sifu Old Man Yasuo skin. Really nice.
Oh!
As Mika finding a great Caitlyn trap combo. The
I
wall
love
bounce
that Caitlyn
into the
combo.
launcher. That is great. Not going to
but the
be
tech
0 to
and
death.
just-
Great tech to find the response there. As Echo just continue finding the combos and the damage here, going to find their own launcher. I think they're going to go for the special. Ooh, went for the grab after the back roll. Not going to find the extension that they were really looking for.
Gotta
there.
respect the trap there.
For sure. As they're trying to find their
Oh,
approach
good
here.
neutral.
As the cross up going to be a bit. Yeah, finds it through Echo there. Nice. But the get up going to negate some of that damage there. And yeah,
Great
that
trap.
whiff going to be punished heavily there with the trap. Let's get the big shield there. He's gonna find a bounce, reads the tech. Gotta find the zone and the space that they were looking for, but now gets the handshake
This should be a
tag
ton of
into
damage.
Ari here. This is great here. Keeps it going. Looking good. Into the launcher. Oh,
Not gonna be at that yet though. You can bring it
that's a
back
little
here if you get a
unfortunate.
good hit, and you get the good hit.
Can he take it all the
Oh!
way? Has to.
But that
No Fury meter.
instantaneous tech into pressure coming down is so good. Now you're back in neutral.
And then don't forget, there's still break meter as well too in Mickaleaf's
Oh, trying
corner.
to save him,
Uh-oh.
he gets hit himself.
Yeah, there it is. That was looking kind of scary. I was saying Mickaleaf was very comfortable, but Peanutstheqt was definitely finding their footing in that game. 1 up right now for Mika.
Yeah, I mean, Ari against Echo, I mean, it starts off slow, but as soon as you get, I mean, every character in this game starts off slow, but once you get that one hit, I mean, it just explodes, and you see that from these players. Even the Caitlyn, the character you think is supposed to zone, is just like killing you, you know,
Mhm.
with these crazy
For sure.
combos.
That was a great
It's
opening
just 2x
from
KO,
Mika
baby.
there. Just unfortunately, we need to see more of those. As we do see a great one from Ari here. Nice, good extender using the medium and the lights there just to add that little bit of extra oomph for it. Goes for the jabs instead of the grab there, but there Peanuts was
Crazy
crouched.
switch.
Yeah, nice switch into the crossover. Gonna
Yeah,
find
it
a
was
great
the
combo
cross up
here.
switch because Peanuts thought, or Mickaleaf thought that were going to stay as the Echo and try to start hitting with the Echo, but they swap to the Yasuo and the Yasuo starts hitting, so you got to block on the other side, and it's just super messed up the situation that you get put in when the assist crowds you up.
As Peanuts finds a great launcher there. Should be able to find the kill here with the special. Again, I'm
Entire
loving
health
this
bar
old
is
man.
red, dude.
Love this old man Yasuo skin. Nice 58 piece. That might be the biggest combo we saw tonight.
That was almost 100-0.
Yeah, for sure. Really nice execution there from Peanuts. Gonna tag out. Oh, use the Echo projectile to give Yasuo his own projectile. Good grab there. Definitely has been an answer. Still secret answer there for everyone. Good mix up here. Should be able to find a kill. Oh, finds the escape actually somehow. Very impressive.
And he's just jabbing. He was just dashing forward and jabbing.
Hey, sometimes into the binnacle cross up. Nice cross up there. Really good work
Oh
of
my
using both
goodness,
characters
overhead.
there. Oh my gosh, Peanut.
Yeah, it was the mix on the Echo overhead that was crazy, dude.
Oh man. Very difficult defensive situation to be in. Mickaleaf almost getting it, but again, here we go. Oh, was able to block the string, but then fell
This is
for
tons of
grab.
damage.
This is great.
This is gonna be an assist
Peanuts.
combo. This is gonna be supers.
Into two specials there. Into the launcher there. Still has one more for Yasuo. This is a touch of death, baby. You love to see it.
And the Caitlyn gonna have to come in here and do all the work as the, like you said, touch of death just gonna come out and take one of the characters off the out of the game for this last round.
You got to feel pretty good from the side of Peanut at match point as well too. A game up and able to get a character relatively pretty easily from a slight jab
And the
punish.
Fury gonna
You
have to go for the Fury. Everything here is gonna matter. Do you keep him in the corner or do you get hit? You get hit.
Yeah, you get cross up.
Oh, but you're alive. Okay.
Let's see if they're gonna be able to finish it.
Fury's
here.
still
they should Be able
going.
to kill Yasuo here. Nice pushback
Right.
into the trap. Let's see if
Fury's
they
gone,
can
so you
now
have to
close
kill
out
Echo
Peanut's
authentic.
Cutie. Let's see. Fury not available either. No special from the side of Peanuts as well either. Here we go. Oh, misses the extension of the combo. Gonna just use the special assist there and close this one out. Peanuts, the cutie, moving on forward here, going into Slapshot. And hey, we are back, guys. How is everyone doing? This has been some fantastic games. If I'm saying so myself here, Mickaleaf is now 1-3 against Peanuts. They will be moving on to semifinals, going against Slapshot.
Yeah, and Slapshot we know is a formidable opponent with their Ari and their forget what it was. I think it was Ari and
Their Vi?
Vi. Was it Vi? Either way, we're in for some exciting stuff, regardless.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're just going to take a quick moment as we get into the lobby. Shouldn't be anything less than 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere, though. We will be right back. Alrighty, beautiful people, and we are back right into losers' quarters. Excuse me, sorry about that. We did have a little of a upset on the title there. We are back to our winners finals. As we see OptionalThreat versus Zex here. We saw how clean Zex was during his side of the bracket.
Oh
we saw how crazy
goodness.
OptionalThreat was. And then
That's
now
what I'm
Zex
saying.
showing off his freestyle combos here. OptionalThreat looking in optimal danger right now.
So I am seeing it as optional threat, and but like you said, the danger is optimal. It is not optional. It doesn't seem like it is optional danger.
Oh.
Oh my god, and Zex is looking like a different player than a lot of these others. I mean, against OptionalThreat, someone we saw win pretty easily in their last match in winter semis. Just getting pressured so hard.
Nice
And
defense there.
able to defend the pressure better than other players too, it seems.
For sure. But Optional able to find his way in with the launcher extender as well too. Let's see if Zex will be able to hold out here. He's going to be able to match it back special for special. The trade still falling towards Optional's favor.
And a little bit of a scramble situation.
As we do see here, Echo trying to find some ground here. Nice handshake crossover. Not going to be able to find all of it fully here, but good escape
Spaghetti.
into the grab, into the kill. Fantastic work there from Optional.
Great pressure.
Nice
Very assist, though.
crossover yet again.
Not as much pressure as some other assists, as he's going to be able to find the defense and start his own combo out here, getting the assist into the Ari super. Going to be a ton of damage, but that'll be the end of the combo. Gets a mix in the corner. Good push block.
Nice. Gonna use the break to get that Zex pressure away. Fury gonna be activated, and it's gonna allow him to survive, but not gonna be able to take that special. As we are now tied 1-1 right now.
Completely running away off the start with the Ari.
Yeah,
Trying
no,
to set up the wind wall.
I think that's a great call there. Just get your movement going and just try and get control here. You see it, he finds it. OptionalThreat adapting very well from Zex that we saw from the first match, where Zex looked very well and very clean, but it seems Optional
crazy
is
mix-up.
really starting to understand it a lot better.
Yeah, and I love the Echo mix-up. Getting the kick on the other side as you jump over is super good. Starting the combo, I mean, but the R you're going to get started here, my favorite character. Going to get all these air hits.
Nice.
Into more.
Find the pickup as well, too. Doesn't find the specials works as well, too. I'm assuming Zex just trying to build that meter as much as possible. Also doesn't need it there once they find that tag out launcher extender into the combo. Let's see here now.
Yeah. And great push block. Avoiding the pressure. Gonna have to use the break in the Fury. OptionalThreat gonna do a ton of damage right now. All Zex wants to do is defend this Fury. Gonna use their break.
Nice. Nice use of the poke there from Yasuo there, but Zex really feeling the pressure. Trying to get something going their way right now. As Optional is in the 2v1, but does have advantage in
the
terms
Ari
of
super!
health. And yeah, you gotta respect it. Is able to find one for free. Yasuo coming out at 10-2 poke. See ya later. Optional.
Ever since he touched Fury, he got jabbed once.
Yeah. Kicking things off in a very crazy first beginning of the set.
And that's
Optional
wild
going to
because
take the first.
It looks so good for Zex.
As now we get back over onto the game here. Optional really starting to feel this mode here from Zex. Nice corner pressure, able to pick up Echo off the assist as well too.
I find it interesting that I guess it's because they don't think that their full combo will fully end it. So they're going for mixes, like knockdown scenarios, as opposed to just going for the full combo in a lot of these.
For sure.
So you're trying to set up so that this combo will kill.
Yeah, the easy committed the known damage from just a bread and butter, and you don't have to go for the full commit where you have to maybe put yourself in a dangerous situation, or if you drop the combo, they're not in the corner. It's full. It's totally fine there. And honestly, if you get a combo where it's to about 40 to 60, you just need one more 40 to 60, and it's about a wrap. Speaking of it being a wrap, bada boom, bada bing, big damage there. Forced into the corner. Great parry!
This is what I was saying.
They might be able to continue this combo all the way through 3 meters, and a Fury is available. They go for the level 3.
This is what I was saying. I mean, the clutch players hit the clutch parries. That's all it is. And you gotta win this scenario.
Cross up, but it's not gonna be enough. They're able to get the tag out as well too. Echo slowly healing here.
Level 3? Oh, but he caught him
into
pressing.
Yeah.
Caught him pressing.
Trying to play the game. Gotta respect it though. And that's gonna be it right there. OptionalThreat up 1, trying to move over into match point. Let's see.
And I mean, after Zex looks so good in round 1 of the game, the adaptation from OptionalThreat, same as in the game with the first game that we saw. The very first game that we commentated, they lost the first round, and then immediately from there, the adaptation took over.
Looking over, the only game that they did lose was into T.J. on this match here. So yeah, no, the optimization here from Optional is insane.
Parry!
Nice parry again from Zex, starting to really
get the break to keep up the pressure.
Nice cross up with both players being out. I don't know if they're going to be able to continue this all the way, as they are able to find the special. Tries to find the handshake. The launcher's not there. Going for the freestyle for a mix-up, but again, not it. Zex low here. Optional with the more healthier Ari. But Zex able to get a good cross-up. Pushing forward. Tries to read the roll there. The push block, though, going to find Optional a little bit of room there, as Zex's Ari is able to get the kill on Threat.
Yeah, I mean, just throwing the level 1 out because it's just such good.
Nice! Zex able to tie it up
Zex,
here.
A little bit of life here.
Thank gosh. It feels we've been so focused on Optional here. It felt like he really understood his homework assignment here. But Zex starting to adapt themselves a bit. But right out of the gate, really good pickup on the assist. The pressure,
so much pressure.
Real. Finds an overhead cross up there. Able to put the hurting on the Yasuo, forcing the tag out here from the Zex. Trying to get the freestyle mix, just can't find that connection just yet. Goes for the empty special, gets it. But not going to be much else after there. Echo going to allow Ari to take the hit there to find the opening that they need to get a great 15.
Yeah, this is big.
Oh, this might go longer. Yes, gets the pickup. See you later. Optional. Looking optimal right now. Nice, gets the grab there. Go and mix up yet again with the assist. This might be it right here. It is it. Optional moving up right now. 2-0 match point.
Yeah, 2-0, and it's crazy because like every single time it looks like Zek starts to gain momentum, Optional just adapts and learns, and it's just so great to see. And I love the Ari and the Echo skins. Love to
Oh
see
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, they all have been great all night. A great showcase for 2xKO here, as now the opener gonna go to Optional yet again. And I gotta say, the scoreboard really, I don't want to say the scoreboard is lying, but it definitely doesn't show how close these games really are.
Yeah.
Between Optional and Zex. It does say 2-0, but man, this really feels like a 2-2 matchup right now.
You know, but it is like a deserved 2-0 currently, I feel, because the adaptation has just been so instantaneous. That's the difference. Like, it's like it's not like you're losing the game and then adapting. It's you're losing the round and adapting, which is so.
Oh, and speaking of that, look at that.
So much different.
Nice work here. Zex starting to find a little bit of answer here, but it's still not enough. The trade's still kind of falling to threat, but now Zex gonna be able to get the kill. Nice. Is able to find some more answers here.
Oh, crazy mix. That was wild.
Yeah.
And it worked. And it worked.
Oh, yeah. It might be match here, actually.
That's
it
level
is?
3, yeah. You're in the air.
Nice.
That's Yasuo. You're in the air.
That's a lot
now
of
I sliced the moon.
Though. It's a lot of resources there used. Break still available for the side of Zex. Let's see how
The Yasuo
Optional...
laughing a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Let's see how Optional reacts here. Gonna be able to find a little bit of chip here.
And this is where the adaptation usually happens, and this is where Zex really needs to play the best.
Break gonna be used there. Both low on resources in terms of special. Break meter almost filled here for threat. Both using the freestyle, so both have the optional use here.
Yeah, I
the
believe
handshake
we've
tag.
only seen freestyle. We have not seen any other.
We've seen double down as well too.
Did we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nice work there.
Oh, dropping the combo.
It's unfortunate, but it does happen to the best of us. Gotta just
Especially in
continue
these
adapting
high,
there.
tense scenarios, but still gonna get the pickup on the kill.
Optional threat trying to close the gap there as safe as possible. Gonna use the break that they gained. Gonna find grab their best friend yet again. Just using it to their advantage as much as they can.
The Echo.
Nice combo here. Really good bread and butter.
This might even be
This
death.
might be it. I feel like it's gonna be really close.
Yeah, it is. No, it's it.
Oh, nice. It is. And with that flick, Optional Threat puts himself one step away into getting his way into grand finals from winner's side. Let's see if Zex has anything to answer here for it.
Yeah, I mean, Zex needs to get something really big here. The Yasuo already getting knocked down. Gonna be put in the corner. Getting the freestyle combo. Oh my goodness. The Echo.
There we go.
We get the good... Oh, parry.
Wow. Really good
parrying
parry there.
the... I think both players parried.
I think it was the hourglass there shift that was parried. It did allow Zex a bit of freedom there. Gets another one here. Okay. Yes.
Starting to get these parry timings.
Starting to understand here. Using that freestyle to find a handshake tag mix-up. Pushing.
That was a crazy
Optional
pickup.
Threat into the corner. Finding Echo as well, too.
This is
as Threat uses Echo to try to find some help. And now the launcher into Ari. I think this kills unless the get up gives the bit of room that they need. Tries to find the cross up yet again. Empty launcher into the pressure, into the air grab. Okay.
Zex is playing really good now.
Oh, yeah. Really starting
Trying
to
to
feel
bring it back.
Pressure helps people sometimes there. and really now put with his back into a corner. Zach's able to find his
taking the
first
game.
match.
Taking a game off of optional. And it's crazy because we saw Zex 3-0 his opponent, so we never saw someone take a game off of him until optional. So
yeah, starting to show, starting to put perspective to where these guys are in terms of skill. OptionalThreat still in a very comfortable spot right now. I mentioned earlier the scoreboard itself really doesn't show. I felt really showed the entire story there, as I felt that it was a very close game. And you mentioned, hey, it should have some points there as well too. And hey, there it is. Zex able to get his first one onto the board here. The opener about even from both ends here. Plenty of resources on both ends, as Zex trying to find something here with the Yasuo. Finds a pop-up. Let's see. I love the freestyle from both these competitors.
Oh. Yeah, the use of the assists is so important. I mean, both players, like, they know the timings. They use them pretty much at the same times.
Right.
But then they mix them up ever so slightly, like a second off. You know what I mean? And it'll mix it up just enough.
Nice pickup there. And yeah, that was just enough there. As Zex able to find Optional's Echo yet again, which I feel Echo is the stronger of the two for the OptionalThreat, where I feel as well as Yasuo is, I think Ari Zex is really the anchor there. Yeah, so OptionalThreat is gonna have to figure something out with the parry of the level 3.
But still on the defense. We're still on the defense. We're back.
Yeah. This might be able to flip onto it.
We're dropping the combo, but not gonna start their own.
It's all right. Bit of a panic there. Definitely a bit of a panic there.
Spaghetti.
Again, in these high pressure situations, it's bound to happen. It's really, again, adaptability and who's able to really kind of let these nerves kind of get put together and get everything going what's needed. And it seems that Zex is really starting to get their assignment down well.
Yeah, and great pickup here. Gonna get a catch Ari in the air. Not something that happens often. Alright, back to neutral. Oh, great knockdown.
Nice.
Gonna force the break.
1-1 in terms of specials here. Gonna find the launcher. We've seen this combo before, and it definitely was ensured death. I don't know if it goes all the way through. Oh my
This is huge.
gosh. That was big of brain. Oh my. Zex just evolved in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful adaptability. The setup into the handshake combo into depth there. But OptionalThreat also evolving and
might not
adapting
matter.
before our eyes.
Oh, but it
said
does.
it before that it's the Echo that is OptionalThreat's ace pocket. They've been able to
so
force
close.
them into this Echo situation or into this Ori situation. But now OptionalThreat able to find Zex's Ori. That's who we mentioned to say that this was their pocket. So can he clean it up here? And I think this will be the right call. Oh my!
Can't believe he
gosh.
brought that back, and now we're looking at
right now. We are one step away from either Optional being able to be into grand finals, or we are one step away from Zex bringing this up to a game 5 and showing us and everyone, the folks at home, that this is a game of 5 game, like we've said.
Yeah, I mean, this winners finals has been
right now.
Absolutely
Looking
crazy.
great. This might finish it there. Gonna be able to get the 30 there. Looking for the reset. Finds it into the launcher. Special for the confirm.
Oh my god.
Beautiful touch of death here from Optional.
OptionalThreat said, I'm not playing around now.
They
the Yasuo's The only thing left for Zex, and Zex,
Here it
oh,
is.
no.
Threat finding that corner pressure yet again. Going to find the
Oh,
break.
no.
Fury meter looking good, but he does it one step away. He closes the gap. Ladies and gentlemen, Optional Threat
Optional
will
Threat.
be our first player moving into grand finals for our event here at Novus Cup. And my gosh, what an insane set that was. Explosive between the two. I still say that this is a very close game, and I still don't think the scoreboard does enough justice to Zex.
Yeah, I mean, Optional Threat just so good on the adaptation. Like, adaptation is the name of the game here. I mean, he would lose a round and then play so differently from how he played the first game. And I mean, same to, like, that's not to discredit Zex, and Zex also was pulling out some crazy stuff, but I just felt Optional Threat was a little bit more consistent in being able to pull out their momentum shifts.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you there. It's again, it's been, I think that's been the name of the game here, just adaptability and consistency, execution as well too. And it's just, as you can see, Optional Threat is going to be covering all those bases as they find themselves sitting pretty into grand finals. Zex going to be pushed down into losers finals, as this now moves us to our final semi-final of the night.
Getting into it here.
Teamfight
Slapshot
versus Slapshot here. Winner of this is going to be going against Zex. Who right now do you feel has the best shot with their team, Pop?
Yeah, I mean, you know which one I'm gonna pick. It's Slapshot's Ari Echo. It's the best team in the game right now, in my opinion. I don't think that there is one better. I know you're gonna say Ari Yasuo. I don't agree. Or I know you're gonna say Echo Yasuo. I don't agree. But yeah, I mean, look at this.
No. So I would actually have to agree. I think the Ari's really just the one really making the waves tonight. Just overall in this entire top 6 bracket. So no, I'd have to agree. Also, Echo's really not one to really be sleeping on as well too. As we see Slapshot getting almost a near perfect on the opening match here.
Yeah, and the mix there was absolutely nutty.
It was like, it is out of the gate yet again. Really good air jabs into the special. Gonna find the mix up.
Yeah, I mean, gonna get the Ari combo here, then the knockdown.
Good extension. Doesn't get the get up properly, but it's not the end of the world for getting about 60 there. And then there it is, yet again, the freestyle combo.
And it seems like it's like you almost need to not break out of combos because you're so scared. Every player has been so good at getting the break counters.
Yeah, you need to know your timings there. Yes, it gets you out of combos. Yes, it is a safety tool. Yes, it regenerates, but it doesn't. It's not a get out of jail for free card for free per se. You can get punished very easily, and you can really lose even more than just that bit of a momentum there. You can lose the entire game and lose your way to get yourself in.
Very, very, very close to get into the losers finals here.
Nice parry. As Peanuts going to, or excuse me, a Slapshot going to get that parry into the special, and he's going to be 2 away now from getting into losers final, the battle of 3rd place.
I mean, Peanuts looks so good in the game that we saw against, I think it was T.Jay, but here they're going to have to figure something out against Slapshot as he is already getting comboed. So figure it out.
And the assist there from Slapshot going to get punished as well too. So you're getting that 2-for-1 special, but now this wall bounce combo from Slapshot into the launcher. Big damage.
Oh, I love
going
that.
to force the break. That was really a good break there. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of panic breaks there has been punished heavily by people. That was a great one, which then just shifted the momentum right into Peanut's favor.
Yeah, and the windmill on get up didn't really do much for him there. I feel like he just dashed forward and got hit. He should have, I don't know, maybe play a little bit behind the wind wall, like play a little neutral. Is probably, I mean, I'm not in the loser semis, but
For sure. As you can see, man, it's difficult sometimes. It's easier as for us, of course. We get to see the entire time. When you're there, it's so night and day. You know, big damage there as Slapshot going to find one. But these, his Echo and Ari in a very not great health. As you can see, that quick combo, the 6-hit, gonna be plenty enough there to put Ari down. As now we're going to get to this 1v1 right now. This is the second match if you guys are just tuning in. Plenty of action to go around. Nice grab. Gotta remember, man, these grabs have been lifesavers for some and just a bane of existence for others.
yeah, I mean, it has been a complete schlobber knocker here as we get the
parry.
parries out.
Nice. Fantastic work there yet again from Slapshot. Echo coming out on top, man. Oh, good sidestep here from Peanuts, trying to find a little bit of a cross-up mix-up, but not gonna find much to write home about. The opening not being as bad as it normally is, as Peanuts' Echo here now gonna be able to get the opening out that they need. Trying to find a cross-up tag.
Oh, great grab tag.
Oh, let's see. Oh, good crossover here. Gonna find the Ari in danger. Let's see if they can continue this onslaught. But no, Slapshot going to find a quick answer back into the special.
Gonna drop the combo. Oh, freestyling back to Ari.
Good parry there. One sec.
Yeah, and getting the Yasuo combo in the corner. Gonna be tons of damage out on the Ari.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna get the finishing hit. So the Echo gonna have to come out here and take two whole gonna have to take two whole characters here with the Echo. Has the Fury, but scared to use it, or saving it rather for the next round.
Right. Very, very good call there. It seemed pretty lost there. You'd be a wasted use of resource there. As
but gonna use it there.
Oh yeah, it shifted the momentum and able to get himself out of a dangerous situation to not get into what happened there. Now
suddenly switch it up from all the dashbacks, and now you're gonna combo.
There we go. Just gotta be careful here. As we do see Slapshot, or excuse me, Peanuts, finding the Slapshot Ari. And that's gonna be a great touch of death there. One away from tying this up
the
here.
freestyle, super good. Gonna be put in the corner, double grab, don't roll.
Let's see.
Yeah, and gonna do the air jump out of the corner, double parry, triple parry.
Here we go. Oh, scary work here. He's gonna have to be careful. It's gonna be anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I mean,
1-to-1.
Slapshot, making it look like it isn't anyone's game, making it look like it's their game, as this is gonna be the ending combo. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up to 2-0.
Match point. So you might be getting your wish here. If Slapshot will be able to close this one out.
Man, I don't even know if it's my wish. Like, it is my wish, personally, because I'm biased and I like Ari Echo. But I think this team is just so strong right now.
For sure. As you can see, yeah. Good tag out there. Gotta get a nice combo right from the opening. Peanuts, again, I just feel like these numbers not really showing some of the closeness of some of these matches here, man. But
yeah, I mean,
now
the incredible consistency from these players, able to bring it up to the 2-0, and only losing the round, not losing the game.
Yeah.
And it's just been super good. Slapshot gonna be in a great position here, poised to take this first round with their break. No fury from Peanut.
Good use in the meter there as well too. Great call as well too. It's a great place to be. It seems Peanut panicked a bit there, and it's to come, to be known, to be felt as well too. This is not a easy bracket. It's been a long day for all ends of everybody here. So yeah, almost over 3 hours of 2xKO with these guys to then come back to play a little more there.
Looks like we have a then we're playing. I don't know.
Okay.
I would have taken it. I'm
No. We just gotta make sure.
I'm not a disrespectful player, but if we're playing for tournament, we're playing for money.
It's true.
We're playing to get
We're not
the
playing for the
grands.
vibes here. We're not playing for the vibes.
No, we're
here.
not
No,
playing
sir.
for the vibes. You know what I mean? So I would have taken it, but I respect the player for not taking the extra.
Big combos here.
Especially being up 2-0, I guess. Oh, good parry.
Let's see if he's able to get it, but the break, having that advantage of having the tool there. Oh, nice. Oh, man, good mix here. And, yeah, going to find at the 50. This isn't enough to kill there. If it was with the level 3, I think that might have been able to kill from the side of
and even after all that mix.
Yeah. And even after all that, we're back here.
Yeah, Peanuts Yasuo is moving, but Slapshot's just onto all of the movement. You know what I mean? Like, he's ready, he's tracking it, he's ready for the combo, he knows the moments, and this is just gonna be it.
Good special here. Should be able to finish it here within this skirmish, this mix, and yes, closes it out. Gotta give it to him, a strong 3-0 to the Slapshot there. Unfortunate there for Peanuts, but do wish them the best and a huge GG's nevertheless, taking a 4th place here tonight. Great work overall, and of course to all of our other competitors as well too. And
of course,
before we get over to our losers final, I just want to say, of course, thank you to everyone tuning in and keeping it locked. I hope everyone is enjoying the Novus Cup, but of course, gotta pay the bills, and of course, a quick shout out to Novus, a local Vancouver-based internet service provider that's been connecting communities for nearly 30 years. Recognized on the Ookla speed test as the fastest and most reliable internet in 2025 in Metro Vancouver. They're known for their non-contract service and commitment to being the feel-good network. They've been proudly partnered with us for years to help grow competitive esports experiences like us. So be sure to go check them out. novusnow.ca. That's NOVUS now.ca. Thank you all so much. And of course, much love.
Yeah, make sure you guys check them out. I mean, fast internet is what gamers need. You know, we need it to survive. So, and it's what's allowing us to play this lag-free, perfectly great 2xKO losers finals. We've got Zex versus Slapshot. Now, these guys were running the same team, but Zex, in the last 2 matches that we saw, has been opting for Yasuo as opposed to Ari. or as opposed to Echo rather, because he did run Ari Echo in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. No, I think so. But so break it down for me. Why do you think the change up is there?
So, I think that yeah, I don't know. I think the Echo worked really well in the first game, but we'll see. They're in losers finals, not me, so maybe they know something I don't, and we're about to see it. But right now, Slapshot just already getting started, still hot from his last loser semis match.
Oh yeah, I always feel with the with bottom bracket, you always come in super crazy. Cause like it's always like I always feel like it's a disadvantage, but it's like always like I feel like the quote unquote the bad side, you know, of coming in from the top.
Oh, and this is gonna be it on both characters.
This is looking great from Zex here, or excuse me, from Slapshot.
Forcing out the break too. I mean, this is looking really rough. Not gonna have your break for next round.
And yes, Slapshot coming out early into losers round 3 has been pretty much fighting for their life since then. Has had a great result so far.
Yeah, and
So
I love
let's
the energy. You can see like emotions. I mean, when you've played fighting games for a long time, you can see emotions in people's gameplay, and you can see that Zex really wants. You can see that Zex really wants to take this, or you would be able to see it.
Either way.
Hey,
and
well,
you
we're
can tell
here and we have energy.
Of course. When and that's what I was gonna be going to. You could tell these guys still got plenty of energy in their tank, and that they are ready to go. But where do you feel this is gonna be going into this losers finals? Don't forget, OptionalThreat is still the looming boss over this entire battlefield. So where do you think this is going to be going? Are we going to a full 5 game?
Oh, apparently Slapshot's already taking game 1 in a quick 2-round 2-0 fashion. So I don't know. I think we're gonna see the Ari Echo. I think we're gonna see it. And Zex, like I was saying, you can see emotions in gameplay a lot of the time, and like I was saying, you can see emotion in gameplay a lot of the time, and you can tell that Zex really wants to win. But that's also kind of appearing in their gameplay, if you know what I mean. Like, you can tell. They've kind of got the confidence and the, like, assured, like, they're more composed, it feels. That's what I'm trying to say. They feel more composed.
Take away from anyone, this might be top 3 nerves. You haven't necessarily have the experience of being here just yet. You know, just coming out, starting. And it takes a bit to get comfortable being at the end of bracket. You have to realize, hey, look, I'm here because I'm supposed to be here. I'm going to be here, and I'm here to work and make it to number 1, you know? And, you know, sometimes you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm up here, I'm number 3, the nerves are shaking, you're rattling, and you're not clearly thinking, you know? So I don't think that's necessarily the case here, but
it could be.
But Slapshot looking good, having some vengeance as well too, which is rather surprising. Slapshot took such a strong game there, with Zex being the one taking them to the bottom bracket anyway, as we are back into it right now.
Getting back into it, I mean, Zex looking like they got a good combo, but Slapshot up 1 round to 0, up 1-0. So I mean, looking to go up match point if they can take this next 2 rounds against Zex. But Zex applying so much pressure here off in the corner.
All he could do was hold the block button there, and even that was not enough. And yeah, Slapshot definitely working for this one. Zex being the one that's sending Slapshot on this warpath here. So definitely wants to bring some BTA back towards him. Really nice mix, or nice use of the special there. And yeah, that kills here.
God.
Nice,
yeah,
man.
And that whole thing was off of just a crazy mix-up, like dash forward single jab.
Yep. The execution is just so amazing from all sides here. Good cross up there, going to unlock the Fury.
And the Fury dash.
Oh, empty jab there. Gonna find a slight punishment. Not gonna go into depth there. Gonna
both players in Fury. Next combo wins.
Here. Yeah, and yup. There it is. Get in the air.
Zex taking around. I believe that based off of the things we're seeing, that should be the first round that Zex has taken. So we'll see if they close out this and bring it to a 1-1.
Slapshot already doing better. Seeing his rival Zex in the bracket again. Last time they saw Zex 2-0 Slapshot. Which I find that crazy to believe, which how Slapshot has just been playing and not dropping a game since then.
So I mean, with that in mind, we were talking about coming in from lower bracket. They both, well, Zex came in from winners finals, and we just saw loser semis before, so Slapshot just got the play.
Yeah. Oh, nice combo here.
And this is Big Oki.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ripping the level 3, not gonna hit.
I think the pressure there was coming from Zex there. Really starting to feel the pressure. Just gonna rip out the raw level 3 and get heavily punished there for it. He's gonna be able to find some grounds here. Yeah, definitely found some ground.
Ari versus Yasuo, or Ari versus Echo.
Yeah. As we do see it, looks like Zex having the advantage here. Gonna pull the Fury trigger first. Slapshot just needs to find it. Good defense
Getting the Fury
here.
here on the Ari, and this
Tries
is it.
to extend it.
You can Fury combo too if you really wanted to.
Echo does have level 3. But I don't think he's going to be able to get up to be able to use it. There it is. He hits it.
He hits it.
Off 1. But they're at full health. Ding.
This does a lot of damage though. It's the raw super with the scaling.
There's the Fury. And then Chip. Oh, the dodge.
Oh
my gosh. Oh, the roll.
Oh, but that does it. That does it.
The get up attack. Oh my gosh. What a crazy turn of events there. Zek's going to be able to find the tie there. What a nutty start of this match here. Oh, man. Zek's going to be able to find the tie up here.
Yeah, and in this losers finals, I mean, you got to pull out all the stops, right?
Oh, yeah. You have to.
Yasuo here are going to start.
All cards on the table.
The down tilt. I love that. Starting the mix, but great defense coming out from Slapshot. And the default Ari skin. Always a classic. Parry.
As you do see the launcher yet again. Great combo for Zex. As now Slapshot finding an answer here. Oh, man, this is a tough one. Really, man.
Standing up to block the overhead.
Oh, yeah. You have to. You gotta know. You gotta know the flowchart. Gotta know the flowchart, man. That's why these guys have made it to how far they are, man.
And these freestyles just switching in and out, controlling the space.
Nice.
Starting up your combo. This is gonna be it for the Echo.
Oh yeah. Nice. All right, Zek starting to find some footing here. Just showing as to why. Hey, look, this is why I was able to bring you down over onto this path. Has Slapshot fully adapted? Or does he need, or does he still have a lot more to learn?
Oh, gonna get the opening, and that's
Nice.
probably gonna be it.
Oh man,
Yeah.
Zek's looking crazy right now.
All right, Zek's going up 2-1.
As we do see.
Oh, well,
Yeah, first
not going
one
up 2-1,
there.
taking first round.
And be one away from 2-1. Gonna find the launcher combo yet again from Yasuo. Gonna just leave him stuck in the air with no response. Was looking for the tech, but good patience there from Slapshot to not fall for Zex's games there. Tries to find a cross up, but it's not gonna be enough. Here we go though. Zex not gonna need any games there. Just unloads the Dos Equis there. Good read from Slap.
What's crazy is this Echo's on 1 HP!
Not even close, baby.
And he's got to get out, right?
Escape.
He's got so much HP to
tries.
heal. Okay, okay.
He didn't have time. He knew better. He has that full.
Oh, great
stage
down
coverage.
air.
But yeah, really good opener there. As long
Down
as
heavy.
this doesn't fall, as long as this doesn't drop, this should be the tie here.
No, it's going to be a knockdown.
Okay,
This is it.
but just needs to read here. Oh, good jab.
Great Fury,
Gets
but
the
he blocks
Fury.
it.
Oh, he blocks it there. Can he do it?
Grab tech, this is so tense right now. This matters so much. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, no, this matters so much here. This next game matters so much. I feel who wins this next game wins the set, honestly. I think the momentum shift here is just going to matter so much in these next few moments here. As we do see Zex finding the opening here. Good special, good extension with the launcher. Adding the Yasuo launchers as well, too. The knockback, not gonna find himself all the way across
Just covering
the
so much
stage.
space.
Good patience. Waits for the dash overhead, gets the pop up, but now Slapshot with his own, with their own answer, going to get the double slam, set up the projectile, and look for more pressure to tag out. Handshake tag here for our Slapshot. Gets air, excuse me, from Zex, gets their Ari out. Let's see what they can do with it. Nice.
Hey,
work
another
here.
handshake combo.
Oh, yeah. Nice knock away yet again. Trying to force him into it to get up. Going to put some up. Nice triple parry. But the overhead cross up. But uses
There's
the
so much
break
happening.
to find his way through. Tries to get. Oh, he does get the handshake cross. The cross up. Finds an opening to break yet again. Opening up things here for Zex and keeping Slapshot alive. But now really starting to feel the mode. The resource is gone. The defense
That's
is
that on the
used.
Ari.
And
Uses
now
the
you're
level
in
3.
the air. We're going to make it look fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Air Yasuo, baby. Beautiful work there.
Yeah, and I mean the Ari really the dangerous one on Slapshot that we've seen, so you just want to get that out of
Right.
there. I mean the Echo dangerous in its own right, but that Ari's been crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to get a nice little three-piece there. But
Yeah,
now
he's gotta have a
Zex,
big Echo.
full combo, has a
That's
meter
it.
as well, too. And yeah, that's going to be it right there. As Zex is now 1 away from finding the rematch against OptionalThreat here. Slapshot and needs to find these next 2 matches.
Yeah, and you gotta be punching the air if you're Slapshot there, but you're not out of it yet. You've still got another game here, and you can bring it to a Game 5 scenario.
It's just a matter of how. Impatience here. Slapshot
Good break.
finding that opening there. But the break
Oh,
was
happy
fantastic.
birthday!
Oh no. Good break there again for the answer. And now Vex with the Yasuo combo. Oh, no tech there from Slapshot in the corner. Gonna get punished for a little bit of extra. There it is. The wall
be the
into
Ari.
it. That might be
That's
the
gotta
Ari.
be it, yeah.
Hosekis. One character away now to put down that mark.
Oh,
Nice grab.
great Vex.
Good
Immediately
block
using the
onto
auto
it,
super, gonna
but
get the grab.
immediately gets a grab there yet again. Oh, there we go. Getting that retreat
you just
card
cover
there. Good push
everything.
block. Oh yeah. If you cover all options, then there's really no response, right? You cover all options, you don't have
Right.
to worry about any of their openings. One away.
Alright. And Zex here. Needs one more. Slapshot
Nice
gotta
launcher.
defend.
Yeah, he's been really falling prey to these launcher combos, and this overhead from Yasuo as well too, as he tries to jump over
Maybe-
onto him. The Echo opener
Maybe he's gotta
here.
switch his name to
looking
wrist
good.
shot so he could be a little bit more accurate.
As we do, find the get up there. Tries to get himself out. Zex into the special. Nice into the launcher. Here we go, nice. Pop up, oh no, the pushback. Good read onto the grab. Looking, getting the chip.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big chip. You actually
yeah.
elect to let go.
Yeah, the mix is heavy. Yeah, there's a lot of steps into making sure that you keep yourself safe from it. So
Because I think if you don't let go, the assist gets chipped or something. I don't know. Could be some high level stuff, but maybe you
Right.
just let go on accident.
And now Slapshot on their last character, and then
Oh,
their
man.
fate has been sealed. As Slapshot will be getting or be taking a third place there. GG's well played to them as well, as Zex finding and showing us who is hungrier between the two, finds themselves back against Optional Threat here in our, ladies and gentlemen, Grand Finals.
All right. Grand Finals, and we are going to see Optional Threat versus Zex, and we already saw this matchup one time in Winners Finals, but of course now Zex has got to take 2 off of the person that already beat him once, so it's going to have to be some adaptation on his side, and I know we've already talked. Optional Threat, he's got the adaptation. We know that.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, Optional Threat is definitely, if you look up the definition in the dictionary for adaptability,
Adaptation.
yeah, you see Optional Threat right there, man. It just fantastic work through and through. Hasn't dropped a game yet, but Zex coming in hot from this last game, showing that they're really nothing to scoff at. Looking at bracket there too, was able to pick a game up off Optional Threat as well too. So they're not perfect. It
Yeah, we
is
could
possible.
see. Yeah, I mean, if you can take a game, you can take a set. So it's
Right.
we'll see. But I'm excited. I don't know about you, but somebody's
I'm-
gonna walk away
I'm very
first.
excited.
Somebody's gonna walk away salty.
Yeah. I hope nobody walks away salty. I hope everyone leaves kind of happy.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
obviously
one's
that's
gotta
what
win,
you
one's
want,
gotta
but-
lose. You know, one's
That's what you
gotta
want.
win, one's gotta lose. That's how it is, unfortunately. In these games. So it is 700 for first place, by the way. 300 for second. So I mean, overall, it's not the end of the world, you know. But you know, you don't come here for second. Nobody comes here for second. You want your rematch back. You're able to get yourself through lowers bracket to then get yourself back in the grand finals. You don't want to lose twice to the same person.
Oh, you want to get that gold medal. You want the gold prize. You want to get that sweet $700. So, I mean, the difference is 400. You're literally more than doubling your money if you get first place. So
100%. As we're
It'll
just
be interesting
waiting
to
a few
see.
more moments here to get ourselves in. And I wanted to just say I'm a little surprised just from overall where we are in terms of grand finals. I thought we would see a few more others, but I guess
other players or other characters.
Other players. No, right now the characters are pretty much set for 2xKO. Is it unfortunate?
Riot.
We'll keep that for other times and things
Riot.
like that. But we did
Echo.
have FaZe Yapper. We did have FaZe Yapper here. We had Clem as well too. And it's just really unfortunate that we didn't get to see the full top 8. And speaking of that, we had a few DQs there, which bound to happen. But overall, a fantastic Novus Cup through and through.
Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome to see the top 6 at least. I mean, I've been watching.
Oh yeah.
So.
And while we again are still just waiting here for our last match, just big shout outs to everyone from Teamfight Tactics who came down for us today. VALORANT as well too, and League of Legends, and the staff who came and helped get that all going and bringing us such a great show. So we are definitely excited to come and close it out for you guys. Zex will be coming in from bottom bracket. So if they do win the best of 5, they will have to do it again. Optional threat just has to do it once. And we are set and ready to go.
Sticking with the same teams, we got Ari and Echo versus Ari and Darius.
As we are moving forward here, it is Arcade versus KDA. Who is going to take it all the way?
Oh.
Good pressure here from Zex.
Very interesting that you get the pickup there and you start your combo while your assist is getting comboed. It's hard to find those hits a lot of the times.
Zex with the advantage here. Oh, nice launcher. Go get the wind walls set up.
If we have defense here, then both health bars are looking pretty similar.
Oh, the knockdown though. The heavy knockdown. Going to find the projectile pop there. Zex, if I'm not mistaken, got picked. Got punished for that dash there. Nice parry.
Woo!
Here we go.
That crazy.
Here we go. Yup. Launcher combo. This might be death here. Welcome to Air Yasuo.
Cut the moon.
See you later. Who needs to steal it when you can cut it,
Yeah. Set my slash. I don't even know. Anyway.
Moving forward.
Fury out here from the Echo. Gotta find his
needed,
damage
honestly.
soon, and happy birthday is gonna be huge for him.
Oh yeah. Zex low here. Optional threat trying to close it out with this Fury meter. It is going to fade away. Is out of the combo. Just gonna go for the roll. The parry though looking sick. Zex keeping it real.
So crazy.
Keeping it 100. Nah, we keeping it 1,000, baby.
That's so crazy.
Ooh. Beautiful work there from Zex. Great first opening round.
And I feel like watching these two, I'm just like absorbing. I'm becoming a better player just watching these two guys.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely killing it. Both players absolutely deserve to be here. Optional Threat crazy on the adaptation. They lost the first round, so we'll see. This is usually where they start to cook up.
Yeah, only really dropping 1 round overall. But we've seen them drop that 1 occasional match, but from there, they just turn on. I think it may take a little bit longer. We just seen Zex finish their loser bracket run, so they already had their match to warm up. So I'm going to give Optional Threat just a little bit here, but I don't want to take away too much from Zex as they get a beautiful touch of death here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do in these grand finals. You have to pull out all the stops. You have to use everything that you've been saving from the beginning of the tournament to try to win this thing. So, great stuff. Gonna blow the Fury. Trying to win this round. He said it's
Nice
not
launcher.
over yet.
It might be it here. We've seen this
Yeah,
launcher
this
combo
is-
over and over. It's very clean. A very hard one to execute. Nice mix-up yet
Oh
again
my
into the special,
goodness.
into the handshake launcher, which then allows Yasuo to get out. But the push, block, back. The defense there from Optional Threat, finding that small window
Not
of
gonna matter.
opportunity to get his chance. But like our boy Pop just said, it does not matter. It do not matter. Let's gonna be able to find the first one here.
All right. Zex bringing it up 1.
Let's see. As we see,
Already
Threat
started.
finding
Happy
a
birthday.
Great. Oh yeah, huge opener here. Going to read the get up option. Going to read the tech on the opposite end there. Going to get the handshake tag out there. As we move forward, Zex looking clean. Tries to find the
Oh.
roll. Oh, good read
Big
on the,
pickup.
on the reverse. Yeah, nice pickup. Looking for a little more there, but not gonna find it. Oh, good handshake. Trying to find that launcher.
So
Oh,
much
they're
spaghetti
crossed
right
up.
now.
Yep. They're stuck. There it is. The projectile bounce into the wall. Into the finish.
Woo!
Don't drop
Love
it.
that combo.
You finish your food. Into the launcher. Num 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 num. Delicioso. Nice 25.
Yeah, and Ari coming in here. Already got that corner pressure. Gonna get the freestyle combo. Coming out. Echo jabs just gonna continue everything
Oh, yeah.
for free, because that's what he do. Riot,
Oh
please.
my gosh.
Anyway.
Well, we've talked about it all night, and we've said it multiple times. And there it is for show yet again, that adaptability from Optional. Insanity there. But now Zex trying to show off theirs. Gonna get a pretty decent opener there. But now here comes that Echo. This full combo across the screen. Gonna use the break though to find some freedom.
Yeah, and Zex was just looking to catch the Echo in the Time Winder startup, but unfortunately not going to get it here as you're immediately getting pressured, freestyled on.
There we go. Oh, nice, man. Handshake tag gonna come out here. Oh, nice. Zex, Ari finding an opening. Going to take it across the screen. Force Optional into their own little corner games. Reads onto the grab on the get up.
Oh my
Reads
god!
the get up attack into the
What?
parry from the break. Zex!
I
the
cannot
brain
believe
on
we
this
just watched that.
person. We are witnessing this for free, by the way, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
cannot
You
believe
better
we just
be
saw that.
thanking these guys. What an exchange from it. These fantastic top tier
Alright, Zach.
players.
Alright,
This
Zach,
is
I'll
the
give it up.
Reason. This
Alright,
is the
Zex.
reason why we're here, man. Oh yeah,
That was just nuts.
that was insane.
I can't even. I'm speechless.
That was
Except I'm
insane.
not, because I'm here and I'm commentating, so I'm not speechless.
As we push forward yet again, man. Optional Threat coming from winner's side. This is the overdog here to pull through here. But Zex just on another level right now. The Yasuo, the untouchable Wind Killer himself, finds that launcher we know and love yet again into the handshake tag. Tries to find a cross up there, the back and forth between each other to try to close the gap, and then a retreat when it got dangerous. And speaking of dangerous, Zex right now is the danger.
Yeah, and the falling attack from the Yasuo, really good there to cover himself on the landing and pick up the combo without actually ever being in danger. It's actually crazy, the minute things that the players do to completely cover themselves.
So the wind wall in the tornado closes the gap here, finds the launcher. Here we go.
That's going to be level 3.
See you later. Oh, leads with 1. The get up, but uses the assist, closes up.
What?
Very strong, honestly, here. Nice, dodges the projectile.
Oh, crouches
Keeps
the grab.
pressure
This is
going.
huge.
Really good. Let's see how far Optional can take this, though. Got a tech out of it there.
The mix is so crazy. Jumps in again.
Yeah, nice mix. Gets him into a loop yet again. Deja vu? Oh, yeah, we've seen this before. Nice.
Okay.
Can he do it, though? No meter right now, no fury. Opens up again with the RE.
Oh, crazy.
Gets a overhead. Oh, that overhead crossover was insane. Finds the grab, the push block here from Zex, finding themselves some freedom.
And the chip, they're just going for the chip here.
No, it's smart. It's super smart. Don't risk it for the biscuits there. You know, if you know your damage as well there too, you know what's needed, and just push it forward. Lex has a huge mountain to climb to get themselves the reset, and they are 2 games away from finding it.
Yeah, and I mean, Zex, after losing to OptionalThreat, the adaptation, finding some adaptation of their own here, and absolutely going crazy. But OptionalThreat looking to shut me up, as they always do.
Oh, man. Gonna just keep the pressure going
there.
Yasuo having to take some of that chip is there as well from just being out in the wrong place, wrong time. As OptionalThreat playing footsies here on Zax, just being able to find these opportunities here in just such small windows. Just really
just standing there.
Yeah, just aura farming a bit there.
He's just standing there.
The outfit is
menacingly
fantastic too. It's great. Here we go. Looking like a true boss battle duo here between him and his Yasuo.
Now here's where you're gonna start to see some of the funky stuff to come out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man, nice combo here. little bit of a different variation of what we were normally seeing, but still gets the job completely done here.
Oh my
gosh. What insanity there. Oh my gosh. Beautiful from either side. I'm gonna be real. I don't want this to end.
Yeah, no, this is crazy.
Like, this is crazy.
Both these players are absolutely nuts. And the endurance has got to be a factor too, right? I mean, you're playing all these games, you're playing for so long. I mean, can you continue to connect your combos under the pressure?
Right.
Level 3!
Oh, yeah.
From downtown!
Oh, yeah, that's fine, though. You're in the air. We know what happens. Easy math. Easy math. Easy math. 1 away from the reset. I'm gonna be honest. With the way when these guys matched up with each other earlier, I definitely did not see this in my bingo book at all.
Yeah, I mean, Zek's showing us absolutely a different kind of gameplay here.
Oh, nice break there. Good defense there. Gonna just continue slicing, pushing forward. Nice, gonna find the back step there.
Gonna up to back up a little bit.
Nice cross up from the handshake there. There we go. Nice. Here it is into launcher. Oh man, so pretty, man. Oh,
this
a
game
little
is
bit of a slip. Little bit of a slip there. I feel like he could have extended there from the bounce, but I think it was just a slight hesitation there, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. There was no huge punish. Right. The momentum is still there for sure. The tempo, everything going aces. Misses the get-up attack, reads the get-up attack, punishes the get-up attack, finds the echo.
And you gotta keep up the pressure, Zex, if you want to bring it to a reset.
Finds the grab.
You've got one hit is all you need to bring it to a bracket reset. But that can be the hardest hit to find.
It's okay. We take what we need. Patience is a virtue.
There it is.
The tag.
Oh, the
Fury activated. We're not done. Calm down. Let's go for Chip. The Chip's not going to really beat it for the Fury.
Oh my goodness. That's a character. That's a character.
No, because we're going to parry break that. And we're going to break this too.
Oh!
I think the parry messed up there. It's okay. Fury. Ooh! Optional threat.
Signs of life.
Finds a way. Is this the momentum shift that was needed? Optional threat turning up the heat now.
Said you ain't getting no reset. Not yet.
Wait,
you need to work harder.
He said you need more training. We're not done
yet.
You
have to go beyond.
No. Has optional threat.
Oh, parry!
Surpass his limits. Both don't want to approach right now. Fred looking crazy. The overhead crossover.
Echo combos.
Into
this
the
is
special.
Be huge.
Wall bounce.
Oh.
Nice. Launcher. Let's go. Oh, I think that little extender there is a little bit of a whiff. Here it is. Oh, gosh. Gotta be careful here.
Footsies. Neutral.
Yeah.
Neutral. Okay.
Nice.
Neutral.
Ooh.
Back.
That was spooky. Here we go.
Oh!
Nice break. My gosh, the fact that we're this deep into the match and did not find the break.
Oh
Yasuo,
my gosh, the
Yasuo
Yasuo still dies.
Oh my god. Is this a momentum shift? The crossover combination. Nice and nice air grab. The special. That does not kill. It does. Oh my gosh. Optional threat. Holding it back there from the reset happening. Oh, that's gotta hurt a little bit there. Oh, I'm feeling it, and I'm not even Zex here. Oh, that's gotta be rough.
All right. Optional threat, the adaptation, like we've been saying. I mean, we'll mention it again.
Right.
He's never out until he's out. It's Zex. Gonna try to bring it into the demon and put an end to all of the suffering and misery that he's caused in the winter bracket.
The optional threat definitely crushing dreams out here tonight. So I would have to agree with that one there. As we see,
taking names.
Oh man, you could see it through the Ari. Also to the Echo, both fantastic characters, both fantastic players as well too. Both deserved of being here in finals, but unfortunately, only one can take it all the way home, and we are just lucky to be able to witness here, here tonight, at the Novus Cup, baby.
And that's gonna be a character
finding that air, taking out a character and the moon.
But it's
I'm surprised
one Echo
the moon
to
is
rule
still...
them all.
Yeah, I know. It's like most of the time when you take someone's character out, it's like, all right, word, I got a character out. But really, it's like
level 3 off the combo.
Oh, nice level 3. Gonna make me have to eat my words and my heart out there with the level 3. Lex looking nice there, very lot cleaner there.
Again, poised to
One
take
away.
the bracket reset, but optional threat. We've seen what they can do on a sliver. One hit away from death, so.
And this is the opener here. Nice launcher. The setup into the heavy knockdown. Can we find the read? Nice parry. Good defense. The handshake tag. Trying to find a mix-up. Is able to get Yasuo out of the corner. The reversal gonna hit the Echo assist. the launcher pop up. Love this combo. I gotta say, I'm the biggest fan of this combo. Good read on the grab. Gonna get away from the get up combo. Read the parry break, man. Lex or Zex, just insanity there. Crazy reads on the mans.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just been absolutely crazy, but one of those kinds of situations this late is so impactful. Like, that is going to
Here
be...
we go.
It's looking like a character.
Yeah, that's going to be one for sure.
And I mean, the Yasuo can do anything on one hit. You got a full Ahri to get through.
Yeah.
This
Level
is
3
looking like
meter
bracket
on Yasuo
reset.
as well. Yes, he gets it. He gets it. We're here, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow, some way, life finds a way. And I do have to say, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta give it there to Zex. Well played over overcoming the bottom bracket and finding the reset here. And then now we can officially say this is the last set of the night. This can be anyone's game, but I gotta say, with the momentum Zex is bringing to the table, I gotta back him. Gotta back him here.
Yeah, I mean, Zek's absolutely playing his heart out. He's been killing it on the Ahri Echo, or the Ahri Yasuo rather, other way around. But yeah, I mean, first actually is getting not $700, but $800. And second's getting $400. Third got $300. Fourth got $200, etc. So really
And of
cool to
course,
see.
big shout outs to everyone there.
Even more. And getting back into the lobby here.
Just a few more moments. And again, of course, shout out to everyone helping us get this all together, bringing us all together for us today too. Our staff, the players, and of course, everyone out watching us as well too.
All of you guys. And I'll do it this time. There's a quick shout out to Novus. They're a local Vancouver-based internet service provider that's been connecting communities for nearly 30 years. Recognized by the Ookla speed test as the fastest and most reliable internet in 2025 for Metro Vancouver, they're known for their no-contract services and commitment to being the feel-good network. They've proudly partnered with Gallant Gaming for years, and obviously you've seen them on the stream for a long time to help grow competitive esports experiences like the Novus Cup, and you can check them out at novusnow.ca.
Thank you so much, Big Pop, there, as we are just a few more moments away here. I gotta say, this is going to be a nail biter. I think we're gonna be going to a full game 5. I think so.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, it's potential. There's potential.
Like, the back and forth here. I gotta say, Zex's Yasuo has been insane. Into the overhead launcher, covering all air coverage there. All flights have to be checked by Yasuo first there. It's going to be who has the answer for Yasuo's Zex or Optional's Echo.
Yeah, Optional's Echo and the Ahri. Honestly, I couldn't pick a character of his that I think is like both characters. They have their combos on lock.
True,
I mean,
I'll give you that.
But I do think, with that in mind, I do think Zex's Ahri is, we'll see what happens in the end, but I think it's slightly cooking a little bit more than Optional's. Optional, of course, he's got the Echo buff,
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that's, and I'm not discrediting his
Agreed.
skill.
Don't take him. No.
Great, nothing taken away, but the
Yeah.
Echo is the strongest Strongest character in the game, even after the
Yeah.
nerfs, I think.
And it takes it just because they're the strongest doesn't mean that anyone can just pick them up and start doing what
Oh,
you're
yeah. I mean,
seeing
to
on
make it this
screen
far.
here. Yup. You already know, man. And of course, we wish them both the best. And you know, unfortunately, one has to win, one has to lose. Because in my eyes, these guys are definitely both champions. And here it is.
Starting it off quick here.
We mentioned it.
The Yasuo wall combo going to be huge, putting him in the corner, getting the knockdown, and the Ahri is going to pressure the classic.
So we mentioned it a little earlier in bracket. Endurance. We said that it was a long night, and that was almost 2 hours ago. So they've really got to start. Yeah, they've really got to start to be feeling it. Because I'm feeling it.
I think we're all feeling it a little bit,
Right.
but we're here till the very end, and we're just about there. We've got 0-0 in our bracket reset. This is the farthest that we can possibly go. So, thank you all for sticking with us.
As I was saying, just to be able to perform and to continue to execute at such a high level requires such a high mental fortitude there. And Zex shows that they are still here with us with a beautiful break counter into what I think that might be into the read. Into the finish there. My gosh.
Cut the moon. But yeah, I mean, it's so hard to come back from this position. I mean, you're almost giving up at this point.
Yeah.
At least for the round.
Oh yeah. That's only one.
That's one for sure. I mean, we've seen what you can do with a sliver, so it's not like it's impossible, but it's pretty tough there. And the Ahri gonna get us started, getting the grab mix up into the corner. Big combo started. This is going to get extra damage because you're in the corner.
There we go. I don't know if this fully kills. They might have the...
It does
I thought
not.
they have the launcher there. Nice parry there, but unfortunately going to leave them open for the finish there. As OptionalThreat, just showing off that adaptation yet again. And I wanted to say, it shows the momentum and the mental here. You just lost heavily, and it just doesn't even seem like you lost the match there at all. It doesn't seem that Optional feels it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to stay composed in both these players to make it this far. I mean, they've got it. They've got the turn, the instant, that switch in their brain that flicks when they get the hit that turns them into advantage state, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And saving the Fury, I doubt we'll see it come out here from the Ahri.
Yeah, I think there was a moment or two that it could have been done a little earlier, but I think holding it here is fine as well too. 1-1 right now. First to 3, guys. Every match matters. Every hit, every grab, every escape, every tag is bringing us closer and closer
Good defense
to our end here. Great defense there from Optional. Zex trying to find that motion that we love to see with his Yasuo. And I gotta say, the mobility and the movement from Threat to Ahri is just very clean. No approach yet. He's gonna have to use the break there. The roll special to take the tag out. Ahri gonna take the hit, but it's not gonna be the end of the world there for Threat. Ahri, for the side of Zex, in a very scary state.
Yeah, and I mean, Yasuo just going to get comboed here with the Echo. I mean, you've seen it time and time again. Against the corner, you're going to get jabbed. You're going to get heavied up, knocked up. It's rough. But the Ahri getting out.
Finding a great escape there. Gonna not read the grab there. Gonna get the quick handshake tag into the special. Looking for that life. Gonna get the air special right into the Fox dash. See ya later. As OptionalThreat trying to bring this one home and get the first point in the bracket reset here. But if anyone can stop it, it is Zex with the Yasuo. Nice assist there, ultimate assist from the Ahri to close that one up and tie this one.
Fury's gonna come up though. Fury's gonna come up.
Yeah. There it is. Might not even be needed.
Fury's not gonna come up for the Yasuo, unfortunately.
No. Not in time. And Optional gonna find a second and a first match of the reset. 2 away. This is going to be a difficult climb for both players, though.
Yeah, I mean, the lock-in after the reset, I mean, it's almost like the first game was for information for Optional. Like, he had the whole thing to play with, and he used it.
I could agree with that. I could definitely agree with that. Again, Zex coming from bottom bracket was able to have a few games there. Nice counter there from
Zex shutting me
though.
up.
Oh, yeah. It takes a bit to warm up. Gonna find the aerial. Nice. Yup. Good launcher. Good anti-airs. Gonna launch right into the Foxfire special. And yeah, Zex coming out of the gate.
Oh, big hit.
Near perfect. Big damage, big hits. One more. Nice KO. If it wasn't for a jab, that would have been a perfect there in Grand Finals. Gonna take Ahri out first. Looking for the cross-up. Yeah, that's why. Oh, misses.
Oh, Optional gonna start
his
their
signature. Own. Yeah. Let's see if Optional can get something going on their end. Uh-oh.
So here, Optional's actually in such a big advantage. They need to not... Yeah, if they don't take any more damage, they're in such a big advantage. Because they still have break, and they're one hit away from getting a big combo.
Nice parry! Oh my gosh.
Really good situation for Optional.
I don't know, man. Zex is looking good right now. The break is there. Doesn't have the special to connect just yet. Gonna have to use that break there. And now special advantage is gonna be going to the side of Zex. 10 kill here on the with meter.
He drops it.
Okay. Oh my god, I love how we both lost our breath there. Like, we were like, oh no, like, because it is a very, any moment can happen here. A little pushback there, gonna get the tag, the handshake tag there. Gonna force an opening there. Gonna start cracking open this Ahri. Big damage here. Going for it, baby. Yeah. Nice damage there. The Fury active, or the Fury is available. Isn't going to be pressed just yet. It needs to be, though. I don't know if you're going to make it to next game. Go counter there. Nice counter there. Zex was just waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Optional, feeling the pressure being put into the corner. Finally lets the trigger be pulled, only for it to be Zex's counter play to tie this one up. Both players 2 away. We are only 4 matches away.
All right, and the freestyle going to be coming out here. Lots of tags.
Oh yeah.
Ahri putting the Yasuo in the corner. Even if you're not getting the hit here, this is huge.
Gotta be careful a bit though.
He's just standing there.
The aura farm is real. Nice cross there from the tag. Wouldn't really consider that a full cross up, but it is a mix. And is able to get the projectile there. The break gonna have to be used from Zex to find some freedom there. The projectile going to hit from the side of Optional.
Oh, good cross up. You gotta be blocking those against the Yasuo. I feel like
the break there.
That's the nerves.
Excuse me. For sure. You're trying to close this up. You got one on you. You want to do as much as you can. I could definitely see that.
Oh, you gotta be blocking those. He's not blocking those Yasuo cross ups. The dash through.
Zex is starting to realize that because that was the second one there within the exchange. Let's see if he keeps trying to exploit that. Here we go. I love this combo. Nice. And then the freestyle tag extender there.
That's gonna be it.
Chef's kiss.
Maybe not with scaling. I mean, scaling might not kill. It might not kill.
You might be right. But
Oh.
yeah. Then the quick draw is gonna give him the next one. The Zex one away from being one a game away. Good mix up there. Oh my gosh! Zex with the breaker counter again.
You can't get one over on this guy. I mean, it's just
he's so ready.
So hard to hit.
Nice mix.
The echo.
Again. Great use
Getting
of
mixed.
the freestyle combo. Good mix into the special, into the wall, looking for the read. Oh, gonna force into the corner.
Good grab.
But yeah, good escape there. Going to now find his own corner pressure there. Going to get his own handshake cross up going as well too. But there goes the break there from Zex as they do get that handshake mix up there. Gonna continue pushing forward, getting into the corner, the special, letting it rip. Beyblade spin into the air. The Foxfire with the bounce. Looking for it. Good. A low crouch, man. And RE players take notes from both of these goats. Please. Zex looking great right now. Good get up attack.
Oh, neutral, dude. With the
yeah.
Echo dashing forward, the Yasuo dashing back in the air and falling.
Yeah.
It's so the spacing is insane from the players.
Good chip. Oh, good tech to wake up there. But OptionalThreat just not winning these trades here. Zex going to lose his Ari. Going to use the level 3 just to make sure that they fall. But to be honest, I don't know if that's really necessarily the case. You gave a lot of meter over to the side of Zex there.
Yeah, I mean, the Yasuo's got this level 3.
Yeah.
He just rips it.
Yep. Oh, yeah. He had a little bit of space. He knew the frames. He knew his data. He had the timing. I like that call there, 100%. Fury meter almost there. No special available.
There it is.
Gets the assist ultimate from Ari. And now Zex is looking like he is one away from closing this out. Is OptionalThreat figured out? Has he finished adapting? Or does he have it in him to figure this one out?
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be now, dude.
We've mentioned it. Pop is the one to really call it out. It is the Yasuo pop-ups there and the cross-ups that's really giving Zex these openings here to finding these delicious combos. Let's see if he tries to get the assist or the partner. He doesn't, but he does find Echo here. Off from the neutral, the freestyle combo. We know it, but
man,
the tech for the escape. Oh my gosh.
The worst part about it is these Yasuo dash throughs are so blockable if you know that they're coming. It's just you gotta expect it. And it's hard when Zex is so good at just running up and grabbing to mix up. So like you never know whether or not he's gonna dash through you or not.
Yeah.
So it makes it hard.
He doesn't really showcase his cards until the end.
See, he blocked it there.
Nice cross up. Nice. He's starting to get it, but now gets opened up there from the Ari. As long as this doesn't get dropped here, he's gonna be on one. Break advantage to the side of Zex as well too. The Foxfire ultimate gets it there. Nice work, man.
Doing the same
match.
thing.
I love it. I love it. Both minds aligned. Here we go. Finds the corner. Oh, this is looking clean right now for Zex. He doesn't want to drop any pressure at all. Looking for the assist from Echo, but Echo not going to be able to do much. Back down into the ground, into the special. We do have level 2 onto it. The launcher is available. Into the pop-up. Into the grab. Into the special. We are one away. Zex looking clean. The break advantage available as well, too. Even on the ultimate bars. Let's see if they can continue it. He finds it.
Round point, match point.
It's
with
not
breakup
over yet. Nice. He gets a little bit of chip there. The grab though from Optional to show him that he's still alive. Good tag, the double tag,
Oh!
the parry, the
The
back
break.
tag again, the handshake tags, the back and forth between these two. Just a seesaw, the roller coaster ride of emotions here from us. Nice, finds an opener. Oh, we know what it is. It's the Zex combo, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, but he texted in the air. He's alive. Oh,
Oh, no,
gets caught.
he's not. The mix, dog. So reposition his body so his character can change to where he's at. To change it to trajectory, too, of the launcher. Oh. Good break there.
Yeah.
As we continue pushing forward onto this one. Nice. Big damage there. Pushing forward on to the Zex. Looking clean at the 50. He's so close to this. Optional
Yeah,
needs to get out of this right now. Oh, Zex. He sees it.
He
He's
wants
shooting
it so
for
bad, yeah.
He's going to the moon. He's flying and he's cutting anyone there for it. Zex finds it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it. Our Novus Cup champion. GG's well played to the GOAT there. Zex taking it home from the reverse sweep.
Yeah, Zex proving everybody wrong, saying, you know, my emotions are under check. I'm all composed. I'm ready to win this entire event, and taking it there from a 2-set grand finals, having to reset the bracket. Absolutely crazy stuff. Congratulations to Zex and OptionalThreat as our runner-up. Of course, all respect. But yeah, is there anything else you got to say, Mr. Hugh Yoshikage?
We're gonna go just do a quick run over to everyone who is great event to our first place players that we have right now. From our League of Legends side, Kid into Valak, thank you. Get to the money for Valo, thank you all. Of course, we do not have TFT, unfortunately, and we just seen, of course, our 2x KO champion rising here to being Zex. Amazing overall. Thank you again to the staff, the players, everyone able to make things happen here. Just overall great.
Real
and
quick,
thank you.
I want to shout out Huey and everybody for getting me in last second. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you. Shout outs
Always,
to
brother.
Novus for running this whole thing. The Novus Cup is a great tournament. And I'm PopFoxNJ if you want to find me on Twitter. I run tournaments myself. And shout outs to Desperado Esports. Oh, wrong one. Desperado Esports.
Always, of course. And, you know, of course, to the Novus Entertainment. Be sure to go check them out, guys. It sounds fantastic. If you're in the area, novusnow.ca. But to everyone else, thank you all so much. That is it for us. And until next time, guys, we'll see you then. Peace.